by day by day by day that are going on, and story by story, and the government is just lying to us to our faces. Idiot, yeah.
We pointed that out a long time ago.
Jennifer, welcome in.
We're talking about like these children who have no idea what the hell's going on. They latch onto these things because they've been pushed into this black hole of just dumb shit. I mean, weren't these the same that were eating Tide Pods though?
Yeah, like 4 years ago, absolutely. While they were still in high school, absolutely.
Snorting condoms, shooting alcohol-infused tampons up their ass like it's a thing to do. Sticking V8 popsicle sticks in your ass and letting them melt and thinking you have a period. These are the same people.
Well, the wonderful gentleman who said he was pretty, he's got a message for everybody. I just want to let you know.
And so, be glad, be grateful that I'm not just going out and murdering Zionists. I've never murdered anyone in my life, and I hope to keep it that way.
Sir, I haven't either.
Where did his nails go? He had like super long nails in the other video, and I wanted to make a point about that. Notice who like their front man is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he checks all of the boxes. I mean, it's so astroturfed. We've seen this too many times.
You can't say that and a black man be there, Haley.
No, my bad.
Prosecutors told NBC News, New York, the evidence is very strong. It includes cutting tools, meat cleavers, and video surveillance. So they were...
They have video of him chopping this up?
Well, the surveillance, like cameras on somebody's house or something like that, apparently. I don't know if they have video of him chopping them up, but... Like, how could you... All right. They got you dead to rights.
Amityville's a few minutes away from the Gilgo Beach serial killer or something in the water over
that's there. That's the serial killer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all those toxic chemicals they dump into the fucking water. The defense...
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Frogs
apparently.
gay!
Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's loud as fuck.
Level smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long.
Wait, what?
So 24 miles long, about 7 miles wide at the least widest place on the island, and about 12 miles wide on...
My ex-wife's a pilot and she's half a tard.
Right. That was my favorite line.
It's mine too.
My
That guy's a
ex-wife was
fag.
retarded. No, he's like, my ex-wife was retarded. She's a pilot now. And then later on, there's a pilot that goes down because somebody shoots a rocket at it.
And listen, trust me, Jennifer, watch it. Watch it again. Because if you watch it, you see Terry Crews use the 3 microphones like Joe Biden does. He has the 3 microphones. He's got the 2 microphones on the stand. He's got the one that he's holding in his hand. Just like fucking Biden. Just like Biden does.
Apparently, though, like we were saying, they have a huge problem in New York City now. And, well, convict turned criminal justice reform advocate who claimed he had spent too long in prison, now in custody after police find body parts in his freezer.
Apparently it wasn't long enough.
Yeah, this is actually a little while ago. I wanted to kind of highlight this. Of course, this comes from our friend Fraley Ashley here. She's writing for Wrong Speak and the Publica now. That's why she's no longer with us.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there it is. we are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but now I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Honey? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out.
Sting is going to do, it's a video, Sting video. Okay.
What is...
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Okay. In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live! Fuck it!
Welcome to the Off-Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity in an insane world. Ladies and gentlemen, I just kind of screwed things up at the beginning, but it'll be fine. Here we go. We have a committee hearing with Anthony Fauci that we have going on, and, well, it's going to be incredibly stupid and infuriating, but words mean things. I know, whatever. But, ladies and gentlemen, well... let's just go ahead and get started, shall we?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Food on stick, meat ground loud, dance around fire, they're so proud. Life real good, me no fear. With my friends, me drink beer.
And there you go, Scott. I got that just for you, buddy. What's up? How you
Hell
doing?
yeah. Not too bad, trying to get my shit redone because OBS doesn't seem to like whenever you switch screens on stuff.
Oh, no, it doesn't, because I just fucked up the screens there. Look at that.
Well, welcome to the shit show, folks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a long one tonight. Look, I'm sorry. We're not going to be able to kind of interact with chat a lot. We will as we go along, but I'm not going to be able to bring it up and things like that because it's going to be a long one. This thing's like 3 hours and 47 minutes. I don't even know if we're going to be able to finish it all, honestly. Right. But I'm going to keep going on both sides with YouTube and Rumble tonight because this is stupid. And it's... there's a lot that comes out in this that is just... It's going to want to make you put your hand through something, so be prepared. Mm-hmm. But, I don't know, man. You want to get into it?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start this. I didn't really listen too much, like I said, so I'm going to find out all what gets said. I know it's going to be a bunch of bullshit, and it's going to make us want to throw stuff, because it's shit we've all been saying for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely has. But let's go ahead then and get right into it, ladies and gentlemen, from the very start of this. Let's go.
The Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic will come to order. I want to welcome everyone this morning. Pursuant to Committee on Oversight and Accountability Rule 7D, members of the committee may participate in today's Select Subcommittee hearing for purposes of questions. At the discretion of the chair and pursuant to an agreement with the Committee on Energy and Commerce, the chairman and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, Mr. Morgan Griffith and Ms. Kathy Castor are permitted to participate in today's hearings for the purposes of questions
makes me feel like
and give 3-minute
welcome
opening
solution
statements.
to occasion.
Without objection, pursuant to Clause 4A, 3A of House Resolution 5 and Clause 2J, 2C of House Rule 11, the chair may recognize staff of the Select Subcommittee for questions for equal periods of time not to exceed 30 minutes. Pursuant to Rule 7D of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Moskowitz, members of the full committee, may participate in today's hearing for the purposes of questions. I would like to remind members that the issues we are debating today are important ones and members feel deeply about. While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. There is a reminder that it is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague. Remarks
Do they always say this at the beginning of every one of them?
Not permitted by the rules.
No.
And are
Yeah,
not
I didn't
in
think so.
keeping with the best traditions of our committee.
No, but that's
The
what
chair
our
will
government
enforce
has
these
turned
rules
out to
of
be,
decorum
man. I mean,
at all
it's
times
just all
and urges all members to be mindful of
it's
their
playground
remarks.
bullshit.
Finally, without
Petty
objection,
bullshit.
the chair may declare a recess
It's
at any
beyond
time.
petty, man.
I now
That's
recognize
true,
myself
yeah.
for the purpose of making an opening
I
statement.
mean, they just fight just to fight.
Good morning, and welcome, Dr. Fauci. First, I want to thank you for your decades of public
Democrats
service.
will stay with the
You
dumbest
served your country
fucking
through multiple epidemics,
narrative with
pandemics,
everything that's already been
and health
broken, and
crises.
Republicans will never push back on
I
anything.
do want to say I'm
Very
sorry
true.
about the threats that you have received. As
They're
someone who's been
spineless.
shot at and received threats as well, my heart goes out to you. This should never happen in America. Regardless of any disagreements we may have, you chose to serve, and I want to extend our appreciation and gratitude. I want to thank you publicly for working with our Doctors Caucus during Operation Warp Speed and the time you spent with us and Dr. Collins. I also want to thank you for your willing cooperation with the Select Subcommittee. You have voluntarily sat for more than 14 hours of testimony and are appearing voluntarily today. This is more
I
than we
can't
can
say
say about
that,
other
but yes,
witnesses
I
we have
agree,
called, and we
Mustang.
appreciate it. Dr. Fauci, we're here to investigate the COVID-19 pandemic and to explore lessons learned, positive or negative, and to better prepare for future pandemics.
Okay, I think I have
Simply
mine
put,
set now.
America cannot move forward, though, without looking back.
Yeah, it takes a lot.
We
in the
must know
background,
what
doesn't
went
it?
right and what went wrong in order to best
Yes, it
ingrain
does.
proficiencies and remedy deficiencies. In 15 months, the Select Subcommittee has sent more than 115 investigative letters, conducted 30 transcribed interviews, resulted in hundreds of hours of testimony, held, including today, 27 hearings or briefings, and reviewed more than 1.5 million pages of documents. We aren't here to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's not the intent. We are following the facts, holding wrongdoers accountable, and planning for a better, more prepared future.
I'm sorry, I don't like the baby with
Beginning
the
early in
bathwater
2020,
analogy
you
with
became a
Fauci
figurehead
because
of
he's been
public
there
health.
40 fucking years.
There were drinks named
It
after
is a little
you.
weird.
You had bobbleheads made in your likeness. You were on the cover of Vogue.
Bobbleheads.
Throughout the first pitch of the Washington Nationals game. Almost overnight, you became a celebrity and a household name, in addition to being a public health official. Americans from coast to coast and beyond listened to your words. And this is where I think we could have done better. And this goes to both sides of the aisle. We should have been more precise. We should have used words and phrases that are accurate and not misleading. And we should have been honest, especially about what we didn't know. Dr. Fauci, I'm not a virologist, but I am a physician, and like most physicians, we are constantly learning, which is why we do continuing medical education, and we always seek new information. We learn new things based on new data, and we want to give our patients the best possible care based on new findings and improvements in science. At a time when you were prompting the proximal origin paper, whose focus was to, quote, disprove the lab leak theory, end quote, I was in lockdown, researching with another physician in Ohio to try and understand the pathology, the affected physiology, and what treatments worked, and even how to diagnose COVID before we had specific COVID tests. My friend even made a phone call to an infectious disease doctor in China looking for help. As well, during that time, we discovered the Barrick-Shih 2015 article on creating a chimera using gain-of-function type technology. While policy decisions should have been based on scientific data, some frankly were not. The burdensome 6-foot social distancing rule did not have sufficient scientific report. In your words, it just sort of appeared. Distancing made sense, but the 6 feet was arbitrary. Even Dr. Collins said he still hasn't seen any empirical evidence to support the 6-foot rule.
Yep, true.
A rule that shut down schools and businesses. A rule that will have negative ramifications for decades. As the pandemic wore on, more mandates also just sort of appeared. But the American public didn't get to see the scientific data to support these mandates. Americans were aggressively bullied, shamed, and silenced for merely questioning or debating issues such as social distancing, masks, vaccines, or the origins of COVID. Many Americans were willing to comply with the 15 days to slow the spread and understood the necessity of banning travel from certain countries in an attempt to slow down the virus. But many Americans became very frustrated when components of those 15 days stretched into years. And it should not have been the case that Americans were forced to comply with oppressive mandates when those who chose to illegally cross our southern border were not. Or when Governor Newsom or Governor Whitmer were throwing parties at nice restaurants. Not a good look. Americans do not hate science.
That pisses me off.
But Americans know hypocrisy when they see it.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Fauci, under your leadership, the United States health agencies adopted specific policy aims as a single dogmatic truth, without the benefit of debate, out of a desire for a single narrative. Dr. Fauci, you once said, if you disagree with me, you disagree with science. Science doesn't belong.
I am the science.
Person. I was never taught that science turns a blind eye to hypotheses. They serve to be proven or disproven, and done so with irrefutable facts, if able. It was interesting that you chose not to pursue an aggressive and transparent scientific investigation of both natural spillover and lab leak. We have been investigating both hypotheses. You testified before the Select Subcommittee in your transcribed interview that the lab leak theory was not a conspiracy theory. You embraced the proximal origin letter. It wasn't necessarily a full peer-reviewed research paper, but you embraced proximal origin letter and you shared it with the public from the White House lawn.
All right, I'm gonna watch
you
your
stated
side
during your transcribed interview.
All right, cool. Yeah, I just got the live going. I had to reconnect, restream.
COVID-19. This is especially concerning
What's up, Polar Bear? How you
if
doing?
the works in question were conducted at a more risky and less safe BSL-2 lab. Nevertheless, any dissent from your chosen scientific position was immediately labeled as anti-science. Anything
that's true.
less than complete submission to the mandates could cost you your livelihood, your ability to go into public, your child's ability to attend school.
Mm-hmm.
Families were thrown off planes and shamed when their 2-year-olds struggled to wear a mask.
That is true.
Children with disabilities lost access to therapy that they and their families depended on. Students were out of the classroom and told to attend school remotely, even when the science clearly demonstrated it was safe for them to go back in the classroom.
They lost a lot of education, too.
This harmed low-income students the most. And how were single-parent households supposed to teach their own children and work at the same time? Dr. Fauci, you oversaw one of the most invasive regimes of domestic policy the U.S. has ever seen, including mask mandates, school closures, coerced vaccination, social distancing of 6 feet, and more. We've learned many lessons. Our early fear and confusion was understandable. COVID-19 was clearly a novel virus. Under your leadership, NIAID allowed disgraced characters like Dr. Peter Daszak to use millions in taxpayer dollars to conduct risky gain-of-function experiments in Wuhan, China. The actions of EcoHealth and Dr. Daszak call into question the integrity of NIAID's policies and procedures as a whole, as well as your role, Dr. Fauci, as NIAID's director. You did sign off on his research grant. We need to know why Dr. David Morans, your direct report for more than 2 decades, assisted Dr. Daszak in avoiding oversight and scrutiny and said that you were involved. Your senior advisor and seemingly your chief of staff repeatedly attempted to evade transparency laws to shield information from public scrutiny. We have senior officials from your office in their own writing discussing breaking federal law, deleting official records, and sharing private government information with grant recipients. The office you directed and
you gotta love learning this shit.
Chose to flout the law.
Guys, like literally 1 minute before I had to go live, he fucked up the camera framing and everything, and he struggled to get something back up on screen. He got it back up with like 7 seconds left to go.
Dr. Fauci, whether intentional or not, you became so powerful.
Really getting thrown in the fire with some of this, but it's good. I like it.
You were forbidden and censored on social and most legacy media time and time again. This is why so many Americans became so angry, because this was fundamentally un-American.
I mean, you want to talk about, oh, I'm sorry you were getting death threats.
I answered to the people of Ohio who elected me.
Motherfucker was killing
my own
us.
Conscience. When you and your agency made mistakes, Dr. Fauci, what happened?
He was playing games with our lives. It was all political bullshit.
Sometimes
don't wear a mask. No, wear a mask. Wear 2 masks. Wear 3 masks. No, there's no science behind any of that. Just wear a mask.
That you presented the science. Your words came across to so many people as final and as infallible in matters pertaining to the pandemic. But
words
such
are hard.
Rigid demands of an ideologically diverse people
don't make
like
fun of people that can't speak,
shattered
brother.
public trust in American health institutions. Because I said so has never been good enough for Americans, and it never will be. It's built into the American spirit. We have a thirst for information, a drive for advancement. Americans were first in flight. We landed on the moon. We've cured diseases. You've been part of that. And we made innumerable discoveries and explorations that forever changed humanity. Americans do not want to be indoctrinated. They want to be educated. And they prefer to make their health decisions in conjunction with the doctor that they know and trust.
Right.
To be successful, our federal public health institutions must be
then why do
accountable
all
to people again.
why does it seem like all well, almost all politicians try to fund indoctrination?
Must do what they are supposed to do. Protect Americans. I look forward to a robust and on-topic discussion. I thank you. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Ruiz for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Now, before we jump into this, for all the newcomers out there that don't know what these kinds of things look like, good opening statement. Yeah, this happened, this happened, this happened. He didn't attack anybody but the actual point at hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening speech from the ranking Democrat. Every time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Dr. Fauci, and thank you for being here. When I was named ranking member of the Select Subcommittee last February, I made a commitment to follow the facts and objectively analyzing the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. I made a promise to keep an open mind about how the pandemic started because understanding whether the novel coronavirus emerged from a lab or from nature is essential to better preventing and preparing for future public health threats and to better protecting the American people. And as the origins of the novel coronavirus still remain inconclusive, I stand by these commitments to this day. But nearly a year and a half into House Republicans' extreme and chaotic majority, I believe we need to take stock of what the Select Subcommittee has accomplished and whether it has meaningfully improved our preparedness for the next public health threat in our nation. Under the guise of investigating the pandemic's origins, House Republicans have abdicated their responsibility to objectively examine how COVID-19 came to be and instead weaponized concern about a lab-related origin to fuel sentiment against our nation's scientists and public health officials for partisan gain. They have done so with one particular public health official in mind, Dr. Anthony Fauci. And they have done so in an effort to deflect blame and anguish for the damage the pandemic inflicted on our society away from the former president, whose stumbling pandemic response, by some estimates, led to 400,000 unnecessary COVID-19 deaths, and on to Dr. Fauci, who worked tirelessly to stem the crisis. Over the past 15 months, the Select Subcommittee has pored over more than 425,000 pages of documents provided to us by government agencies, universities, and private citizens. We have conducted more than 100 hours of closed-door interviews with 20 current and former federal officials and scientists. And what we have found is the following. Dr. Fauci did not fund research through the EcoHealth Alliance grant that caused the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Fauci did not lie about gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China.
Bullshit.
And Dr. Fauci did not orchestrate a campaign to suppress the lab leak theory. After 15 months, the Select Subcommittee still does not possess a shred of evidence to substantiate these extreme allegations that Republicans have levied against Dr. Fauci for nearly 4 years. Now I want to make something very clear. In the past month, the Select Subcommittee has held hearings where we have examined various serious issues of misconduct. In following the facts, Select Subcommittee Democrats uncovered troubling misconduct by Dr. Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance, including potential efforts to mislead the federal government about the nature of its work through the evasion of reporting and transparency
Mind you, ladies and
requirements.
gentlemen, we watched the Peter Daszak
Less than 2 weeks ago, we
channel.
heard from Dr. David Morens about his flagrant violation of the Freedom of Information Act's transparency requirements and the potential destruction of federal records. Both Dr. Daszak and Dr. Morens deserve to be held accountable for betraying the public's trust.
But
to
not
hold
Fauci.
them accountable is not anti-science. It is the defense of our federal scientific and research institutions' decades-long legacy of advancing the scientific enterprise to safeguard human health. But baselessly suggesting without evidence that these discrete instances of misconduct are equivalent to our nation's scientists and public health officials causing the COVID-19 pandemic, which has killed more than 1 million Americans and inflicted an immeasurable toll on our society, is also a betrayal of the public's trust, which each of us are stewards of as elected members of this body.
But I want you all to understand that Mayorkas leaving the border open, that wasn't a betrayal of the public's trust. But everybody else in this, yeah, that's a betrayal of their trust. And they need to go to prison for it, except for Fauci, because he did nothing wrong. Every time. If you notice the way he opens this, he's like, although this is all fucked up, here's how it really is. Republicans' fault because they do nothing. Why do they do nothing? Well, House Democrats try to obstruct everything they can. Senate Democrats always vote down, because they have the majority in the Senate, always vote down any good bill that actually comes across from these Republicans. And if it even gets through the Senate at some point, even Biden said he would veto any bill that comes from House Republicans. And then you want to sit there and say this is a do-nothing Republican Congress? Well, you got the entire government working against people in there who really are actually trying to fight for you. And I will tell you this. The ones that are fighting for you are the ones that the news attacks on a daily basis. Or damn near daily basis.
Right. Very true.
I mean, it's like this every... Dude, I have listened to this. Trump comes up at least 3 times that I counted while I was working.
Mm-hmm.
And racism comes up once.
Of course.
Let's just continue.
Today's hearing comes at a pivotal moment for our nation's public health. With the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic behind us, thanks to the Biden administration's leadership, we are now faced with a crisis of declining confidence in the very science and public health interventions that lifted our society from one of the most challenging periods in our nation's history. And as we look to the future, we find ourselves at a fork in the road. We can go down the path of fueling mistrust in the interventions that saved us, like vaccines, masking, and social distancing, and the public health officials like Dr. Fauci, who worked tirelessly and with extremely limited and evolving information about a novel virus to save lives during one of the greatest crises of our time. Or we can work constructively on the forward-looking policies and solutions that we know are necessary to prevent and better prepare us for the public health threats that are yet to come. Since my first day as ranking member, I set out to take the latter path. The path of putting people over politics and prioritizing solutions to better prepare us for the next pandemic. And it has been my hope that Republicans would join Democrats in the forward-looking work that will better protect our
incredibly concerning.
Strengthening oversight of potentially risky research domestically and abroad is an essential part of this conversation, and so is closing pathways for zoonotic transfers of viruses in nature and investing in our public health infrastructure to ensure that when future viruses arrive, we are ready. When Democrats were in the majority, we made important strides in these objectives by passing the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, which strengthened the protections against undue influence in our biomedical research, improved training and transparency for the handling of select agents, paved the way for the interagency collaboration to fortify zoonotic disease prevention, invested in our infectious disease workforce, and enhanced our supply chain preparedness and ability to rapidly develop and deploy medical countermeasures. And ahead of today's hearing, more than...
You mean you want to rapidly deploy medical countermeasures like all those ventilators that were found in the warehouses in New York City as they were screaming they didn't have enough ventilators?
Right.
Is that what you're talking about? I mean, you sent everything over there so that other hospitals had a shortage or even no ventilators at all, and you were hoarding them in warehouses in New York City. I'm sorry.
New York City.
No. No.
90 health and medical organizations, including the American Public Health Association, the American College of Physicians, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the Infectious Disease Society of America, the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials, and the National Association of County and City Health Officials wrote to the Select Subcommittee urging us to, quote, stand against efforts to weaken the ability of the nation's public health agencies to protect the nation's health, and to take additional action to fortify our nation's public health workforce and infrastructure. I seek unanimous consent to enter this letter into the hearing record.
Without objection.
As we sit here today, I have not lost hope that in the remaining months of the Select Subcommittee, we can work together to build on this legacy and make objectively examining the origins of the novel coronavirus a part of this forward-looking work. I stand by my commitments I mentioned earlier to take a serious, balanced look at all possibilities for the origins of COVID-19 pandemic. And I stand ready to work with every member of this select subcommittee on this critically important mission so that we can save future lives. And I believe I still have some time left. So at that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Raskin with the remaining time.
Before we hit pube head here,
so it objectively was Trump. Rue is the rat.
I want to say those are some badass glasses for a second.
Yeah, I dig them.
No, not that. Where is it?
My commitments I mentioned earlier to take a serious,
when he looks up,
balanced look at all possibilities for the origins of COVID-19 pandemic. And I stand ready to work with every member of this select subcommittee on this critically important mission so that we can save future lives. And I believe.
Look how much it magnifies his eyeballs.
Motherfucker sees into the future.
Those are some badass glasses because they're thin, man. Like when he turns to the side, they don't look thick at all.
Right.
But the magnification. Dude is as blind as I am.
Believe I still have some time left. So at that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Raskin with the remaining time.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Public health is a matter of urgent and comprehensive public concern. Under Donald Trump, when the COVID-19 pandemic began and spun out of control, we came close to becoming a failed state, which the political scientists define as a state that cannot deliver the basic goods of existence to its people. According to Dr. Deborah Birx, Donald Trump's own COVID-19 advisor, America unnecessarily lost hundreds of thousands of people because of the recklessness and indifference of Donald Trump and his administration. Now the people who brought you the political big lie, claiming absurdly that Trump won the 2020 election, which he lost by more than 7 million votes, now bring you the medical big lie, making the outlandish claim that Dr. Fauci was responsible for causing COVID-19. Using the select subcommittee as a platform for this disinformation, House Republicans now find themselves in the familiar position where their own investigation debunks their runaway political rhetoric. Just like the broader committee's impeachment drive proved only that there were no presidential crimes, much less high crimes and misdemeanors attributable to Joe Biden, the investigation of Dr. Fauci shows he is an honorable public servant who has devoted his entire career to the public health and the public interest, and he is not a comic book supervillain.
Didn't this motherfucker say that AIDS was airborne?
Yeah, yes, he did.
Yeah. Then you had cartoons like Captain Planet out there with people saying they don't want to share water faucets with gay people because they might catch AIDS.
Right. I remember that.
I mean, honorable men?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Come on. But this is the same guy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same guy that literally, like, go back. Look at old pictures of him from years ago. Just said not too long ago that he has cancer, right? This motherfucker has a twinge of, like, he has brownish red hair. Okay?
I mean, I know he was wearing it because of whatever, but it was kind of funny when he would, like, have the Tupac do-rag on, kind of, and shit.
Well, see, that's what I want to get at, though, because he had, like, brownish red hair, and he literally had to comb forward and bunch it up to make it look like there was something there. Because he was losing it straight back. And he still kind of is. You can see that hairline right there, right?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
This motherfucker says he has cancer, starts putting on the do-rag, and not even a year later, hey, cancer-free, I'm back. Look, I got pubes on my head now, and I'm dyeing them black.
Right?
Dude, you got bad hair plugs. I mean, you could literally see, like, black imprints where no hair was. You know,
right?
There was one point where he actually had hair dye that was around his hairline. Like, you want to make fun of Rudy Giuliani for him having hair dye running down his face. You had it plastered on your skin.
Right. I was going to say, I remember when that shit with Giuliani, too. That was funny.
Oh, that actually was. The dude was sweating so bad that it just ran down his face.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, dude. You could have done that like a couple of days beforehand, you know?
He did not fund research to create the COVID-19 pandemic. He did not lie to Congress about gain-of-function research in Wuhan. And he did not organize a lab leak suppression campaign. Today, Dr. Fauci's testimony, along with the thousands of pages of documents and dozens of closed-door testimony provided to House Republicans as part of the COVID origins investigation, will dispel these hysterical claims and reveal that the people bowing down to a twice-impeached convicted felon who told Americans to inject themselves with bleach now want you to believe not only...
No, he never said that. He never said that at all, and I hate the... Although, yeah, it's only going to 720. Okay. He never said that at all, and I hate the fact that they actually keep bringing that kind of shit up like that, like the good people on both sides and everything. The things that have already been debunked time and time and time and time again, and everybody knows it was all bullshit, and they still repeat it.
Right.
Like, where's the accountability for straight up lying in Congress? You know, everybody else, well, the select people get it, like Steve Bannon, even though Hunter Biden can have his all just go away if he just comes back in, apparently. But, I mean, where's the accountability for them? Oh, the people hold us accountable? You're straight up lying to the people then. And just to get votes. There needs to be something with this. There needs to be something involved with this kind of thing. This cannot continue.
Yeah, I agree.
Not only a big political lie, but a big medical lie too. I hope that this committee will be able to correct all of the propaganda and disinformation today, and we will be able to actually return to what the good ranking member has said, which is an authentic investigation of the origins of the pandemic. And I will yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back.
I now recognize
I will
Mr.
admit,
Griffith
there are a
for
lot of people
3-minute
starting to
statement.
get pissed off at Raskin.
Good
Even
morning.
his
I
own
want to
people are starting
again
to get
thank
pissed
the
off at him
leadership
down,
of
too.
this committee for including the Energy and Commerce Committee in this hearing. Dr. Fauci, the recent revelations that Dr. Moran's, a senior advisor, and your chief of staff, Greg Folkers, routinely evaded federal records laws, including the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, and those were a shock. That was a shock. I've been doing oversight now for over 14 years, or right at 14 years, and the scale of the effort to evade FOIA by some at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, or NIAID, has surprised even me. These men were among your most senior and trusted staff at an agency you led for nearly 40 years. They worked for you for decades. Your calendars show that you met with them multiple times a week during the pandemic.
I'm glad we're not putting up chat tonight.
You co-authored dozens of papers with Dr.
You know, I thought about clipping it out and putting it in my side.
You, even the head
it would
of
be
the
pretty
NIAID
funny.
FOIA office was
There's a way to
apparently
do that
in
where you
on
can make it all invisible.
some of this conspiracy.
The background
I
all
know
invisible.
my colleagues on the other side
There's a
love
way
to
you
say
can
we're
do
always
that.
talking conspiracy, but when the facts lead you there, whether you knew about it or not, when the facts lead you that your agency was involved in some form of a conspiracy related to COVID origins,
I could do it on the fly
we have to
because I'd
follow
leave
those
it up
facts.
right there in the corner.
It is hard to believe.
That's what I'm thinking about trying to do it.
Without your knowledge
right,
and or approval. In civil law, when one party has destroyed or refuses to produce evidence that's within its possession, a jury is allowed to draw an adverse inference that the information destroyed or not produced
on some of the people
was
that will be
unfavorable.
talking tonight, I will tell you.
Therefore, until we get a full accounting of all of the communications among NIAID's leadership, it's reasonable for us to assume that missing information would mirror the private doubts expressed by so many virologists and other scientists related to your public positions. While telling the public, the media, and Congress that COVID-19 almost certainly emerged from nature,
be good, though.
Experts you convened as a team, privately worried that a research-related incident was a...
What do we...
I'm resizing the Rumble chat, and I'm going to throw it on mine.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay.
possible, if not the probable, origin of the virus. Dr. Christian Anderson even said in February of 2020, quote, "I think the main thing still in my mind is that the lab escape version of this is so friggin' likely to have happened because they were already doing this type of work and molecular data is fully consistent with that scenario." Further, while you and other NIAID officials were assuring us that the virus could not have come from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, NIAID didn't actually have an idea as to what the full scope of Wuhan's coronavirus research was, or even the trajectory of its gain-of-function research. Now, that may be because EcoHealth wasn't giving you the reports. I grant that. But this joint investigation has shown just how little oversight NIAID does of risky experiments involving potential pandemic pathogens. NIAID set up a system designed to greenlight potentially risky experiments while avoiding HHS department level review. The same program officers who act as advocates for their scientific area are responsible for assessing whether an experiment is too dangerous. That creates a conflict of interest. I think that means that when an agency is taking the final approval, we ought to take that final approval away from the agencies like NIAID that fund it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Kester for a 3-minute statement, and I will oblige you an extra 30 seconds as well.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fauci, for your appearance today and for your decades of service to our country. During your 39 years at the helm of America's leading health research institute.
I'm going to forewarn you, everybody. Oh, God. This woman right here. Actually, Scott, if you scale it down and then...
Yeah, it's not working because the words aren't big enough to really see. It's weird.
Control and scroll up so it'll actually, make the text larger.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, I'm watching his screen on my end. But yeah, this woman right here, like you can tell, everything's pre-programmed for this woman. Like this is her first time. She'll come up again, and she will give one of the dumbest second speeches you've ever heard because most of what they've talked about has already been refuted from what she is saying. You'll see that go along. Remember this woman.
The National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, you tackled some of the most serious health threats, including AIDS, Zika, Ebola, SARS-CoV-1, and COVID-19. Your leadership and service to Republican and Democratic administrations and all Americans saved countless lives and resources. We owe you a debt of gratitude. While the evidence to date points to COVID-19 having originated from an animal market in China, the Chinese Communist Party has blocked access to important information that could help confirm the origin of the virus. This committee should be doing more to fight for those answers, but instead has wasted significant time and taxpayer money fueling conspiracy theories and ignoring the importance of preparing for the next deadly pandemic. Some GOP members falsely claim you secretly broke into CIA headquarters
and cut out everything but the chat itself.
Others claim that you committed crimes.
The top of the thing, all the
America's
way down,
adversaries like China, Russia, and Iran love it when Americans are divided
where you would put
and
a message
distracted.
in.
It provided fertile ground for the spread of misinformation about COVID-19 by our adversaries. And unfortunately, fringe far-right conspiracy theories have permeated even mainstream media outlets, and some Republican members of Congress have played along. I regret that many of the conspiracies have smeared you, Dr. Fauci, as you and our top scientists did everything to keep Americans safe during the deadly days of COVID-19.
I kind of feel like I should
Over
bring Maddie on
1.1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID-19, and today it's still more deadly than the flu. As we learned from Zika and Ebola, the ways viruses are transmitted are not obvious at first, and the development of treatments and vaccines takes time. What you and your team did to speed the development of the safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine was remarkable. That fast timeline was only possible due to years of federal investment in the National Institute of Health and support for medical research in the United States. So one of the lessons learned from the pandemic is the need to continue to invest in medical health research in the U.S. for cancer, for heart disease, for diabetes, but also to prepare for the next pandemic. We must learn from the past so that we can keep Americans safe. That's why Democrats have
I like
worked
that pop-out
hard to
chat feature.
update
You can do
America's
that.
pandemic
That's cool.
preparedness law,
yeah.
the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act, to shore up public health and make us more prepared to tackle the next pandemic threat. It's not too late for Republicans to join us and turn the least productive Congress in modern history into one where we are all focused on solutions for the American people to make our country safer and stronger. Democrats were able to prevent harmful rollbacks in medical research last year, and I urge my GOP colleagues to join us and move away from threatening and undermining American medical research at every turn. Public health threats are constantly emerging. In the past month alone, we have been tracking new strains and variants of H5N1, Mpox, and SARS-CoV-2.
N1.
Dr. Fauci, I'm sorry for the personal attacks you have received and may have to deal with today.
I swear it's what
Kenobi, how you doing?
Right? I swear that's what she said.
I want you to know
N1.
that the vast majority of Americans appreciate your work over the years.
I had
look
so
forward
many
to
going through my mind, and I
continuing to
just
learn
wound
from
up
you,
with that one. Like,
to learn
why?
everything possible about how we can take the pandemic
That
lessons
one was
learned,
the one that took the off ramp.
and put them to use to help
Right.
keep our community safe and healthy. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Our witness today is Dr. Anthony Fauci. Dr. Fauci was the director of the National Institute of Allergy
I feel like in this area I can see my eyes a little more too.
To 2022,
Say what?
and
Oh,
chief
yeah, you
medical
can see your eyes.
advisor to President Joe Biden from 2021 to 2022. Pursuant to Committee on Oversight and Accountability Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise his right hand.
Pursuant
Do you
to
solemnly
oversight
swear
and
or affirm that the testimony
I guess
that you are about
accountability
to give
doesn't
is the
matter
truth,
anymore, right?
The whole
I
truth
mean, it
and
never
nothing
has,
but the truth, so help you God.
You can't even say the word.
Thank you. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. The Select Subcommittee certainly appreciates you for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony.
He's one of the ones that are stepping
Let
down
me
this year,
remind
or
the
this-
witness that we have
after
read
this
your
and
written
that.
statement.
I know Green
and it
is,
will appear
Mr.
in
Green
full
is.
in the hearing record. As
You're a
requested,
coward,
please
Green.
limit your oral statement to 6 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 5 minutes, the light will turn yellow, and when the red light comes on, your 6 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up.
I should have a light that says shut the fuck
to
up.
give an opening statement.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Ruiz, members of the subcommittee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. Prior to my
I am the
retirement from
science.
federal service in December 2022, I had been at the NIH for 54 years and director of NIAID for more than 38 years. In those posts, I was deeply involved in the scientific and public health response to several infectious diseases outbreaks, including HIV/AIDS, pandemic flu, Ebola, and Zika. And so, under my leadership, we were well positioned to respond to COVID-19. For at least 2 decades prior to the COVID outbreak, we at NIAID had invested billions of dollars in research on mRNA technology and immunogen design, both of which led to the swift development of COVID vaccines. Less than 11 months after the identification of this new virus, safe and highly effective vaccines were widely available, an unprecedented accomplishment in the history of vaccinology that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. I will now use my remaining time to directly address certain issues that have been seriously distorted concerning me. The first issue concerns my actions regarding the possibility that SARS-CoV-2 might have resulted from a lab leak. On January 31st, 2020, I was informed through phone calls with Jeremy Farrar, then director of the Wellcome Trust in the UK, and then with Christian Anderson, a highly regarded scientist at Scripps Research Institute, that they and Eddie Holmes, a world-class evolutionary biologist from Australia, were concerned that the genomic sequence of SARS-CoV-2 suggested that the virus could have been manipulated in a lab. I participated in a conference call the next day with about a dozen international virologists to discuss this possibility versus a spillover from an animal reservoir. The discussion was lively, with arguments for both possibilities. 2 participants have testified before this subcommittee that I did not try to steer the discussion in any direction. It was decided that several participants would more carefully examine the genomic sequence. After this further examination, several who at first were concerned about lab manipulation became convinced that the virus was not deliberately manipulated. They concluded that the most likely scenario was a spillover from an animal reservoir,
The fucking
although
daywalker.
they still kept an open mind. They appropriately published their opinion in the peer-reviewed literature. The accusation being circulated that I influenced these scientists to change their minds by bribing them with millions of dollars in grant money is absolutely false and simply preposterous. I had no input into the content of the published paper.
Let me see if I can check this on the fly, guys.
The second issue
Hold
is
on.
a false accusation that I tried to cover up the possibility that the virus originated from a lab. In fact, the truth is exactly the opposite. I now quote from an email that I sent to Professor Farrar on February 1, 2020.
Back to good.
Jeremy, I just got off the phone with Christian Anderson, and he related to me his concern about the furin site mutation in the spike protein of the virus. I told him that as soon as possible, he and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to carefully examine the data to determine if his concerns are validated, and they should report it to the appropriate authorities. I would imagine that in the USA, this would be the FBI, and in the UK, it would be MI5.
Yes, Maddie is right with that
In the
quote.
meantime, I will alert my U.S. government official colleagues of my conversation with you and Christian and determine what further investigation they recommend. Let us stay in touch. Best regards, Tony, unquote. It is inconceivable that anyone who reads this email could conclude that I was trying to cover up the possibility of a lab leak. I have always kept an open mind to the different possibilities. Another issue is that of Dr. David Morans, who has the title of Senior Advisor to the NIAID Director, and who recently has been investigated for conduct unbecoming a government official. Naturally, given his title, a connection is made to me. With respect to his recent testimony before this subcommittee, I knew nothing of Dr. Morin's actions regarding Dr. Daszak, EcoHealth, or his emails. It is important to point out for the record that despite his title, and even though he was helpful to me in writing scientific papers, Dr. Morans was not an advisor to me on institute policy or other substantive issues. At NIAID, we had weekly executive committee meetings of the institute leadership and daily morning meetings of my immediate staff. And to the best of my recollection, he attended neither of these. Furthermore, his office is located in a different building from that of the NIAID director. Finally, in a majority staff memorandum of May 22nd, 2024, there is a statement, quote, Dr. Fauci may have conducted official business via personal email, unquote. Let me state for the record that to the best of my knowledge, I have never conducted official business using my personal email. Thank you for listening. I would be happy to address these and any other issues in the discussion period.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for as much time as I may consume for questions, with equal time being afforded to the ranking member. Dr. Fauci, February 1, 2020, you were on a call with Dr. Farrar, Dr. Collins, and other scientists regarding the potential that COVID-19 was engineered. Was CDC Director Redfield on that call?
No, he was not.
Okay. Dr. Fauci, you've said that you had to rely on virologists and evolutionary biologists regarding origins because you're not an expert. Is Dr. Redfield a virologist?
I believe he is. Yeah.
He is. Prior to the pandemic, NIAID awarded at least 3 grants via the New York Blood Center to Dr. Zhao Yusen. Are you aware of these?
I'm sorry, to Dr.
Yusen Zhao. Are you aware of those grants? Dr. Yusen Zhao. Your microphone is not on, Doctor. Your microphone is not on.
I'm not familiar with that name.
Okay. Well, NIAID awarded at least
funny
3
how he
grants
just turned
via the
on a
New York
Biden
Blood Center
moment.
to that
Right.
that scientist. He was a high-ranking Chinese PLA official and director of a lab at the Chinese Academy of Military Medical Sciences. Does it concern you if U.S. taxpayer dollars are funding someone like this?
Grants that are submitted to the NIAID go through a very
Does it concern you? I'm not talking about the process
Well,
right now.
I don't know
Does it
anything-
concern you that that U.S. taxpayer dollars would be going to someone who's a high-ranking Chinese PLA official? Yes or no?
I would have to know more about that, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
because I don't even
Well,
know
it
the
concerns
person
me.
you're talking about.
Are you or were you ever aware that the U.S. State Department in 2005 issued warnings that the Chinese government was working on the creation of bioweapons?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. Did you ever discuss the Chinese bioweapons program with anyone in the intelligence community?
I've never discussed the Chinese bioweapons program, to my knowledge, with anybody.
Before, during, or after the COVID-19 pandemic, did you speak to the FBI, CIA, DIA, or any U.S. intelligence agency concerning viral research of any kind?
What time frame are you talking about, sir?
I said before, during, or after the COVID-19 pandemic.
In other times, at any point in time in your life, honestly, let's just say that before the pandemic. Okay, could you have done it beforehand? Okay, so back when you were sperming your daddy's egg, did you do gain of function? I mean, that's as far as he gave it.
Right.
From the time you were sperming your daddy's sack till now, did you ever do gain of function research? I'm sorry, what was the time frame?
Yeah.
Man, this is what.
No, I think he was taking. Right now, I think he was taking. Like right now, that question was meeting with the FBI or CIA or whatever.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's that
But
kind
still,
of
yeah.
it's that kind of range. Yeah, I use gain of function research because they actually use that a lot in here. But yeah, it's that range right there. Did you ever in your life?
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
This guy plays so stupid when he's asked
Mhm.
real questions, but yet every time like Democrats are up, they literally just fillet the dude.
Mm-hmm.
Did you speak to the FBI, CIA, DIA, or any U.S. intelligence agency concerning viral research of any kind?
I can't give you the specifics of it, but back in the time of the anthrax attacks, we certainly had a number of briefings of by agencies that were intelligence agencies. I don't remember who they were. It could have been any of the above that you mentioned, about the possibility that there were bioweapons that had fallen into the hands of bad actors, i.e. terrorists, that might have been used potentially as a bioterror attack. That was at a time when we had thought that the anthrax
So I
attacks...
appreciate that. I appreciate your expertise in that.
Well, that's the answer.
But did you at any time talk to concerning viral research of any kind?
Again, I say that at the time that there was concern about the fact that Al-Qaeda may have been using or potentially using bioweapons, we had discussions with intelligence agencies about that possibility.
But not as related to, say, COVID-19.
Not to my knowledge about COVID. Now, but let me just make sure we get the facts. After the investigations began
Told you, the chat
about
is lit on our
COVID,
side.
I was briefed by intelligence agencies about possibilities of there being activities going on in different laboratories. I was briefed by intelligence agencies.
Thank you. Science is always open to debate, and it's a benefit. The science supported restricting travel from certain countries at the beginning of the pandemic. And after these orders went into effect, the president was called racist and xenophobic. Dr. Fauci, you said in your transcribed interview that you supported those orders. Dr. Fauci, were those orders racist and xenophobic?
No, they were not.
Thank you. The vaccine saved millions of lives, and I want to thank you for your support and engagement on that. However, despite statements to the contrary, it did not stop transmission of the virus. Did the COVID vaccine stop transmission of the virus?
That is a complicated issue because in the beginning, the first iteration of the vaccines did have an effect, not 100%, not a high effect. They did prevent infection and subsequently, obviously, transmission. However,
hold on.
First iteration of the vaccines did have an effect, not 100%, not a high effect. They did prevent.
Not 100% and not a high effect, but they
weren't they supposed to be like. Right. Well, I thought they were like 95% efficacy at first or some shit. That's the whole reason why everyone was fucking excited.
Yeah, that shit waned all the way down to like 86, and then it just plummeted right after Delta. But Delta showed up not too long after the vaccine started. I mean, it was, not even no, it was about 2 months. And then Delta was the main strain, everybody. Now you got to get jabbed again.
Right.
And the second one didn't even work against the Delta virus. But keep getting your boosters, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Infection and subsequently, obviously, transmission. However, it's important to point out something that we did not know early on that became evident as the months went by is that the durability of protection against infection
was fucking
and hence
zero.
Transmission was relatively limited, whereas the duration of protection against severe disease, hospitalization, and deaths was more prolonged. We did not know that in the beginning. In the beginning, it was felt that, in fact, it did prevent infection and thus transmission, but that was proven as time went by to not be a durable effect.
Yeah, definitely had a positive effect for many people, especially those that were vulnerable. But we knew from the trials that people that got vaccinated still were subject to getting COVID. So was the COVID vaccine 100% effective?
I don't believe any vaccine is 100% effective.
Nice cover.
Right.
That's not what he asked, though.
Right.
Nice cover. No, nothing is. Even the one that you touted was effective, 100% effective. Right after it came out.
I now recognize the ranking member, Dr. Reeves from California, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. Over the past year and a half, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have relentlessly vilified Dr. Fauci under the guise of investigating the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. But after reviewing nearly 500,000 pages of documents, conducting 20 closed-door interviews, and receiving testimony from nearly a dozen witnesses brought before this select subcommittee for public hearings, they have come up empty-handed for evidence of their extreme allegations that Dr. Fauci lied about gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology and caused the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like to address both of the Republican claims in turn. Throughout the majority's investigation, the Select Subcommittee has heard 3 definitions for gain-of-function research. Of the 3, Republicans have relied heavily on an overly broad definition that has no regulatory significance. Let me repeat that. No regulatory significance. In fact, their definition is so broad that it would include the manufacture of flu vaccines as gain of function. Because it is so broad,
I'm sorry, though. Sir, technically you are correct. However, here's the thing. The flu virus has always, since we found out it was a thing, affected human beings. And that was going back way back into time before we even knew viruses could mutate in the first place.
Right.
It's been here forever. However, COVID was not. And gain of function turned it from jumping from animal to animal, from animal to human, and then human to human.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to sit here and tell me, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, do you remember during the pandemic, 2020, there were only like 64 cases nationwide of the flu?
True.
But to sit there and say like the gain of function would be, okay, so we use the flu virus for that. That's gain of function. Yeah, technically, yes. But this is a little different, and you know it.
The National Institute of Health does not use that definition when assessing whether proposed research is or is not, quote unquote, gain of function research. For those assessments, NIH has instead appropriately used the definitions provided in regulations. And to be clear, the Select Subcommittee has been reminded by witnesses after witness that NIH at all times referred to regulations for the definition of gain-of-function research, and not to a nebulous, expansive definition with no legal bearing that is so broad it could apply to, again, the manufacturing of flu vaccines. Dr. Fauci, according to the regulatory definitions, for example, in P3CO, that NIH applied to proposed research, did NIH ever fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China?
As you said, Congressman Ruiz, according to the regulatory and operative definition of P3CO, the NIH did not fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Thank you.
We didn't specifically give it the money for that. We just gave them a fund for the coronavirus research.
Yeah, for them to do what they will, I would think.
Yeah, it was kind of like a slush fund, throw it in one big pile, and there you go. And everybody pull from it. You did fund it. Directly or indirectly, you funded this, and you know it. You even admitted it in some of your emails in a roundabout way. Oh, God.
And despite my Republican colleagues' effort to fit a square peg into a round hole, it seems to me that you've been consistent on this issue from the beginning of the pandemic. And they know this, but they still use the terms gain of function
Imagine
loosely.
this motherfucker being a doctor.
And with respect to NIAID staff's assessments of whether proposed research was or was not gain of function research, were you personally involved in those assessments?
That's the problem.
Or were those assessments made several levels removed from you and by subject matter experts?
Those assessments were done by highly qualified and experienced program people several levels below me.
Thank you. And your public statements that NIH did not fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan reflected the assessments made by...
I just want y'all to understand he just deflected that blame to the people under him that he's still in control of. Yeah, he had no idea. Several levels below me had no idea. I'm sorry, you're the head of the whole thing. Shouldn't you know what's going on in your own area? I mean, you don't have to know everybody's every footstep. But yeah, you should know what's going on, who's working where, what's being going on here. You're the head of the whole thing. You should know these things.
Very true. Yeah.
So to deflect blame back down just because you're failing at your job?
Right. That pisses me off about every time you we hear anybody in any of these hearings. They're always, well, I don't know. I'd be happy to get back to you on that later, but like none of you do your fucking job, any of them.
No, it's I don't know. I don't recall. I'll get back to you later. And we never hear the results.
Yeah.
Because I can never find anything where they actually, unless it's leaked on like Twitter or something, I can never find anywhere where they actually do post the replies of these things after the fact.
Right.
So it's just, man.
Annoying.
It's more than annoying. Because Nothing ever gets solved. We hurt along the way. Meanwhile, these people want to play these stupid ass games and literally just openly commit treason.
Yeah.
I mean, it bothers the hell out of me, man. It does. And y'all know me. I'm the angry guy on the internet for a reason.
NIAID subject matter experts applying a definition found in the regulation known as the P3CO framework. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. In fact, all of that is abundantly clear in your 2021 Senate testimony on this matter. When asked by the Senate about gain-of-function research, you testified, quote, "That is why we have committees. We have a P3CO committee." You also testified in 2021, quote, "Gain-of-function is a very nebulous term. We have spent, not us, but outside bodies, a considerable amount of effort to give a more precise definition to the type of research that is of concern that might lead to a dangerous situation." You are aware of that. That is called P3CO. That was back in 2021. At the time of your May 2021 testimony, P3CO had been the operative definition of gain-of-function research for several years, correct?
That is correct.
So I will note that at your transcribed interview in January, the majority conceded that NIH did not fund research in Wuhan that met the criteria of P3CO. I encourage the audience to read the transcript of that interview so you can evaluate the merit of the majority's claims for yourselves. So now if we could quickly turn to the irresponsible and false accusation that you created SARS-CoV-2, the virus responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic. So this accusation centers on a grant NIAID awarded to EcoHealth Alliance with a subaward to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And we have been entertained earlier about the suggestion that this funding could have possibly gone to a bioweapons research capacity as well. So I want to be clear, no evidence provided to the Select Subcommittee demonstrates that the work performed under NIH funding, including at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, led to the creation of SARS-CoV-2. The majority has failed to demonstrate or even credibly suggest that any of the viruses studied under the grant could even possibly have been the progenitor virus. Dr. Fauci, could you briefly explain why none of the viruses studied under the EcoHealth Alliance grant could have been the progenitor virus of the SARS-CoV-2?
Before he answers, that whole little long-winded speech, ladies and gentlemen, was to say, hey, per this definition, this wasn't gain of function. Okay. Mm-hmm. Per your definition, if I make a boom boom and I don't use a green wire, it's not a boom boom, and Boom Boom Squad should not come out, right?
Right.
Sir?
When you're talking about the evolution of a virus from one to another, the viruses that were studied under the subaward to the Wuhan Institute that have been reported in progress reports in the literature and published papers, those viruses were phylogenetically so far removed from SARS-CoV-2 that it is molecularly impossible for those viruses to have evolved or being made into SARS-CoV-2. It's just a virological fact. They were so far removed that it could not possibly be a progenitor of SARS-CoV-2.
So I want to be very clear.
Okay, so you pointed at the wrong sample. It was not the right one that we were cooking up.
Mm-hmm.
That was his answer. Right. There were 17 samples on the table, and you pointed at that one? Nah, that's not it, so therefore none of it ever happened.
Right.
That's our government, ladies and gentlemen.
On this point, that the funding and the research conducted by EcoHealth
have an aneurysm
produce SARS-CoV-2. That doesn't negate that
Just
This
might.
lab could have, another lab could have been doing research and it
Imagine
could have
having to listen to
leaked
this
from a
twice.
lab. It still is a
Right.
possibility, but it was not directly, or it was not
I'm grabbing a
funded
beer.
by
All right.
NIAID or NIH. And just for the record, this information was provided by NIH to then Oversight ranking member James Comer nearly 3 years ago in October 2021. So
See,
despite
green
the
screens
clear
just make this
evidence that
thing a
Dr.
whole lot
Fauci
better.
and his agency did not fund gain-of-function
Hi, Chair.
research
How you
under the
doing?
P3CO regulatory
You having a good
definition,
day?
and that the virus is studied under the federally funded grant, EcoHealth Alliance grant, could not have been the progenitor virus for SARS-CoV-2, Republicans have levied these unsubstantiated allegations knowing very well that they are not true. And they have done so to push their extreme partisan narrative that Dr. Fauci and our nation's public health officials caused the COVID-19 pandemic. Yep.
Peter Hotez did what
I'll
Fauci did.
recognize the
all-
chairman of the full
did,
committee, Mr. Comer from
but to
Kentucky,
all of
for 5
Africa.
minutes of question.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, in your opening statement, you attempt to distance yourself from your previous senior advisor, Dr. Moran's. You say that Dr. Moran's title was just made up, that
A
he
little
was
rough,
not
but
an
yeah.
advisor to you, and that his office was in a different building. So, Dr. Fauci, did Dr. Moran's report directly to you?
Actually, I'm not sure exactly what the on-paper report is. He is senior advisor to the director, but it is conceivable we can get that information. He might have reported through someone lower, like my.
Yeah, he's grabbing a beer.
So your senior advisor did not report directly to you?
There are very few people who report directly to me.
Okay, Dr. Moran's testified that he could walk into your office.
Okay. So there are very few that could report directly to him. How many motherfuckers could just talk to you whenever?
Anytime he wanted to, is that true?
No, that's not true. You don't just walk into the office.
That
I mean,
lazy
he's
boy on
there. I
wheels.
mean, it's conceivable that
Did he
could.
ever walk into your
comfy as shit,
I would
doesn't
say
it?
he did occasionally, but
Looks
the
better than
idea, can I finish the answer to you, sir?
No, because I've got a lot of questions.
Okay.
Dr. Fauci, did you ever delete an official record?
No.
Dr. Fauci, did you ever conduct official business via email?
To the best of my recollection and knowledge, I have never conducted official business via my private email.
So there's a troubling pattern of behavior from your inner circle, not just Dr. Moran's, but also your chief of staff, Mr. Folkers. Do you agree that it violates NAID policy to use personal email for official purposes?
Alrighty. The Dr. Moran's issue that was discussed by this committee
they like you, Chair. It's a
violates
lazy boy on
NIH
wheels.
policy. Yes.
But does using official email, using a personal
That's not on
email for
wheels. I
official
wish it
business,
was,
does that
but-
violate policy?
Using a personal email for
I could do
official
that, though.
business
That's actually a good
violates
idea.
NIH policy.
Right.
Does it violate NIAID policy to delete records to intentionally avoid FOIA?
Yes.
Okay. On April 28, 2020, Dr. Moran's edited an EcoHealth
Yes, but I
press
didn't do that,
release
even though
regarding
there's
the
an
grant
email saying I can
termination.
do that.
Does that violate policy?
That was inappropriate for him to be doing that for a grantee as a conflict of interest, among other things.
So on March 29, 2021, Dr. Moran's edited a letter that Dr. Dasick was sending to NIH. Does that violate policy?
Yes, it does.
On October 25th, 2021, Dr. Moran's provided Dr. Dasick with advice regarding how to mislead
Yes, you are
NIH
correct
on
there, Breach. I was
EcoHealth's
secure.
late progress report.
What's up, Jennifer?
Does that violate policy?
That was wrong and inappropriate and violated policy.
On December 7th, 2021, Dr. Moran's wrote to the chair of EcoHealth's board of directors to, quote, put in a word, end quote, for Dr. Dasick. Does that violate policy?
Should not have done that. That was wrong.
And that violates policy.
Well, I'm not sure of a specific policy, but I imagine it does violate policy. He should not have been doing that.
In addition to all those actions, Dr. Moran's wrote to Dr. Dasick,
Everybody
quote,
else
"Peter,
made mistakes
from
and did
Tony's
things, but I
numerous
never did."
recent comments to me,
That
they
seems
are
to be
trying
what he always
protect
says.
you," end quote. Did you ever talk to Dr. Moran's about Dr. Dasick or EcoHealth Alliance?
I can tell you, regarding what you said, I never spoke about protecting him. I mean, obviously, we knew that Dasick was a grantee, so I may have mentioned and discussed Dr. Dasick because he's a grantee, but
So
I
he
never
just made
spoke
that
about
up. You're
protecting
testifying
him.
that he just made that up.
Excuse me?
You're testifying that Dr. Moran's just made that up.
I don't know where he got that, but that's not true.
So by this point, Dr. Fauci, when these emails were written, you should have known that Dr. Dasick was more than 2 years late on a required progress report with his grant. Dr. Dasick conducted an experiment that resulted in a novel virus showing excess growth, that Dr. Dasick failed to report that experiment, that Dr. Dasick was protecting the Wuhan lab and not sharing its lab notebooks, and that Dr. Dasick failed to disclose obvious conflicts of interest. So why were you trying to protect Dr. Dasick and EcoHealth Alliance?
I repeat on the record, I have not tried to protect Dr. Dasick. And that's number one. Number two, you said something that's not true, because I did not know about the compliance issues until well after the fact, when I was being briefed for going to before a congressional committee. So it wasn't as these things were going on, I knew that he was withholding.
Did you know about Dr. Moran's close relationship?
Wait. How did you not know about compliance problems?
Right.
You're the head of the thing.
Right, exactly.
You should be going through the checklist of the biggest of the biggest of the big. And everybody else checks it along the way. Now, if this is something like that would be a little bit below you, fine. But guess what? If I fail at work, my manager hears about it. If my manager hears about it, the owners of the company hear about it. If the owners of the company hear about it, I hear about it. Because it all rolls uphill with that kind of situation. You are in charge of everything. Everything that happens is on you. Whether you really knew about it or not, the problem is you should have known about it. I'm just tired of these games, man. I really am.
Oh, yeah. No, he should definitely know about all that shit. And that's the one thing that pisses me off the most is that, like I said before, we get to these hearings and they get in there and it's constant, I don't know, or some sort of an excuse like that, and nothing ever fucking comes of it.
Right. And here in a little while, I mean, we still haven't really gotten the transcript by the time when he sat down for those closed door sessions for, I think it was 2 days, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't either.
Still haven't gotten that, but we got Hunter Biden's within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, I can't. I mean, oh, God damn. Just let it go.
Relationship with Dr. Dasick?
Dr. Moran's made it clear that Dr. Dasick was his friend. I did not engage in any of that interaction between them.
And just lastly, if I may, Mr. Chair, you testified and answered the chairman's question that you never had any communication with the intelligence community throughout all of COVID. Did I understand that correctly?
No, you heard wrong. I said I did have communication. I was briefed by the intelligence community multiple times during the COVID issue.
And you never...
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee.
Oh, that would be
Mr.
amazing.
Raskin from Maryland.
If Fauci said, I apologize and I made many mistakes, I'd be like,
Dr.
what
Fauci,
the fuck?
Thank you for your testimony and your extraordinary service to the American people. Let me just start. Was there anything you wanted to clear up in that last exchange where you were interrupted?
No, I think I made it clear. I mean, they were talking about my knowing about a lack of compliance. That became clear, Congressman Raskin, well after the fact. It isn't as if they were not complying and I was not monitoring their non-compliance. I didn't know about it until it was a done deal.
Gotcha. You've been a scientist and a scientific administrator for 54 years. Is that right? More than a half century? And
correct.
You were director of the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases for more than 3 decades. Is that right?
38 plus years.
38 years. Okay. And I assume that you've never been
decades
accused
of
trying to
right.
Start a disease before. Is that right?
That is correct.
You have devoted your life to fighting infectious diseases for the American people. Is that right?
That is correct.
I want to go back to this email that you cited.
Wasn't there one thing about AIDS when it started about, it was coming from monkeys or something. So as long as you didn't have intercourse with a monkey, you were okay.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that. Like, especially that was like how it started. Like somebody fucked a monkey or something, and so that's basically how it started. I was like, God damn, people are desperate. What the fuck is happening? But yeah, that was the first thing that I heard about. Like, people are like, how did it start and shit? And that was one of the first things that I heard. I was like, oh damn, okay, wow.
You remember that dog that had monkeypox on his butt?
Yeah, I do. Everyone was like, "Oh no!"
Your opening, because I think it goes right to the heart of this campaign of character assassination against you. The claim was essentially that you tried to cover up the possibility of there having been a laboratory leak, which of course is perfectly possible. And if this committee were doing its job, we could actually be working to advance the investigation of that. But they would rather assert that you tried to cover up this possibility. Here's the email that you sent on February 1st at 12:38 a.m. To Christian Anderson, with a copy to Christian Anderson, but you sent it to Professor Jeremy Farrar. Jeremy, I just got off the phone with Christian Anderson, and he related to me his concern about the furin site mutation in the spike protein of the currently circulating 2019 nCoV. I told him that as soon as possible, he and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to carefully examine the data to determine if his concerns are validated. He should do this very quickly. And if everyone agrees with this concern, they should report it to the appropriate authorities. I would imagine that in the USA, this would be the FBI. And in the UK, it would be MI5. It would be important to quickly get confirmation of the cause of his concern by experts in the field of coronaviruses and evolutionary biology. In the meantime, I will alert my U.S. government official colleagues of my conversation with you and Christian and determine what further investigation they recommend. Let us stay in touch. Best regards, Tony. Was this the email where you were putatively trying to cover up the possibility of a lab leak?
Yes, Congressman Raskin, and that's the reason why I mentioned in my opening statement that is it inconceivable that anyone could get out of that I was covering anything up.
Would you have any reason to cover up any new scientific evidence relating to the origins of the COVID-19 virus?
Absolutely not, and that's the reason why it was important to get people together to discuss this in a transparent way.
Have you spent your...
Hold up. Wait, he just asked, is there any reason why you would have to cover up something? And the motherfucker's like, nah, there isn't. I'm sorry.
Right.
Is there any reason? Let's see, you did gain of function research. It got out there. It all traces back to you, but there's no reason you would do anything shady.
Right. And that's like that question that came up earlier, him meeting with the FBI or CIA, blah, blah. Like, didn't he meet up with them about the lab leak theory to try and disprove it?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but that's touched on, and he's like, nah, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Your
whole life trying to
it's this way all the time, man,
of infectious diseases and then to stop them to protect the American people?
Yes, I have.
Well, Dr. Fauci, I want to join my colleague from Florida in apologizing to you that some of our colleagues in the United States House of Representatives seem to want to drag your name through the mud. They're treating you, Dr. Fauci, like a convicted felon. Actually, you probably wish they were treating you like a convicted felon. They treat convicted felons with love and admiration. Some of them blindly worship convicted felons. Is there anything else you would like to say to the American people about your service to America during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic?
My main job during the COVID pandemic was to
play
a role with my team
at
the Vaccine Research Center to develop a safe and effective vaccine. And we did that in an unprecedented short period of time, never seen before in the annals of vaccinology. As we all know, that vaccine and those vaccines have resulted in saving of hundreds of thousands of lives in the United States and millions of lives throughout the world.
Well, you have fought AIDS and HIV. You have fought COVID-19, and you are fearless in doing so. Do you have any reason to be afraid of scientific evidence or data or the truth?
Not at all.
Thank you. I will yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Now recognize Mr. Griffith from Virginia for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Dr. Fauci. So take a deep breath, because my questions change sometimes based on things that happen in
You know
the
what we
hearing.
should do? Hold on. Pause.
I want you to follow the bouncing ball with.
How it's like whenever they, how everyone is at their like desks and stuff like that. We should make a layout for hearings to where we're at like podiums or piers. Like it'll say.
We'd have every single one of us at a different camera view.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just a little askew.
Like if we had fucking Davey and Mama in on one, we could have them up above with their own little like piers or whatever in front of them, lecterns, if you will.
Dude,
That'd
we
be
did
funny.
the cognitively impaired debates with me and Davey. We should do like a little committee hearing with one of these fucks, and just
That would be
everybody
funny.
ask questions, and we just give the most absurd answers. Yeah,
That'd be fucking hilarious.
that would. We got to talk about that behind the scenes.
With me. And there's no gotcha at the end of this. I'm just trying to figure this out. You told Dr. Ruiz in his questioning that it was absolutely impossible for any of the viruses that you all were funding, I get that, it was impossible for SARS-CoV-2 or SARS-CoV-2, known as COVID-19, to have come from any of the work that was being done at Wuhan. At the same time, you told Mr. Comer that you didn't know about the noncompliance by EcoHealth until after the fact and when the virus is already out there, however it got there. In light of the fact that part of that noncompliance was a report where we uncovered, and I believe that Dr. Dashak was untruthful
Where are
to
you
this
going
committee
with this?
in one of his reports
Today, Junior.
to NIAID, and further, that in the 2 most sensitive years related to the humanized mice experiments, we never got lab notebooks from Wuhan Institute of Virology. Can you understand, following the bouncing ball, why some of us doubt that, not that you had some hand in it or that you knew about it, but that doubt that you can state with certainty that it was impossible because they might have been doing stuff you didn't know about. Isn't that true?
Actually, it's not incompatible at all.
This
Congressman,
motherfucker's
what
trying to
I
give him
said.
a way out.
The viruses that was studied,
Right.
whether you did or did not give a 5-year report on time, were still the viruses that phylogenetically would be impossible to be the precursor of SARS-CoV-2. So it was completely compatible with the statement that I made to Dr. Ruiz.
Is that accurate as well, knowing that they had worked on adding a furin cleavage site to MERS?
But, sir, there's a difference
He said
between
cleavage.
the viruses that were funded
What's
by the
up?
NIH subaward versus anything else anybody else in China might be doing.
Excellent.
We were talking about, did the NIH...
You were talking about what you funded.
What we funded, and
All right.
that's the point.
And that goes to my next question, because I thought you might go there, and I appreciate that.
Right.
Because in an off-the-record member-level briefing in February of 2022, I asked about the likelihood and nature of a SARS-related coronavirus to have a furin cleavage site, particularly since it takes the 12 nucleotide change in there to make it to make it as viral as this was going on. And at the time, you said to me pretty much what you just said, and I want you to just confirm it for the record. Well, that wasn't us. If that was being done, it wasn't us. And you confirmed that for the record, yes?
No,
it
what
wasn't
I'm-
you. It wasn't what you were funding.
What I'm saying is that I cannot account, nor can anyone account, for other things that might be going on in China, which is the reason why I have always said and will say now, I keep an open mind as to what the origin is. But
Sir,
the
I'm
one
sorry,
thing I
suck what?
know for sure is that the viruses that were funded by the NIH phylogenetically could not be the precursor of SARS-CoV-2.
Because you looked at the wrong thing. You got nothing. That's literally what he keeps trying to say.
Right.
I mean, this is the way they try to wordsmith everything around in every single one of these. It becomes hopelessly retarded later on. I will admit that, but this is bad. Like, there are some good hard hitting ones on the Republican side, but this dude's just like, I don't even know what a cell is. I don't know what I'm doing here. Just did we do something or not?
Right.
And look at the smile on Fauci's face. He's like, this guy's a pure blood fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if like this kind of thing is not your job or not. And I do understand that most of our congressional staffers, literally all their speeches are written and everything's controlled by their staffers. They are just puppets for their staffers. I get it. But damn.
Right. Well, I don't like that. Like you said, he's like the way that this guy is going about it, he's giving him like a way out. Where he's like, well, I mean, what if it was happening there and you just didn't know about it? Like,
and the motherfucker's like, I didn't know about it. But yeah, you're still a Republican, so I'm going to try to weasel my way out of saying I knew about it, but I didn't know about it. And it's still going to try to make no sense to you because it's not a thing.
Right.
And this continues. Like this is there were very few times he gives a straight answer to any Republican person. Now, Democrats, it's all just smoke and mirrors, blow smoke up your ass kind of thing, you know?
Right.
Oh my God, guys. We're in fucking trouble. This is our government. Like I say all the time, this is your taxpayer dollars at work. Are you happy with this?
Oh, it's infuriating watching these.
Yeah, dude.
And
we do it so you all can watch us and laugh with us, you know?
It's painful. It is painful.
It is.
To go through these kinds of things because you know straight up they're lying and they're able to lie straight to your face. And then you have your elected representatives lying about everything straight to your face. It kills me, man.
That because I've never thought that NIH or NIAID went out to create this thing, but I am a believer that it came out of the lab, and I think you've just made it clear. And sometimes people miss this, Dr. Fauci.
Give me a second, guys.
One side says one thing, one side says the other, and the actual fact may be that at some time working on that, maybe they used some of our money to get started, maybe they didn't. But a group of scientists getting together might very well, at Wuhan, have said, hey, let's see what happens if we go over here and do this. Not that NIH funded it, but they on their own went off and did something. Isn't that accurate? Isn't that possible?
Well, I actually would want to say that one thing we should put out on the table, that you were talking about a $120,000 a year grant in a $6 billion budget. So, I mean, if they were going to do something on the side, they have plenty of other money to do it. They wouldn't necessarily have to use a $120,000 NIH grant to do it.
And I appreciate that because it means something could happen. I'm glad you kept an open mind. I would ask this one final thing, though. Do you think they could have done it without the humanized mice that we gave them?
Yeah, could have done what, sir?
Could they have done any other research with the humanized mice that we gave them? Would they be successful? China didn't have the humanized mice before we gave them to Wuhan. Isn't it accurate that they might have been able to do extra stuff with our mice?
Sorry, sir. That's a hypothetical that I can't really answer what they could have.
But you can't say it couldn't have happened either. I yield back.
You want me to prove a negative?
Now recognize Ms. Castor from Florida for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, these special investigative committees are intended at the outset to bring light to difficult matters, and I think, unfortunately, this select committee has brought more heat than light to things. And one example is nearly 5 months ago, Dr. Fauci sat for a 14-hour voluntary interview with the subcommittee. I was there for that interview, which included exchanges on many important questions on research, safety, long COVID, vaccine development, and the importance of strong public health systems in our local communities. Also, we discussed pandemic preparedness, like stockpiling supplies for our hospitals in advance of the next pandemic. But I want the public to know that for 5 months, the Republicans sat on that transcript. They could have released it at any time. It was released last Friday. If the public had seen it 5 months ago, they would know that the Republicans failed to find a shred of evidence of their far-fetched conspiracy linking Dr. Fauci to a cover-up of the origins of the pandemic. Instead, the Republicans contorted and mischaracterized Dr. Fauci's words over Twitter to gin up conspiracies about NIH's role in the origins of the pandemic. In the lead up to this hearing, parts of that interview have again been cherry-picked and distorted in press releases and tweets. So, Dr. Fauci, I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to publicly clear anything up. Does anything come top of mind right off the bat in how they cherry-picked parts of your 14-hour transcript?
I don't want to be casting stones at the distortions of what was said in that, but there are a couple of things that come to mind. One I'm sure is going to come up later is the issue of the 6-foot distance, and I made the statement that it just appeared, and that got taken at like, I don't know what's going on, it just appeared. It actually came from the CDC. The CDC was responsible for those kinds of guidelines for schools.
Well, you did say it just appeared.
So when I said that it just appeared, it appeared. Was there any science behind it?
It appeared.
What I meant by no science behind it is that there wasn't a controlled trial that said compare 6 foot with 3 feet with 10 feet. So there wasn't that scientific evaluation of it. What I believe the CDC used for their reason to say 6 feet is that studies years ago showed that when you're dealing with droplets, which at the time that the CDC made that recommendation, it was felt that the transmission was primarily through droplet, not aerosol, which is incorrect because we know now aerosol does play a role. That's the reason why they did it. It had little to do with me since I didn't make the recommendation, and my saying there was no science behind it means there was no clinical trial that proved that. That's just one of the things that got a little distorted in the response to that.
And I've learned.
Now I have heard this before. I listened to this whole fucking thing today. And surprisingly, I was calm, which is weird. But
right.
yeah, he was sitting here just like, it's another one of those Weasley little tactics that he just used for that shit. Like, it just because it isn't what you think it is, it never happened kind of. Like, can we just, seriously, how do we hold, if this is allowed, how do we hold people accountable for their actions?
Right. Which we never do. That's the bad thing. It seems like everyone already sees it, but our justice system really has no justice. So, I mean, nothing really comes about with any sort of accountability.
Right.
I mean, but then people will be like, well, Trump got fucking prosecuted. Well, dude, that's a bunch of bull. Well, name what he got prosecuted for, and it wasn't hush money bullshit. So name what he got prosecuted for first before you want to come with that. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, dude, it just infuriates me so bad. It infuriates me so bad that nothing will ever come out of these things. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Hell, you just had a multiple messed up trials trying to get at Trump here. All this shit comes out about Biden and nothing. All this shit comes out about Fauci, nothing. Every single other person that cocaine was found at the White House. Everybody looked at Hunter Biden, and then it was found at the Capitol for the Capitol Police. So apparently the Capitol Police officer was the one that left it there. I mean, that's what I can surmise from out the entire thing. But apparently the Capitol Police officer left the cocaine there. It was his and everything like that. But who is the Capitol Police officer? Why have we not been held accountable for this? Why have we not seen anything? You're telling me that the most secure building did not have a camera outside the Situation Room? I don't buy it. You got DNA evidence off the bag, but you didn't get DNA evidence off the bag. The bag moved 4 times during that situation, so apparently Michael Jackson was moonwalking this motherfucker down the hallway.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Jesus. I mean, it gets me. It gets me that none of this is actually taken care of, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, if you sneeze the wrong way, you go to jail. Oh, goddamn. I'm sorry.
and watched you over the years. I have to go back to the Zika outbreak, where we didn't know how exactly it was being transmitted, and at one point we weren't aware that some of it was sexually transmitted. That's an example of why, with these public health threats, that you learn unfortunately as we go along. Talk a little bit about the Zika health threat and how that we didn't know what was happening in
Well, to
early
be
days.
fair, Mustang Matty, I will fart and roll the windows up
Your
to make you suffer.
I'm glad you brought that up, because
But he'll
it
do it
really
because he
is
likes
also
it.
reflective of what went on in the early months of COVID. When you're dealing with an outbreak that's a novel outbreak, the Zika
No, I don't
outbreak
want to
that
see a
caused
perp walk of
microcephaly
Anthony
was novel.
Fauci like
We had
Cersei
never seen
Lannister.
that before.
Lannister. No.
COVID was
I
novel.
don't want that.
We'd never seen that before.
Right.
When you're dealing with a new outbreak,
I don't want to see him
things
stripped naked while
change.
somebody
The
rings a bell
scientific
behind him
process
screaming shame.
collects the information that
be
will allow
terrible.
you at that time to make a determination, a recommendation, or a guideline. As things evolve and change and you get more information, it is important that you use the scientific process to gain that information and perhaps change the way you think of things, change your guidelines, and change your recommendation. And that really
Change
goes
these
across
nuts.
the board, because you're dealing with something that needs to be modified because it's a moving target. Zika was a moving target. COVID was a moving target.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Democratic staff for your minority report. And if it's not already submitted for the record, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to offer into the record the Democratic staff report just completed. Republicans, Fauci flop. Select Committee's 15-month probe fails to find evidence of extreme claims linking Dr. Fauci to COVID-19's origins. And thank the staff. This is an outstanding report.
Is that like the same report as the Her report or the Mueller report or the Steele dossier? Is that anything like that? Or how about those 51 motherfucking CIA people that signed that document saying, yeah, there was Russian collusion with Trump and lied all out about that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that same kind of report? Because, I mean, you have gigantic eye sockets. It fucking worries. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It worries me. Like, her eyes just do not fit her eye sockets unless there is, like...
She's got mad bags under him, too. Like, you need to go to sleep, lady.
Well, I mean, she's 60 years old. What do you want? I don't even know how old this woman
I don't know.
is. This is one of the
I don't
very
know
few
what I
times I've
want,
come
but
across her.
I know she needs sleep. That's what I do know.
Well, when you're this kind of fucking person, how can you sleep?
True.
I mean, I lose sleep knowing that they exist because I'm doing this shit all the time. All right.
that folks should read. Thank you.
Now recognize Ms. Maliotakis from New York for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think many of us in the committee are really disturbed by revelations to this committee that there were officials at NIH that deleted government records, they deleted personal or used personal information, personal emails to communicate and circumvent freedom of information laws. So I just had a couple questions about that. Dr. Fauci, did you delete any emails or records related to the Wuhan lab or the origins of the virus?
No, I did
For
not.
gaining such a savage group.
Dr. Morins said in a May 2021 email, he indicated that he was connecting people to you in a, quote, secret back channel.
Wait,
do you know what he was referring to?
I don't have any idea what he's talking about. There is no back channel at NIAID.
Holy shit.
Okay, there is, he also said
I
in
had to
another email
backtrack
that
on
there is
Glenn's
no worry
comments.
about Freedom of Information Act. I can send stuff to Tony on his private email. Did you communicate with anyone relating to anything regarding NIH or with Dr. Morin's on a private email?
I do not do government business on my private email.
Okay, so so have you communicated with Dr. Morin?
It doesn't happen because I said so. I mean, didn't Hillary Clinton say the same thing before they're like, "No, we need that subpoena," and then she went smashy, smashy, wipey, wipey.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Like, she's just like, fine, you say it's not, whatever. I'll just take your word for it because, fuck the American people.
Morin's via private email, even if it was not necessarily your definition of government business.
It might have been because, as I mentioned in my opening statement,
the weak till I'm
one
dead
of
and
his
deceased.
functions is to write chapters,
I am politically incorrect.
medical
yes.
scientific chapters with
Hell
me.
yeah.
So it is conceivable that I communicated with him on my private email when we were writing a chapter, and that was not official.
What about Peter Daszak?
Nice.
No.
That's dope.
Okay. I just want to clarify for the record, because today you testified that you did not suppress the lab leak theory, yet in the past you have said, quote, it is a distortion of reality,
Yeah, she
unquote.
used bleach
said,
on a rag
quote, I've
and
heard
she was
these
wiping
conspiracy-
down the
conspiracy theories,
servers and
like all conspiracy theories, they're just conspiracy theories. That's what you told the American people. And so would you like to clarify what science were you following then versus
Yeah,
now?
no, I've also been very, very clear and said multiple times that I don't think the concept of there being a lab leak is inherently a conspiracy theory. What is conspiracy is the kind of distortions of that particular subject, like it was a lab leak and I was parachuted into the CIA like Jason Bourne and told the CIA that they should really not be talking about a lab leak.
Thank you.
That's
That was kind of funny, I can't lie.
I mean, it was, but
like I was parachuted in there like Jason Bourne and told CIA not to, you know.
that's literally how he's going to try and get out of this because he did not parachute in like Jason Bourne. It did not happen.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like the most extremes of everything. It really is. It's the most. Okay, so literally, just because you got this one little thing wrong, everything you say is always wrong.
Right.
And well, okay, so I did do this, but I didn't do this like this, so therefore it's not me. Like, God, like let's bring
This
some
guy
common
gets-
sense back to people.
I know. Oh yeah, this guy gets away with so much. It's ridiculous.
And I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, stupidity needs to hurt people again. I mean, let's be honest. When you were learning as a kid, you put your hand on a hot stove, you burnt your hand, you didn't do it again because it hurt like hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did we lose that learning along the way? I mean, it's the basic fundamentals of what keeps us alive. We stay away from danger.
Right. Well, and that's part of that whole people trying to shape the world for the people in the future. It's like, no, to be honest, it should be a lot freer than it is, and shit's going to happen. You need to shape your children or the other people that are coming up for the world. You don't shape the world for the people. That's not how it works.
Well, that actually kind of goes into a little bit. I'm just going to leave it at this and we'll come back. But that actually kind of goes into like evolutionary theory and why people haven't evolved. Since modern man time. Yes, our brains have grown and everything like that, but it's also because, you know, mutation is adaptation to the environment. Now we're making our environment adapt to us. So how do we
Exactly.
change?
Exactly. Yeah. We become softer because we're trying to make the world softer.
Either that or we just become more intelligent along the way. But either way, it's
right. And stopping bullies an integral part of childhood. Exactly. Bring back bullying. To a certain extent, there should always be some bullying and some shaming. I don't care what anyone says. There should be. You should feel some shame for some stuff.
Yes. I mean, you shouldn't feel shame for like skin color or immutable characteristics that make you who you are, other than guess what? It's gonna happen in life. Is so
no, but you should feel shame. You should feel shame and not get drunk on a fucking Sunday because your name's Becky and you're a fucking Sagittarius. God damn it! Like there should be some fucking accountability taken for some stuff.
I feel personally attacked with that one.
God damn it, Becky! Get your shit together. All right.
Hey, look, it's Leanne today. Damn it. I mean, this is how ridiculous it gets, but yeah, let's go.
Appreciate that. Dr. Fauci, how much have you earned from royalties from pharmaceutical companies since the pandemic began in 2021?
Jesus says we lost it with
0.
You might be correct with that.
It says NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers.
That's a big part.
You're
Absolutely.
saying that you did not receive any of the $710 million.
You deserve to be recognized too. Really?
On COVID, I received, I think, $122 for a monoclonal antibody that I made 27 years ago.
Okay, so just in general, though, how much have you received, not related to COVID, just in general, how much have you received in royalties between 2021 and 2023?
I think none.
Okay, so somebody received the $710 million.
Somebody did, but not me.
You didn't receive any royalties?
It wasn't directly, the check was not made out in my name. So therefore, I didn't get it. But I am the director of the fucking company that did get it. But because the check wasn't made out in my name, I should have nothing to do with that, even though my fingerprints are all over how it was divvied up in the first fucking place.
I have nothing to do with that, I swear. I don't know anything about it.
I mean, these are the stupid... Dude, this is the same fucking thing that with the Mayorkas impeachment, that Republicans just, like, I love the freeze frame on here because what the fuck is going on with their eyes? But, no, it was the same thing for the Mayorkas impeachment. Like, literally, you know how that worked out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it was just while they were arguing about it, Democrats would say, okay, high crimes and misdemeanors, that's what an impeachable offense is. So what are high crimes? Well, high crimes could be genocide, correct? Oh, fuck yeah, high crimes are genocide. Okay, so misdemeanors, that would be jaywalking, correct? Ah, okay, yeah, why would you even charge jaywalking? But yes, that is a crime, it is a misdemeanor. Okay, so if it's high crimes like genocide and misdemeanors like jaywalking that you can be impeached for, this is a felony.
Yeah.
It's a felony, so therefore it don't count. You can, ladies and gentlemen, when Trump said, hey, he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose a single vote, apparently the motherfucker was right nonetheless, number one. But you can't be impeached for it because it's a felony. That's what they were arguing. And they're missing the point yet again here. Because they're saying, okay, because you are the director, this is all because of you. You have to have some kind of knowledge in this. You have to know these things because it's your job to know these things. The email didn't come directly to me. The payment wasn't made in my name. I knew about it all. I'm just going to say I don't because you can't prove it.
Right.
But you can track nothing back to me because I wasn't the one that signed any papers. No check was made out in my name. That's the argument. And everybody's fucking missing it. It irritates me. It irritates me because the Democrats are really good at this shit. They're really good at just like trying to nail a point through.
Right, even if it's a terrible one. But no, you're right.
This is the entire argument in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen.
Royalties. Okay.
I mean, I see no royalties associated with COVID. I mentioned.
I said.
No, I just said. I'm on the record, and I want to make sure that this is clear. That I've developed a monoclonal antibody about 25 years ago that's used as a diagnostic that has nothing to do with COVID, and I receive an average of about $120 a year from that
Hold
Okay,
on, Butch,
but the bottom
Butch on
line here
YouTube
is that
here says,
scientists
after
at
my
NIH
first shot, I went to the
did
hospital
receive
for pericarditis.
$710 million
I had to get the
in
shot
royalties, and I guess
for
my
my
question
job.
is,
Jesus.
don't you think that if these
God damn,
experiments
that's
are
fucked
made
up.
using American tax dollars, that any of those royalties,
See, look,
this
I've
nearly
been calling
billions
it
of
out
dollars, should be going
for
back to
over
the
a year
American
now.
taxpayer,
Business, how
not in the
long I've been
pockets of the
chasing that shit down.
scientists. Do you believe that's a law that we
I've been
should
chasing
consider
a
changing?
lot down with that, and it's
If you
worse
want to
than you
change
think.
the patent
Butch.
laws and the
I was gonna call you Bo.
Bayh-Dole
I don't know
Act,
why.
then go ahead. But that's not for me to
Well,
say.
I'm asking your opinion. Okay. Well, anyway, moving on. I just want to say that we know billions of dollars have been funding these animal experiments, both here domestically and in foreign land. I'm very troubled by the cruel, horrific animal research that has been done on U.S. land and in foreign laboratories. Taxpayers are footing the bill for billions of dollars. These beagle puppies that have their throats
She looks like the
slit,
mom of at
they're
least
being
one
injected with
person
ticks,
that
they are
everybody
murdered
had a
after,
friend
just a
of
few
in high
months.
school.
Piglets, rabbits, you name it. FDA
Yeah,
saying
she
we
was
no
I feel like
longer
I've met
need
this
to
lady.
have
friend to make
testing,
sure you didn't go home
human
with some.
medications on animals, that there's other ways to
My friend
achieve
is not
this.
interested, okay?
Can you comment on that, if it's time for the United States of America to be moving on from these
She
cruel
was the one that
animal
would
and
get
horrific
free
costly
drinks
tests?
just
I'd be
to
happy
try
to
to loosen
comment,
her
but I'm
up,
puzzled
but
as
she
to
was
what
on
that has to do with the
the dance
origins
floor
of COVID.
herself,
Well,
just trying
I
to
have a
jiggle
question
shit to
about
get
it,
attention.
and
I'd
you're
be
before
happy
this
to
committee,
answer.
and it has to do in general with the amount of
shit.
waste of tax dollars that NIH is using.
Well, the animal
I
experiments
find
that are
incredibly
conducted
hilarious?
by and funded by
A story
NIH
came out
go
about
through
in a few
strict,
months about her having a stripper pole in her basement.
regulations
That'd be
of the
hilarious.
proper use of animals in research. So I'm not,
I mean, we got Shrek and
Congressman,
Gash.
with all due respect, I'm
I'd
not
be
trying
like,
to
I have
confrontative.
50% more
I'm not
respect
sure
for you
what
now.
you're talking about, but the experiments that the NIH funded go through strict regulatory processes of
Well,
the
until you get
treatment of
things like
animals,
that-
the
that
humane
woman
treatment
who
of
was
animals.
elected
Well, they're not very humane, and I will
who had
say,
an
as a
OnlyFans.
former
I mean,
director,
Yeah.
You're going too
you
far
signed
with
off
that.
on these experiments.
Yeah, no,
And
true.
so
Yeah.
My
I
time
agree.
has expired, and we will.
Well, I signed off on them because they were approved by a peer review.
Now recognize Ms.
You just
Dingell
cut
from
your own
Michigan
damn
for
self
5
off.
minutes of question.
Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because he got nervous.
You know, instead of actually taking a serious look at the various ways by which this virus could have emerged in a
this
lab
lady.
or in nature, my Republican
Dingleberry.
colleagues and friends
Yeah,
have spent the last
she really
15
is.
months
She's
trying to
that's the
pin
best name
blame
I got
on
for her that's
NIH,
okay with you two.
NIAID, and specifically Dr. Fauci for
Yeah,
the
I wanna-
COVID-19 pandemic.
I'm going to keep all of
Go
my
ahead.
remarks to myself. No.
No, go ahead.
Who the fuck scared the shit out of this lady? She lost her eyebrows, all of her hair color. She looks fucking insane. God damn, that's fucking scary. That is a fucking poltergeist character. I swear to God.
Carol Ann.
Yeah.
Come to the light. No, she looks like the medium woman, like a mix, like if the medium woman and the demon man had a fucking baby. That's
Right,
what you
yeah.
would get.
Right, yeah, that fucking the old time guy and the fucking medium lady. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, true.
Either that or
She looks-
Leatherface. Like,
Yeah, she's been
we're seeing
dead for
some
like
Buffalo Bill shit going on.
Right? She's been dead for like 17 years. Look at her. I swear to God. The
This is-
walking dude.
Oh God. All right.
Sorry, I just had to
And
go off from
now
that.
it just, let's bring everything in. Look, I want to have a discussion about animal testing too, but I'm really not sure how that comes into here. So,
It's gain of function, bitch.
Yeah.
How does that not fit into the exact same thing you're talking about?
a
The
burnt
shit jump
fat
from
Barbie from
animal to
19
human. You're injecting animals with this to make it jump from animal to human. How is that not involved?
Mustang Maddie, a burnt fat Barbie from 1943. That is so good.
I can't like this is just sheer stupid. You can literally, if you watch any of these, more often than not, within the first minute or two of everybody speaking, you can tell who's Democrat, who's Republican. You don't even have to know who they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's like the one thing that I hate about our two-party system is that like really nobody falls in the middle, except for like Joe Manchin and shit. Like they somewhat did sometimes, but way more Democrat than anything, and that's why they left. But it's like you just said, it's exactly how it is. It's as soon as they start talking, you could tell which side they're on, and it's ridiculous. And this lady also, that's why I said, I was like, oh god, this lady, she fucking fucks up more words than anybody I've ever heard.
She does. Other than Sawtooth, that Hernandez Ferns woman, whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah.
Oh god. But anyway, California. I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice here. This is just off the cuff. I don't know what made me think about this. Fuck Adam Schiff. The person you should be voting for is Katie Porter. She is insane. But she actually sticks true to the values of the Democratic Party. What the Democratic Party used to be. Not this leftist bullshit. I disagree with her a lot, but she does bring up a lot of damn good points and some semblance of common sense when talking about how she wants to fix it.
Right.
Please do the right damn thing. Do not give Adam Schiff away from go to the House where he's censured all the time. Everybody knows who he is, pencil neck dickhole. Everybody hates him. To the Senate where he has more control for lying to you. Don't let it happen, please. I know you're going to because you're California and y'all are just a bunch of retarded assholes, but come on. For once, do something. I'm sorry. Let's go.
But I want to be perfectly clear, though, that the Select Subcommittee has seen no evidence of this. However, allegations by my Republican colleagues, amplified in the media, have led to real, tangible consequences for Dr. Fauci in his personal life, in a way that should be unacceptable to all Americans.
I have so many questions.
Dr. Fauci, you and I have known each other for a long time, and I'm not even going to admit how long. But during that time, I've seen your commitment not just to science, but to advancing the greater good. And I know that this isn't a topic you enjoy discussing, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to ask you about it. But I think the American people need to know what we are doing to those who are serving the common good and public health. I think it's important to make clear the harms that you and your loved ones have suffered because of these deeply irresponsible accusations. Because you know what? You're human, just like the rest of us. So, Dr. Fauci, can you please share with us the nature of the threats you have received since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Oh, poor fucking baby.
Yes, there have been everything from harassments by emails, texts, letters of myself, my wife, my 3 daughters. There have been credible death threats leading to the arrests of 2 individuals, and credible death threats mean someone who clearly was on their way to kill me. And it's required my having protective services essentially all the time. It is very troublesome to me. It is much more troublesome because they've involved my wife and my 3 daughters.
At these moments, how do you feel?
Oh, how do you feel about death threats being thrown your way, knowing full fucking well you have the most detail around the world?
Right.
How do you feel about somebody saying, motherfucker, you've interrupted my life and I need to take you out? How do you feel about that? Meanwhile, what have you been dealing with your entire damn life as they were rioting all over the country, burning things down and threatening to off you? How do you feel, Fauci? It bothers me.
Keep your mic on.
Terrible.
Do you continue to receive threats today?
Yes, I do. Every time someone gets up and says I'm responsible for the death of people throughout the world, the death threats go up.
It's unacceptable that you've been treated this way, especially after you've dedicated your life to science and research for the public interest. You deserve better. Every human being deserves better. And I'm afraid that the treatment you've received will also have far-reaching consequences for the future of science, particularly when done for the public good. Dr. Fauci, how do you think the threats towards you and other public health officials have received will impact bright young scholars thinking about going off into science or public service? Think as many people want to follow in your footsteps as they did when I first met you?
You know, Congressman.
Did anybody realize how long it took her to open her eyes?
I think this is a powerful disincentive for young people to want to go into public health and maybe even science and medicine in the public arena, because it's very clear that not only I, because I'm a very much of a public figure, but many of my colleagues who are less visible than I, whenever they speak up in defense of the kinds of things that we're trying to do to protect the American public, they too get threats. And when they see that their colleagues get threats, they say to themselves, I don't want to go there. Why should I get involved in that? And you have some potentially very good talent that would be important to maintain the integrity and the excellence of the public health enterprise in the United States. We're not getting the best people coming in because they're reluctant to put themselves and their family through what they see their colleagues being put through.
Well, you're right. You're not alone in feeling that way. In fact, ahead of today's hearing, the Select Subcommittee received a letter from the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials.
All right, you're getting the Pelosi shit going on.
Public health officials in communities of all
We need a
political
breathalyzer now.
persuasions, detailing the surge of harassment,
She needs lotion.
intimidation,
She looks so dry.
hate speech, threats of violence, and death threats that their members faced during the pandemic. I'm going to ask you to insert into the letter, but I wanted to just make the point before I close, Mr. Chairman, that as many as 40% of public health workers have been bullied, threatened, or harassed. And I think we all need to take that on as a public health issue. I'd ask
40% of people have been bullied, threatened, or harassed. I'm sorry. Hey, when I had a blood clot in my lung and they were telling me to lay down on shit when I couldn't even fucking move, raise my hands over my head, and I'm screaming in fucking pain, and they're telling me, hey, you need to shut up. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I'm going to throw insults at you. I'm going to attack you. I am in pain, and you want me to hurt myself and not be able to take out any kind of aggression as a man against the thing that's hurting me? Yeah, it's got to go somewhere. If verbally abusing you is the worst is what I'm going to because you are making me cause into pain, I'm sorry. That should not be a thing. I would expect... let's just be honest, dude. If somebody shot you and I was sticking my fingers in the wound to dig around and just play, if you were cussing me, I would expect it. You know?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
If I was digging the bullet out, I would expect you to just go ham on me because I know full well that's stopping you from punching me in the face. You know? And so, I mean, it's the same situation. You know, so these people that are dealing with this, you have to understand a lot of things are happening in the doctor's office. Everybody's, especially with dealing with something like COVID at the beginning, everybody was freaking out. If I got COVID, I was going to die. That was the answer. That was what you were told. If you got COVID, you were going to die. Doesn't matter. And then they told you, hey, don't overwhelm the hospitals. If you got COVID, well, we're just going to send you home. Don't come back unless you're dying. I mean, come on. I'm just so tired of America just being a baby about everything. All right.
asked to enter the letter into the record and yield back.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr.
And now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Fauci, did the National Institute of Health fund the potentially dangerous enhanced potential pandemic pathogens gain of function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
You don't even know the words that are coming out of your mouth.
I would not characterize it the way you did.
Yeah,
the
there was a
National
lot of words,
Institutes of
lady.
Health, through a sub-award to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, funded research on the surveillance of and the possibility of emerging infections. I would not characterize it as dangerous gain-of-function research. I've already testified to that effect a couple of times.
So you're saying no, correct?
You notice how fluent he is with his
in
speech
his
now.
May 16th,
I'm saying no because I've said no multiple times, including
you.
on the transcribed interview.
In his May 16, 2024 testimony, the NIH Deputy Director Tabak said, and I quote, "I can tell you that the failure of the Wuhan Institute of Virology to provide us with the data that we requested and the lab notebooks that we requested certainly impeded our ability to understand what was really going on with the experiments that we have been discussing this morning." My question to you, Dr. Fauci, if the NIH didn't inspect the Wuhan Institute of Virology and NIH didn't receive the lab books and data from China and the required reports from EcoHealth Alliance were not submitted, in fact, they were late, how can you definitively say that the NIH did not fund the dangerous gain-of-function research?
I go back to what I said, that the gain-of-function research by the operative and regulatory definition of P3CO does not include at all the viruses that were studied under the sub-award.
How do you know that, sir, if there was no lab books, nothing from China?
We know what viruses they were studying.
How? How do you know? You never went there.
I'm telling you that the NIH funded research on these viruses. If someone else somewhere in China was doing something else.
Well, and that's the problem, because NIH didn't go there. You didn't get the reports that were needed. How in the world would you know? I'm going to go on to the next question.
Well, again, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
Dr. Morenz, your senior advisor for over 20 years, said in an email dated February 24th, 2021, I learned from your FOIA lady here now how to make emails disappeared when I am FOIA'd. But before the search starts, so I think we are all safe.
I want you to understand, that was in an email that the motherfucker sent. I learned from my FOIA lady how to delete emails, but before the FOIA request is sent, so therefore it's all cool, ladies and gentlemen. There's no track record of anything. I learned from the woman who's going to ask me for my shit how to delete my shit before she asked me to delete it, or before she asked me for it.
Right.
But still, somehow, it's okay, ladies and gentlemen, because why? Let's go. I gotta pee.
Plus, I deleted most of these earlier emails after sending them to Gmail. In another email dated 4/21/21, Dr. Morenz said, I forgot to say, there is no worry about FOIAs. I can either send stuff to Tony, meaning you, on his private email or hand it to him at work or at his house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Dr. Fauci, were you ever engaged in attempts to obstruct the Freedom of Information Act and the release of public documents?
No.
Did Dr. Morenz communicate with you about official business using his private email?
Official business? No.
Did you ever encourage Dr. Morenz to use his private email address for official business?
No.
My next question, sir, is on February 1st, 2020. Yourself, Dr. Fauci, the NIH Director Collins, and at least 11 other scientists were on a conference call to discuss the origins of COVID. A number of the scientists said that they were concerned that COVID was the result of a lab leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and were concerned that a revelation of the lab leak theory would hurt their relationship with China. The CDC Director Redfield testified that he was not invited on this conference call, and he believes because he believed the lab leak theory was possible. 3 days later, on February 4th, 2020, 4 participants on the conference call authored a paper, Proximal Origin, which was sent to you for editing. Proximal Origin pushed the natural origin theory. On April 16, 2020, the NIH director, Dr. Collins, emailed you expressing dismay that the Nature Medicine article, which was based on proximal origin, didn't suppress the lab leak theory and asked you for more public pressure to suppress the lab leak theory. The very next day, in response to Dr. Collins' request to suppress the lab leak theory, you cited the Nature Medicine article, which discounted the lab leak theory from the White House podium. My question to you, sir, did you cite this article at the White House because the NIH director asked you to suppress the lab leak theory?
I did not do that in response to anybody's suggestion to suppress anything. It was in response
it was
to
all,
a question that someone
it
asked
traced back to me, so I
at the
did it
podium.
immediately.
And I did not
Off my own
edit
request.
any paper as shown in my official testimony. So you said about 4 or 5 things, Congressman, that were just not true.
Well, we have emails to prove it.
Well, you don't.
Thank you, and I
But
yield
we
back.
do. But we do.
I now recognize Mr. Mfume from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
That was kind of funny. That was like a little kid argument in a way. He's like, well, we have emails. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Like, I mean, well, it's kind of funny for someone to say that we have emails and the other person to say, no, we don't. It's like, or no, you don't. Well, I mean, those live forever. So if they have them, they have them.
They do, but he's going to say, oh, no, they're taken out of context because I was talking about A and not B.
Right, true.
I mean, it's all backwards bullshit, but I do want to bring this up, ladies and gentlemen. This guy has a point. This next guy does. He has a somewhat of a point. However, he directs his anger towards the wrong people. And I am going to tell you this. I feel like this Mr. Mfume guy, either he's going to back out of politics or he'll become an independent soon.
Gotcha.
He's tired of it, but he's tired of it. He's tired of it for the right reasons, but he's still arguing the wrong things.
Right. Well, that's like Joe Manchin. He's the same way. He's tired of it for the right reasons. He gets sick of it. He leaves the Democratic Party, but then he still tries to fight for shit that obviously is way more of like that liberal Democrat. I don't know, all that shit that they do. So he doesn't really, like, he's tired of what they do, and then he tries to come to the other side a little bit. He's super in the middle, but yeah, we'll see with that.
It's going to be a minute before this one comes, but there's going to be a point where he's going to be, if he stays in politics, there's going to be a point where he breaks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And by the way, no, we don't have it. So I get tired of hearing we've got it, and then when we ask for it, it's not there. We do not have it, Dr. Fauci, and for everyone watching this. That's just incorrect. Now, let me just say a couple of things.
Do, because
sound
it's
a little
actually been shown.
Outraged just because, we sit here and we watch one conspiracy theory after another get debunked. And if I might, on a point of personal privilege, to the gentlewoman from New York who wanted to argue that we should be worrying about testing of human medicines on animals, if this committee...
Oh, by the way, here's where racism comes involved. And this is insane.
That's funny. I can't wait to hear how it gets drug into this.
Dude, just brace yourself. You don't show much emotion, but I feel like you're about to.
Right on. Let's find
really
out.
Wants to do something. Let's talk about the most infamous biomedical research study in the United States, the Tuskegee study, where 400 black men in this country were injected deliberately with syphilis and allowed to die slowly over a 40-year period without any attempt to help them at all. It was condoned by the U.S. Public Health Service. And if we want to talk about testing, let's talk about that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, COVID is nothing about like the Tuskegee experiment because black people died.
Right, exactly. And then that's one of the reasons why, to be honest, whenever this whole thing started and people weren't trust in the government, blah blah blah, and like it was hilarious whenever like if somebody white brought up the Tuskegee experiment just for even a thing. Well, they didn't do it to white people, but are you fucking serious? That's still the government, you fucking retard. Oh my god, like it's still the same thing. It means you don't trust them. God damn it! Look what the fuck has happened.
Yes, but he's like I said, he's arguing all the right things, but for the wrong causes.
Right.
Like this dude, you can tell throughout his, like every single person that has flipped from the Democratic Party here lately, if you watch back on their hearings, if you watch back on their speeches, the things that they say, you can see them literally get frustrated along the way, and then they have their breaking point. This dude is near it.
Right.
Because he knows he has to argue this. Like, look at the woman in the background right now. What the hell is wrong with her? She looks like some plastic doll robotic shit. Anyway, I just
Her
saw
eyes
that.
are way too close together.
Her eyes are way too close together. The cheeks point out too much. She just looks like she was molded in plastic in that one. But yeah, it's like you can see the anger building up in them along the way, and then all of a sudden there's that snap point. I feel like this dude is close to it because he knows full well what he's arguing is bullshit.
I'm going to talk about COVID right now. Mr. Chairman, I have the floor, Mr. Chairman. I want to say to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ask you to suspend, please. I want to remind the audience of decorum. Recognize Mr. Mfume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Somebody in the audience is getting pissed at that comment.
Ranking Member Ruiz for this opportunity.
Gotcha.
Dr. Fauci.
Somebody behind Fauci just got pissed at his comment about the Tuskegee experiment because black people died.
Why would that's the last thing you should do is get pissed.
No,
I mean,
they're pissed because there's no reason for you to bring it up, yet you did. And the dude behind that, there's actually a story about it. The dude was actually escorted out. It happens later on, but he's escorted out because the dude's literally like, why are you even trying to inject race in this shit? It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, okay, I get that part. Okay.
It was one of the people, one of the audience in the background. By the way, if you actually look at the people in the background behind Fauci, they're fucking amazing. There's an old woman in a white shirt who's wearing a shirt that says J.O. Fauci.
That's awesome.
There's a couple of people in the background. Some of them are just like, what the fuck? But yeah.
Fauci, we owe you an apology for the way we have raked you through the mud, and none of us have said to you, here's where you go to get your good name and your reputation back. It's the most unfair thing I have seen. If there were evidence,
I'm just going to say this. I can't repeat that.
Charges,
Maddie, what the fuck?
I, like everybody else, would be interested, but we haven't seen a damn thing to suggest that these accusations are accurate. You've been a hero to many for 54 years, 5+ decades. You helped lead this country through the anthrax scare, through AIDS, through Zika, through Ebola, through SARS, and through COVID-19, pandemics and epidemics. We owe you a collective thank you. You are a world-renowned scientist and an American patriot. And whether or not people want to believe that, that's on them. But those facts are undisputable. For a year and a half, the Republican majority on this committee has sought to weaponize genuine scientific questions over COVID-19 and to vilify our public health officials and our nation's scientists with unsubstantiated, with baseless, with allegations that just can't stand the light of day. And so they've tried to do that with COVID-19, and we are here now as a result of the aggregated amount of foolishness that has taken place. And I've always said to this committee, every time I've had a chance to speak, let's go back to when we were in the heart of the pandemic, when our family members and friends and coworkers were dying left and right, when we were afraid to get near anybody, where we wanted to wash down our groceries before we brought them into the house, where
I'm sorry. Did any of you wash down your groceries?
Hold on, did he say he wants to go back to that time? Did I hear him wrong? Oh, before. No. Okay.
No, he wants to go before that happened.
I was going to say, what the fuck? Okay.
Jesus. I understand in some places they actually had that, like you had the delivery outside your house. But ladies and gentlemen, these are in the places that this motherfucker represents. He's pissed about what the people he represents had to go through, implemented by the same motherfucker that he represents.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he's blaming it on everybody else. This dude he's close to cracking. Because he knows he can't keep this shit going. He knows he can't.
Yeah. We were willing to put on masks or headgear if it would keep us from being infected. And we turned to our leaders and the public health officials and scientists for answers. And we got some, but then we didn't get some. And then we got some later, like Dr. Deborah Birx, who was Donald Trump's expert on the virus, who said, no, bleach won't do it. Don't inject yourself with it. And who also said publicly on the record that thousands of American lives could have been spared if we had done what we were being told to do by the scientific community. At least one thing is clear. Those 1 million people who died as a result of these conspiracy theories will never come back. And those families have empty seats at the table year after year. And we do a disservice if, at the very least, we don't acknowledge their deaths and the harm and the hurt that has been done to their families and learn how to find a way to trust science going forward in this country. Dr. Fauci, you've been accused over and over again of going to the CIA headquarters.
I was waiting for him to address him as science.
Like
science.
CIA to construct a way to make sure that COVID raged in this country. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Dr. Fauci, have you been to the CIA office in the last 20 years or headquarters?
Yes, Glenn, you are
I went
correct.
to the CIA
Thousands of lives could have been
decades
spared
ago
if
during
hadn't
the anthrax
infected
attacks
with flu into nursing homes.
to discuss
Stretching Gresham sent
possibility
young
of terrorist
COVID patients
attacks.
in nursing homes.
Thank you.
Don't forget that.
I wanted to get that on the record because that's just the
So much
latest
so
story
that
now.
one
that
mentally
you
ill,
and the
disturbed
CIA
patient
director conspired.
beat the hell
This
out
is
of an old man.
foolishness.
Well, he beat him to
People
death.
are not going to agree with you. I understand that. But we take and besmirch somebody's good name. Think about if it were one of us. We'd be jumping up and down trying to find a way to get justice.
BJ Secure, my was kicking in. Have a beautiful night, gentlemen. Thanks for showing us the circus in D.C. Pray for America and the world. I appreciate you. That's what we always going to do. Take it easy, Jennifer. We'll see you again. And you enjoy yourself with that ride.
Justice. And so on behalf of those of us who are thankful, who are part of many in a grateful nation, thank you for your service, sir. I yield back.
And I'll recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. And I do want to echo some of what Mr. Nfume said because I do think we need to focus on the people. And I think that's really what the angst that's left with the American people. It's what they had to walk through during this time. I'm going to go down a list of mitigation measures that you supported over the course of the pandemic and ask you just to give a yes or no as to whether you still believe these measures were justified. Business closures.
Not hearing you at all. Could you please speak louder?
Sure.
No, I'm not hearing you.
I'm going to go through a list of...
I'm not hearing you. Could you just tongue fuck my ear hole? Dude, I heard every fucking word of that, and I was talking above it.
Right. Oh, that's Fauci wasting time.
Yeah. He didn't want to answer the question.
Measures that you supported over the course of the pandemic and ask you to give me a yes or no as to whether you believe these measures were justified. Business closures.
Early on when 5,000 people were dying a day, yes.
Church closures.
Hold on. Here's where the numbers get really fucky. Because during our little COVID thing last Thursday, they said like 1 year in, they had a little COVID thing where they said 1.5 million people died worldwide in a year. If that's reported 1.5 million all over the world, listen to the numbers they throw out, ladies and gentlemen. I can pull up the clip if you want me to.
Same thing.
School closures.
Again, the
stay-at-home orders.
These were important when we were trying to stop the tsunami of deaths that were occurring early on. How long you kept them going is debatable.
Mask mandates for adults, mask mandates for children, mask mandates for children under 5.
And going back to what I said before, all of that is in the context of, at the time, 4,000 to 5,000 people a day
there's
were
scientific
dying.
evidence for that?
Excuse me?
Mask mandates for children under 5, there's scientific evidence supporting that?
There was no study that did masks on kids before. You couldn't do the study. You had to respond to an epidemic that was killing 4,000 to 5,000 Americans per
Vaccine
day.
mandates for employees, vaccine mandates for students, vaccine mandates for military.
Vaccines save lives. It is very, very clear that vaccines have saved hundreds of thousands
They didn't
of
ask
Americans.
Jesus.
And millions
You didn't ask
We're
that.
talking about the
worldwide.
COVID-19.
No.
Did or do the COVID-19 vaccine stop anyone from getting COVID?
I answered that question to the chairman. Early on, it became clear that
they did.
No, actually, no. In the beginning, it clearly prevented infection in a certain percentage of people, but the durability of its ability to prevent infection was not long. It was measured in months.
And they didn't stop you from spreading it either.
Early on, it did if it prevented infection, but what became clear that it did not prevent transmission when the ability to prevent infection waned.
I think what's troubling is when the American people look at the certainty and the case at which people lost jobs, they lost livelihoods. I had rural hospitals in my area that did not have a single case of COVID in their rural community that had to shut down and people not get care that they did need for cancer, and some passed away because of those kind of things. Time after time again, people's lives are destroyed, and we have not seen the same sort of, once the new data came available, we did not see a change of course. And you'll point out, for example, in the schools that the CDC, put out the guidelines, for example. But we know that those guidelines end up being protection from lawsuits. It's, if you don't want to be sued, you better follow the guidelines. So they're not mandates, de facto mandates, but they turn out to be such a mandate. And when the science began to change, we all understand that in the first few weeks, even a couple months, we were all trying to figure it out. I think there's a lot of grace for that. The concern is that as the science became available, there wasn't like oh, maybe we should consider the lab leak theory. Oh, maybe we should consider natural immunity. We never heard this messaging coming from you or from anyone else who stood on the sidelines talking about these things. And it's left the American people with a tremendous distrust. I want to talk a little bit about the grant process. My understanding from your testimony to us, it says that the NIH process for awarding grants is that basically research proposal goes to peer review committee to receive a priority score. Then it goes to an advisory council for NIH personnel. It receives a final, basically the group votes on it, and then eventually it ends up on your desk for signature, right? Now, you said in that sometimes, if I recall correctly, those grants are often approved in block, in mass, when they're voted on, and then you sign off on them.
That's correct.
This is one of the things that's really troubling to the American people, because they look at their lives being destroyed and there's no one to hold accountable, because these systems of accountability have become systems of plausible deniability. And so your name is on every single grant, but yet you absolve yourself of any sort of responsibility by saying, well, it goes to this 100%. Committee that's,
Mr. Cloud is okay. You just
that has a number of people on it, and they're approved in block, and so
I like what he
no
said.
Accountability for anything, any of the taxpayer
These systems
dollars.
what do you say? These systems of accountability become systems of plausible deniability instead. That's so true.
He's actually on point. He stays with the he always stays on point. He's always talking about it. He always knows what's going on and everything. And I get it. It's his staffers behind him. Yes, I get it. But at least his staffers are being fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's always on point. He always brings up things, and he's good, but he just doesn't get recognition. But the moment he gets recognition, I guarantee you the media's going to come after that man.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you he's not going to be the next Marjorie Taylor Greene, or Matt Gaetz, but maybe a bit of a Tim Scott. And if you want to push it a little further, maybe a Ted Cruz. That's about it.
Right. Yeah.
He wants to play party lines, though, and it gets me with it. Yeah. He wants to play those party lines. He wants to stay within the rules. Like, the Democrats break rules all the damn time, and nobody calls them out on their shit.
We need more Thomas Masseys.
I love it. I'd love it, but I mean,
all
sides of the aisle, Thomas Massey, all sides of the aisle. I don't want just like all of Thomas Massey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if all sides of the aisle could bring common sense and just real fucking talk to everything, we'd be a lot further into everything right now.
Absolutely.
But
yeah. That are going forth.
I'll be right
I
back.
disagree with you, Congressman.
I've been drinking.
Because if you look at the number of grants, we fund thousands of grants. It would be physically impossible for me to go through every single grant in a detailed way to understand it. That is true not only for me, but for virtually every institute at the NIH.
Then why does your signature go on it?
Because somebody has to sign off on it, and you trust the expertise and the competence of the staff that go over.
Why don't you not trust them?
Time has expired.
Hire somebody
now
better.
Recognize Ms. Ross from North Carolina for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Dr. Fauci, for your voluntary testimony today, also for so much grace in your 14 hours of testimony.
This lady got
I again want to thank you for your service and your
super
patience.
Close eyes.
It's truly remarkable. Because it bears repeating, let me just remind everyone that after 15 months, my Republican colleagues' extreme allegations against you remain unsubstantiated. Unsubstantiated. And now, during your two-day closed-door interview in January, you discussed a number of topics regarding the public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic, some of which we've touched on briefly, but I just want to dive in a little bit deeper here. For example, you discussed both then and here with Congresswoman Castor the recommendation that we maintain 6 feet of distance between one another to reduce the spread of COVID-19. And you discussed how social distancing recommendations were developed, that you yourself didn't pick this 6 feet, and it was just really kind of a guideline in the moment. In your view, though, do social distancing recommendations and other public health measures to reduce transmission save lives?
No.
Definitely.
Oh, Goofy for Jesus jumped over to Rumble. Welcome,
I'd also
brother.
like to go back and take a deeper dive into the COVID-19 vaccine.
We are not family friendly over
discussion
here,
that we
and
just
you just
had,
walked into
and you were also asked about that during your interview in January. In the Select Subcommittee, we've heard suggestions that the vaccine was ineffective because of breakthrough infections that occur after vaccination. We just heard about that right here. But as I understand it, perhaps the strongest measure of COVID-19 vaccine's effectiveness is the reduction of severe disease and death, not necessarily getting a milder
She talks like Sean
form of
Connery
COVID.
sometimes.
Could you
Sure,
talk about that a little bit?
Hold on. I want y'all to understand that when this thing happened, they said 1 shot and you're done. It's never going to affect you again, right? Just be done. And then all of a sudden, no, it's 2 shots and done because it wanes in a little bit, okay? And then it was just, well, every variant, another shot, and keep getting boosters because it needs to be a thing. Hey, it's going to be a year thing. It's going to be a 6 months thing. It's a 4 months thing. It's a 3 months thing. It's monthly. And we haven't gone monthly with it. We stopped at, 4 months?
Right. Well, a lot of people were already like out of the door, even ones that got it. Whenever they started saying we're gonna have to get it once a year, just like the fucking flu, it's ridiculous.
And what bothers me though is if you actually track the Pfizer's stock from the moment that they got that the okay, the blank fucking check, which yes, I will admit is a Trump thing. Operation Warp Speed was Trump's. I will give it that. And the asshole has still yet to say, yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It bothers me. It really does. But, like, you can see through the whole thing. The moment they got the blank check, it shoots the fuck up as far as, like, stock value is concerned. And
Absolutely.
then it drops rapidly. And every time it starts dropping rapidly, they're like, take a booster, take a booster, take a booster, take a booster. You can track it with their financial market. And people just didn't realize any of this.
I know that's one of the sayings that always comes up, that always keep in the back of your mind if you want to know why it's getting backing or any of that. It's always follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
I will. Okay, I'll give you that, Glenn. He said, "What the fuck, Rich? We are family friendly. We actually care about families and family units. We just can't stand these fucking commies who don't." You are correct. I was saying we aren't family friendly with the content, brother, and definitely the chat, because y'all are wild.
Yeah, there's a few cunts thrown around here and there and here, so usually we don't like kids to be watching, if you will.
I'm sorry. I'm crass. I'm rude. I live up to my name. My name is Richard.
I'm a fucking heel, and I know it. I like being a heel. It's fun.
I'm just not gonna play. I'm not gonna play nice with these people anymore, though. That's just it. But yeah, let's continue.
Yes, it's very clear that when you're dealing with many vaccines, but particularly when you're looking at COVID, as I mentioned, and I'll repeat it quickly for you, that early on there was a degree, not as much as against severe disease, of protection against infection. Unfortunately, that protection against infection, which is related to transmissibility, waned rather rapidly in a matter of months. What has stood firm, much better than transmission and much better than infection, is the ability to prevent someone from hospitalizations and deaths. And in fact, the curves, Congresswoman, are stunning. When you look at the deaths and hospitalizations of people who are unvaccinated, it's like this. When you look at the deaths and hospitalizations for people who are vaccinated and boosted, it's like this. The difference is profound. When you're dealing with infection, again, less so because of the waning of protection against infection.
Well,
that's funny. Every time they say something like that, they never show it.
Say that again.
Every time they say something like that, they never show it. Like Fauci should be like, look at this study of what I am saying. Yeah. They just say the thing, and like everyone's supposed to be like, oh, but okay, it's true.
Yeah, I guarantee you, none of these, like this woman behind her is just like, does anybody know what the fuck he just said? And this is her staff. Well, not her staffer. I'm pretty sure she's somebody's staffer, but I'm going to say it's her staffer because she's sitting right behind her. I know that's not how it works, but you are in, yeah. What is it? Guilty by association?
Right, exactly, yeah. I would hate to be these staffers just sitting behind these people this whole fucking time. Like, like everybody's on their phones now. Like that lady right there on her phone.
That was the woman that we said was that looked like she was plastic.
No, that's a different one. She's just another version.
Oh, because I was gonna say now she looks like melted plastic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't care.
December 2022 report that which came out 2 years after the Biden administration's effort to get COVID-19 vaccines in arms, and your effort
Grabbing a beer.
that it prevented more than 3 million deaths and averted 18 million hospitalizations. And that came out in 2002, but it seems to corroborate what you're saying.
Indeed, and $1.15 trillion in healthcare costs.
Thank you for that ad. One pillar of the vaccine requirements was to have an increased uptake in the COVID-19 vaccines, and that at the time was supported by leading physicians, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and more. Were the vaccine requirements a clinically sound tool for improving uptake of a safe and effective vaccine?
Yes, you would like people to get vaccinated voluntarily and realizing the important effect on it. But the fact that people were vaccinated by whatever their motivation was clearly saved many, many lives.
And just with the 17 seconds I have, what steps can public health officials take to bolster confidence in these life-saving interventions, since there has been so much misinformation circulating?
That's going to be very difficult, Congresswoman, because there is so much mis and disinformation around that we've got to do a better job of reaching out and trying to get the correct information. But that's difficult when you have a very energetic group of people continually spreading mis and disinformation about vaccines. We've got to be more proactive in putting out the facts and the data and the information that's correct.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup, for convening this important hearing, and thank you, Dr. Fauci, for testifying. Dr. Fauci, one of the controversial regulations of the pandemic was the 6-foot distancing rule. This rule became an important policy consideration in subsequent regulations. However, you testified recently, and I'm quoting, this 6-foot rule.
I'm going to be honest, I've never seen this little dick right here, but
do you think that a rule that sort of just appeared is substantial justification for the regulations that we saw based on that 6-foot rule?
Congressman, thank you for that question. I answered that, but I'll summarize it briefly for you. When saying it just
quite
appeared,
comfy. Can't
it
lie.
came from the CDC.
Okay, you stated that earlier. What was your relationship with the CDC
It's great for
when you saw
3-hour
a
streams.
regulation which was not based in the current science?
Well, when I say was not
My
based
ass
in
sits here in this
science,
little
I meant a
this chair that I've had for about
prospective
2 years
clinical
now.
trial to determine whether 6 foot was better than 3, was better than 10.
But once we realized that the virus was not spread by droplets and was aerosolized, did you feel an indication to go back to the CDC and said, let's base this on science. Let's get rid of this 6-foot rule. This 6-foot rule.
Why is your eye
crippled
twitching, though?
businesses. It allowed students to stay at home and
That
not
is
learn.
super weird.
Americans suffered, and that suffering continues.
I mean,
because the
I feel like
fracture
no,
of trust.
like my
Hold on, I'm not gonna lie. I think he had a stroke or something, because like half of his mouth is kind of weird, and in his one eye, it's on that same side. He may have at one time. If he did, he recovered very well because he's very well there. But like, something like that may have happened, because it is kind of weird when he's talking. His one eye just is kind of going off, like whoa.
But I'll admit it, if my left eye starts twitching like that, I'm to the point to where I want to strangle you.
Oh yeah.
You know, because I'm already at that point. You know, it's just if I get that twitch under my eye on my left side, it's a telltale sign for me that I'm done. You know.
Oh yeah, mine is that starts happening. That starts happening to me when I lose a lot of sleep, because there was times like in the past couple months it was going every day for like a couple of months, and like we would be doing the podcast and I'm just like getting so frustrated trying to have fun, and my eye is just going off in the background. I'm like, oh my god, this is so annoying.
Right. All right. Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to listen to this guy if he was talking to me. I'd be like, I don't even hear you. I just see your eye going off.
Well, see, here's the thing. I was gonna rail on this guy, but you kind of stopped that by saying he might have stroked the fuck out.
I know. That's why I kind of. That's why I said it pretty quick.
Awful for everything that I was
even
fuck
thinking.
That.
Still make fun of him. I make fun of fucking that rat skin fucking douchebag, even when he was wearing his do-rags when he was going through the chemo. I don't give a shit. I'll still go off on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you want to see something fucking amazing? Look up, I don't even know his first name. I think it's Sean, S-E-A-N, Sean Magaziner, maybe? Mr. Magaziner, U.S. Representative. The motherfucker looks like a young Pee Wee Herman. Not even playing. He looks like a young Pee Wee fucking Herman. And I'm going to say this right here, right now. Matt Gaetz looks like a young Jack Nicholson. Changed my fucking mind.
Yeah, he does. Oh, he absolutely does. He has like Cro-Magnon face kind of too.
I mean, he's great, but dude's just like...
He has the permanent... It's the permanent Jack Nicholson fucking middle brow or all the time.
It's like before anger management and he's just electrolysis his head and everything's just standing up. It's like right before that moment.
Right. Oh, dude. Oh, man. I'm terrible. He's gonna look bad if he has a bozo ring because his head's so fucking big up there, too. It's going to look real bad. Keep that hair, homie. Or start wearing hats if you go bozo ring.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm like 5'7". My hair's thinning out. I'm going to lose the top. I'm going to have Picard hair. Even if I have like Homer hair and just a few more, just like trying to comb to the side. No. Fuck it. I'm going to take those off. I'm going to have Picard hair. Everything's going to be just like straight up white on the sides. And I'm just going to be like an excruciating fucked up version of Picard.
An American scientist continues to this day. Did you not feel an obligation for something that just sort of appeared, not to go back to the CDC and say, let's base this on what we know?
It was a CDC decision, and it was clear.
Were you dialoguing with the CDC?
Excuse me?
Were you in communication with the CDC?
CDC was part of the coronavirus response team. Yeah.
And you didn't feel an obligation to go to them and say, look, Americans aren't going to trust us.
Yeah.
We're providing them with misinformation.
We have discussions at the White House about that. We did, but the CDC's decision and was their decision to make, and they made it.
Well, they give love.
And you didn't feel an obligation as the lead scientist at the NIH to challenge that.
I've challenged the CDC multiple times.
Publicly on this regard?
Human?
Excuse me?
Publicly you challenged them on the 6-foot distancing rule?
It is not appropriate to be publicly challenging a sister organization.
Do you agree that Americans now have lost their trust in science, in lead science from government because of misinformation like this?
Well, when you talk about misinformation, I think that you have to be careful. It's not disinformation. It was information that ultimately proved a lot. Like when you put the aerosolization in. That
I want to explain this for everybody watching and everything like that.
Well, yeah, and I'm streaming on Rumble right now too. So I mean, don't get me wrong, but I also hate Rumble. Yeah.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. I do this the way it is.
I mean, YouTube, not Rumble. Duh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I do need to teach you about tags. Tags is definitely going to help you.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason why I'm kind of we're doing this is like Off Label is actually on YouTube normally for the first hour of the show, and then after that, once we wrap up whatever story, if it goes a little bit over, whatever. But we'll cut it from Rumble, because we got some things working in the background cut it from YouTube because we got some things working in the background and everything has to stay in line, but we will only be live on YouTube for about an hour and then we cut to Rumble for the rest of the show. So I try to pull people from YouTube to Rumble like that because we can have some fun in Rumble. We can be the savages we want to be on Rumble as long as it doesn't go too far.
Right. Rumble's very good with a lot of that. Like even Business Party Podcast, we've had some episodes pulled from YouTube, so we started streaming a lot more on Rumble, and it just is nicer over on Rumble. The only bad thing is the latency is kind of an issue and shit, so it's a little bit later and whatnot whenever you like see stuff, but hey, it is what it is. Still a very good platform though.
Like I have noticed that connecting with OBS versus connecting with StreamYard, like in StreamYard, you can pick it up within the first 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
If the connection is good. Maybe 30 at most. But with OBS, it could actually be up to 2 minutes before you will pop up on like cell phones and computer version.
That's ridiculous.
But like, it's still going. Like even before it connects, it's still going. So if anybody watches back and you don't have like a starting screen or something, like they see all this set up and they see you freaking the fuck out because nothing's connecting. It says everything's live. Did you fuck up at the beginning? You know, things like that. So if you're not ready for it, you know, it catches all that and they see that in the replay.
Right.
And I was fucked. I was like, Rumble, come on. This is fucked up. I'm doing this. I'm trying this. This is not popping up. Minute and 30 fucking seconds in. Why is this not connecting? And all that's still in the record.
Right. So within saying that, yeah, hey Rumble, up your fucking servers, up your shit, get your scalability way up. Yeah, that's your problem. Your shit doesn't scale very good.
It is, but you also do understand the ceiling behind that, right?
No, I don't.
YouTube is backed by Google data servers. That's what Rumble is competing with. They would have to without playing the same ball.
That's true. They would have to put a lot of fucking money into it then. No, that's understandable. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Yes. But let's continue.
Yeah.
That it was not an effective rule to have 6 feet of distancing. Dr. Fauci, let's move on. On April 21st, Dr. Morens wrote to Dr. Dasick in an email that there is no worry about FOIAs.
Kathy. How you
I can
doing?
either send stuff to Tony on his private Gmail, hand it to him at work, or at his house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Do you realize that this impact still considers today? This is your lead trusted researcher who works with you, your advisor. Do you realize the impact of that?
It was a terrible thing. It was wrong, and it was inappropriate.
Thank you.
You should not have said that.
I think we all agree it was incredibly inappropriate. Recently, in an op-ed that Senator Roger Marshall published just yesterday, he raised concerns
it's like when you hear a foreigner
HHS
talk
FOIA compliance
and you want to use their
following
accent.
your testimony in front of the Senate
And
Health
then you
Committee.
just butcher it.
Dr.
So now
Fauci,
you look crazy.
What involvement did you have in HHS not responding to FOIA requests
If I could
following
have
your
the timing
testimony
down,
in the
it'd be
Senate
great,
in
but,
2021?
I guess
I had no role
I was gonna make a fucked up
whatsoever
joke.
in anything to do with the request. When
I guess I
FOIA
gotta
is
stroke
made,
out to
it
do
doesn't
that.
go directly to a person like me. It goes to a department, which then takes care of it. So I don't have any role
That's
one
true.
way or the other in FOIA.
For Jesus.
Let's go on. Were you aware that NIAID employees conducting official work on unofficial emails and inappropriately assisting grantees during your time as a director?
I was not aware of that as it was occurring. It obviously came out during the committee hearings, but I was not aware of that.
And I think that you put an exclamation point on how important these hearings are. Dr. Fauci, would you agree that this demonstrates the need for more accountability and increased oversight of NIAID?
What you saw, I believe, with Dr. Morens was an aberrancy and an outlier. The individuals at the NIH and NIAID are a very committed group of individuals, and this one instance that you point out is an aberrancy and an outlier. That does
From your senior advisor for 20 years.
The title is senior advisor. We wrote scientific papers together. He didn't advise me, as I mentioned.
Are your senior advisors not trusted staff?
Again, I told you that his title was senior advisor, but he is not an advisor on policy.
That's very confusing to have someone's title.
No, he's just a senior advisor of licking my asshole.
Right.
He wasn't the senior advisor telling me what's going on. He was just supposed to tongue fuck my fart box after I took a shit.
Yeah, he was just there for the title. That was basically it.
Yeah.
Right.
And not having that to be their obligation.
But that is the fact, though.
I think that supports what we said. There needs to be more oversight and there needs to be more accountability. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but these points are very clear to all of us today in this hearing room. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes. Oh, he left? I now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes of questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this right here. One of the most attacked people within the Republican Party is this woman right here, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She wears her fucking balls on her chest. I wish we had more in Congress that would be that bitch.
She might have some. I always say that she's Lee Corso in a wig. That's just me, though. But I'm just saying.
Have you ever seen this woman work out, though?
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, you put
She's
her
a beast.
against Jasmine Crockett and that whole, what was it? Bleach blonde, bad built, butch body, whatever. Bitch, she would fold you like a pretzel. You're talking like
Right.
Gina Carano versus Dylan Mulvaney.
Right.
Are you
True.
dumb? But yeah, this woman is always attacked in the news. Now, I want you to listen to what the fuck she says and tell me 100% if this does not resonate with everything you thought about all of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fauci,
I'm going to walk away for a second because I know I'm going to interrupt.
On CBS Face the Nation saying it's easy to criticize, but they're really criticizing science. Because I represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci?
I am the science.
I am a scientist who uses the scientific method to gain information.
Yes, you said you represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, that's not a yes or no answer.
Yes, it's a yes or no.
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we'll take that as a you don't know what you represent.
Oh,
But this, as director of the NIH, you did sign off on these so-called scientific experiments. And as a dog lover, I want to tell you this is disgusting and evil, what you signed off on, and these experiments that happened to beagles paid for by the American taxpayer.
That's
and I
true.
want you to know Americans don't pay their taxes for animals to be tortured like this. So the type of science that you are representing, Mr. Fauci, is abhorrent, and it needs to stop. Mr. Fauci, you also represent the type of science where you confess that you made up the COVID rules, including
I didn't hear what you
6
said.
feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it up. You made it up as you
I didn't say
went.
I made it up.
So are you saying this is fake news, Mr. Fauci?
I didn't say I made anything up.
What did you say?
Fake news.
I said that it is not based in science and it just appeared.
But this is science.
Where the fuck is she wrong?
Right. She ain't.
You're putting beagles' fucking heads in cages so sandflies can eat them the fuck alive. And that's somehow science. No. You're told to hate this woman. And for what? Because she is hitting what everybody wants to. This story was touched by, Fox News and only independent media.
It was not a flattering pause position, I'll tell you that. But no, you're right.
No,
She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right on everything though. And she's been one of the biggest voices in the Republican Party. So I mean, I always fuck around talking shit about her. But no, she's really good. I actually do like her.
No, she was the one that actually brought up the whole Hunter Biden trafficking people through the what was it, some kind of act. I forget exactly what it is, but no, it's saying if you fly people between states just for sex, you're trafficking. You're human
Right.
trafficking.
Right.
And the Smith Act or something like that. And she was the one that brought it up, and they got pissed at her and tried to shut her down and even kick her out of Congress because she brought up the fact that this motherfucker was trafficking women.
Right.
But yeah.
What does dogs have to do with anything that we're talking about today?
These are scientific experiments. This is what you signed off on. But you also told the American people they had to distance by 6 feet. They had to wear masks. But let's also talk a little bit further about the type of science that you represent. NIH scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers, a fact that's been hidden. Let's talk about the fact about, is it right for scientists and doctors getting paid by the American people, government taxpayer paychecks, to get patents where they're paid millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in royalty fees, especially when the NIH and these government agencies, most powerful agencies in our country, are recommending medical suggestions and advice and making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children. Do you think that's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that, Mr. Fauci? Because you're not doctor, you're Mr. Fauci in my few minutes. No, I don't need your...
That's it.
Another not flattering pause.
I mean, I'm good at them, dude.
I know, yeah, you are. That's hilarious. I love it. Just leave that.
I'm a master at this. It doesn't matter. Left, right, center. I'm going to catch you at your worst, bitch. All right. No, but I mean, that's it. This is exactly, that was the comment that gets her fucking ejected from this hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Because she didn't call him doctor. And she disrespected him in that way.
That's bullshit. You should be able to call him Mr. Fauci. Whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Call him Anthony. Fuck that dude.
That's what happens. She didn't want to say Dr. Fauci. She's just like, you're not a doctor to me because of everything that you did, the way you hurt the American fucking people, played God, and then said, hey, it's not my fault.
Well, it's like, dude, if I ever meet Joe Biden, that's what I'm going to call him. Joe Biden. I'm not going to call him president because he's a fucking douchebag and I don't like him. I don't have to respect him. So fuck you. I'm going to call him Joe Biden.
But because here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. It was made up in the 117th Congress, and for whatever fucking stupid ass reason, it was also brought over to the 118th Congress that you can talk shit. It's not about members of Congress and the witnesses. Which is kind of funny because it never existed until the whole Swalwell incident with Fang Fang.
Right, that shit was funny.
And now it's you can't say that because he cries like a bitch. Let's go.
Answer. I want to talk about this right here.
Mr. Chairman,
objection. I reclaim my time. Mr. Raskin.
See how fast they jumped on that shit?
Mr. Chairman, just in terms of the rules of decorum, are we allowed to deny that a doctor is a doctor just because we don't want him to be a doctor?
Yes.
Yes.
Under the rules of decorum, are you forced to say doctor? That's it. Free speech. What about that, right?
Right.
Hold on here, Raskin. It wasn't long ago that you were talking about free speech because of Hunter, and now you want to strike hers down?
Right. And don't you have free speech anyways? Like, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yes, he has a doctorate degree, but this motherfucker ain't seen a patient in over 40 years. Is he a doctor? No. But yeah, this is what gets her ejected.
Because in my time, that man does not deserve to have a license. As a matter of fact, it should be revoked, and he belongs in
chat
prison.
over here for a second.
The gentlelady should recognize the doctor as a doctor.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, is this what we have become? Is this what we have devolved into?
This response right here is what makes me think this man's about to break. Like he was playing hardball at the very beginning, just playing party lines, but listen, his anger's directed in the wrong direction, but it's spot on.
No
decorum. You know what? We can do that hearing about the poor men that were injected with syphilis because I support you in that. That's horrific. And this government that does things like that to Americans doesn't have decorum to the American people.
Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman is out of
point of regular order, please.
The gentleman is out of order.
Decorum.
Recognize the point of order.
He knows
Go ahead with your point of order.
She's got a point.
No, I mean, I
he
was
knows
going
it, and
to
that's
say
why he
what
backed out.
Representative Raskin said. It's completely unacceptable to be able to deny Dr. Fauci, who's here, a respected member of the medical community, his title, and that's actually a personal attack on his character.
And I have instructed her.
He's not respected.
Right.
And I've instructed her to address him as a doctor.
So you have to address him as doctor,
ladies
and gentlemen.
Let's talk about this. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time.
Words get taken down.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Second that.
Point of order.
Suspend.
All right.
Holy shit.
Yep.
A member can only move to have words. I'm sorry. The issues we are debating are important ones that members feel deeply about. And while vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, as I said at the beginning, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. This is a reminder that it is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague. Remarks of that type are not permitted by the rules and are not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee. The chair will enforce these rules of decorum at all times and urges all members to be mindful of their remarks. Does the gentleman from California have anything further?
We should take her words down.
Yeah, I made it. I offered that her words be taken down, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a point of order.
Mr. Griffin
They
is
accused us
Mr.
of
Griffin is
worshiping
Gentlelady-
President Trump. We don't
Gentlelady-
worship President Trump.
Gentlelady will suspend. Mr. Griffin, you have.
You have no fucking balls.
Right.
Now, I get it. You have to go in order with things. I get it. But they're trying to take her words down because he didn't call him, or she didn't call him doctor.
That's so stupid.
They're trying to take her words down, which means she gets ejected from the committee. She can never speak again in the committee. She can't sit in it. She has to leave because she didn't call him doctor.
That's some commie-ass bullshit.
And that's what they do every single time this woman speaks. They will jump on anything she ever says for anything. Yet these motherfuckers will call you maggots. Ladies and gentlemen, the American people are maggots. You're terrorists. Yet they want to eject her because she didn't call him doctor.
Right. It's ridiculous, dude.
Like I said, the people in the media that are attacked every day. That's the ones you need to be listening to.
A point of order.
Mr. Chairman, while it may not be polite, I believe the rule only applies to members of this body, the Senate, and
I will admit she does go a little bit too
President
far.
of the United States. I do not believe
she's
that
correct.
it applies. The rule on taking down words does not apply to a witness. Again, I'm not condoning the words. I'm just relating or asking whether or not it applies to individuals who are just happen to be here in front of us.
I agree. The chair overrules the point of order by the gentleman from Maryland, but ask that members please afford all other members the respect they're entitled. Refrain
He
from
just
using
saved her
rhetoric
ass right
that could
there,
be
but-
construed as an attack on the motives or character of another member or the witness. You may
Now the
proceed.
savagery comes out because she's going to end.
This was a time in history where you got to throw out the first pitch at the Washington Nationals baseball game while Americans were forced to stay home and watch such events that they love from at home alone on their televisions. And what a hypocrisy this picture shows. Here you are without your mask, with empty seats everywhere. Remember the cardboard cutout fans? That was one of the most insulting things to Americans, having to watch the games from home where you got to go and enjoy the game and sit right next to people not following the 6 feet of distancing, not wearing your mask, and everyone else was forced to stay home and stop enjoying life. And your science here, your science is displayed perfectly.
I am
in
the
this
science.
I love how she takes like a COVID cult fucking picture and she's just like, hey, check out what you did.
True. Yeah.
I mean, you want
That
to play
shit
the
is
extremes
hilarious.
kind of shit. That's awesome because they do it all the time. Like they literally, like the thing she's painting out right here, $300-$400 every fucking time. Yes, I get it. I rail on this shit all the time. Fine. But what you see from Democrats who were used like one time, these big poster boards, you're talking about $1,500 to $2,000 per poster board that they use.
Right.
But this is, I mean, it's just throwing the same thing but right back at them, and I approve.
Dude, I'm a musician and I would hate to be playing an instrument inside of one of those. That is what the fuck is happening. That is ridiculous.
I mean, all you're just gonna hear is just like, that plastic PVC shit just vibrate.
Yeah, you're gonna hear yourself, but in a shittier fashion, and no one around you is gonna hear you. Everyone. It's gonna be super muffled. Like everyone's like, let's start this song, people. Fucking, it's just like weird fucking muffled ass music. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, not. Oh my god, this is actually fucking perfect because of the green screen right here that's actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like the pods they're in are cut away on my screen.
That's funny. So it's just like floating people.
Because I forgot to take off the green screen settings on that. So yeah, let's turn that off. There you go.
Nice.
So now you
That's
can see
funny.
it. But yeah, no, but I mean, this is just like this code. Like the kids were the least affected. The younger you were, the least affected you were by this virus. Why are you making children do this? Because you're afraid of the flu?
Right.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. The first time I caught COVID, I caught COVID before it was a thing. Before anybody knew, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Every symptom of everything that anybody ever said about COVID, I had in October of 2019. It ran through my entire shop. We all couldn't breathe. We all looked like we were about to just keel over and die. In the summer about that time, it's cooling off for us, but it's still hot in October. And we were just working right along with it because nobody knew what it was. We just thought it was like a bad flu or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everything dropped in December, or, they started talking about it, and then everything dropped in January for us, and we were just like, that's the same shit we had not too long ago. Everything that they were saying, every symptom we had, like, I get it. Like, I get the fear and the frustration, from the very first time. You literally think you're going to die. But this ain't it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. We're children. Children in school were put in plastic bubbles because of your science, your repulsive, evil science. And let's go back to your very own email. You said earlier you don't use email. Oh, you do. Right here. This is your own email where you said the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email.
I will admit this. I'm going to go back just for a second. This is from Fauci Anthony, NIAID, and all the anacrims. So this is actually coming from his work email. More than likely. There's nothing to prove otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't extended down to, say, Gmail or whatever. That could have been his handle from Gmail. I don't know, but there's nothing to drop down to say that.
Right.
And it's to somebody else here.
Yeah, I'd like to know who that's to.
I can't read it,
but yeah, that's all right.
You can't tell whether this is actually work email or personal email at this point.
Right.
And that's the frustrating part. Like, she does kind of she will try to hide leads too. Like, there are some things that she's railed against that I'm just like, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. You tried to bury the lead on this one. Right. I don't know if this is one of them.
Virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children forced to wear masks, muzzled in their schools. And then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called science and your medical suggestions, while you and all your cronies get paid from Big Pharma. You know that what this committee should be doing? We should be recommending you to be prosecuted. We should be writing a criminal referral because you should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci.
Mr. Chairman, I have a...
That was the last words, and that's it. She gets ejected because of that.
That's ridiculous. I didn't find anything she said to be bad or wrong, to be honest. I mean...
No. But that's what's going to kick the bucket. Watch.
Another point of order.
I recognize Ms. Dingell.
Just want to make sure the record is clear. Dr. Fauci testified that he did not use his personal email for official business. He did not say he did not use email. And I think today, this particular has been full of lies and disregard and disrespect, and we need to stick to facts.
Hey, Dingleberry. We did stick to facts, everything single bit of that. Your argument could have been, I don't know if that's personal or if that's government. And it would have been a better fucking argument than that. Far be it for me to help you the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
This is your taxpayer dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? These little childish arguments, they work only on Republicans. Because Republicans are the only ones that will hold themselves to account.
Right.
I mean,
well, most of the time.
No. Hold on. Now, there are a lot that they will cover up for themselves for, yes. But, point taken. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of them that I fucking hate, especially like Dan Crenshaw and quite a few other ones.
Everybody does that. I mean, Mitch McConnell, Jesus Christ.
Fucking Dan Crenshaw does better than fucking goddamn Warren Buffett in the and shit in the stock exchange. Like, that's the whole reason why he's even in there. But
I mean, you get
carry on, yeah.
Most Democrat. Well, there are two Republicans two out of the top 5 Republicans for insider trading. But yeah, the other 3 are Democrats. Nancy Pelosi, Dan Goldman. Yeah.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time had expired before the point of order. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes of questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci.
I do want to say one thing before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize for stopping it so much, but I want you to understand that this is the stupid motherfucker who said, hey, you want to solve the crime at the border with the cartels? Take away Americans' guns, ladies and gentlemen, because Mexico only has one gun store throughout its entire country.
Yeah.
But the cartels are coming across the border to buy belt-fed machine guns and rocket launchers from your local gun stores. Paraphrased. But yes, that was his argument.
Fauci, I am so sorry you just had to sit through that. That was completely irresponsible. Quite frankly, we're hearing, this might be the most insane hearing I've actually attended. I've only been in Congress for a year and a half, but I am so sorry that you are subjected to those level of attacks and insanity. Your quote-unquote so-called science that the gentlewoman is referring to has saved millions of lives in this country and around the world, and I want to thank you for that. I also think it's important to note that, in my opinion, is that you are an American hero, and your team has done more to save lives than all 435 members of this body on both sides of the aisle. You guys have worked not just during this pandemic, but over time to save millions of lives in this country and across the world. We lost 1.1 million American lives. 1.1 million American lives.
Is this guy going to be able to fit his entire ball sack and dick in his mouth at the same time? Because Jesus Christ, man. Wow.
I mean, all you have to do is look at them jowls, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, yes. Number two, that is a thing. Like, this dude, this is the guy in Congress that you may see clips of where he's showing little pictures, like those printout ones that I'm talking about, like $2,000 a piece, $1,500, $2,000, where it's just like, oh, Trump's border policy, electrify the water, put crocodiles in it. Can we throw missiles into Mexico? You know, the fucking jokes this motherfucker takes serious. And he will waste your fucking money to sit there and say, Orange Man bad because crocodiles in the Rio Grande.
Oh, yeah. This guy, I guarantee this guy sees a meme and he has to go in there and explain why it's wrong and shit. He's one of those motherfuckers.
You're not wrong. By the way, I want you to understand that there is a mole on the other side of his ear that I can never look away from. And every time I see it, that Austin Powers thing goes through my head. Guacamole. I mean, that shit runs through my head every time I see it, and it just ADD, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it. I'm just fucked.
That's funny as
7 million
hell.
lives around the world. We were having 9/11-like events, death events daily in this country, losing 4,000, 5,000 people every single day.
You see?
I was mayor during the time of the pandemic. I remember how painful it was to
Right
close
our
businesses,
ears anyway. You can't
to shut
miss
down
it.
schools, but how quickly we forget the pain and how scared we were as a country. We were washing our groceries as they were coming in. We were keeping seniors at a distance. The tragedy that was happening in our nursing homes. Thousands of people were dying a day, and you and your team of the best and the brightest scientists in this country and the world were doing everything that you could and working night and day to save more and more of those lives.
I'm sorry, I can't help but rail against this dude. Number one, they were doing TikTok fucking dances while people were laying up intubated.
Right.
Number two, they were fucking stockpiling ventilators in New York, saying they ain't got shit. Everybody else is sending their ventilators over to New York to help the fuck out. Turns up they were fucking stockpiling that shit, sending fucking COVID patients back into nursing homes, killing old people. Meanwhile, the Mercy ship is sitting right off their fucking port.
That they didn't use.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I am the angry guy on the internet. I can't fucking stand it.
Mm-hmm. I know it's hilarious. That's why you're never allowed on social media. Every time you're on there, it'll be like a couple weeks, and you go the fuck off, and then all of a sudden they're like, you know what? Maybe he shouldn't be on here. Maybe we should just take his account away.
Here's the fucked up thing, dude. The last time I was banned off social media, off the X platform, after Elon Musk had taken over, I called for treason because on Karine Jean-Pierre, because she keeps lying for the enemies of the United States of America, thus giving aid and comfort to the enemy. Right. And I was I can't even go in to verify my fucking email. I get no response from them at all in anything. And I'm just like, okay, so calling for fucking treason is now a violent act. Is this a thing?
That's stupid.
Jesus.
A lot of my colleagues know that my mom was a healthcare worker during the pandemic. My mom died of COVID. My stepfather died of COVID. I lost both of my parents during the pandemic. So I take this very personally, especially when other members of this body who are tasked to be responsible and to actually help the American people attack medical professionals like you and across the world. Vaccines, a vaccine that you and your team helped foster, have saved millions of American lives. These attacks are ridiculous. Now, even before this committee started, and I'm going to point a few things out. Even before this committee started, this same member that just went on this rant introduced the Fire Fauci Act and promoted on a podcast, saying that COVID was a bioweapon. That is how insane some of these comments are. And I want to quote this. This is a quote from the same member. I don't believe in evolution. These viruses were not making people sick until they created them. They weaponize these viruses to be able to attach to our cells and make us sick. It's a bioweapon. The they created them, sir, is you. They are attacking you.
I want you to understand exactly what is happening right now. Look who's in red.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
How is this not engaging in personalities? Why? Because a screen says it, but you don't say her name? A little fucking picture says something, but you don't say her name, which points at somebody, a sitting fucking member of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
How is that not engaging in personalities?
Right. Well, personal attacks and that's yeah, it's funny. It's very telling that it's just her in red on there. Like, warning.
I mean, this is what they do though. But because he doesn't say her name, somehow it's okay. Yet they were trying to throw her off of the fucking committee because she didn't call him doctor?
I don't get how that's I guess I want to say legal. I mean, whatever you would call it in a court hearing.
Not, because this is defamation.
Like, yeah, that's fucking stupid as fuck. And like, he's just a dude. I don't legally or anything have to call. I don't have to call a police officer. I can just say, hey, man, they can't arrest me for that. I don't get it.
Now, here's the thing. This comes from Marjorie Taylor Greene on Steve Bannon's podcast, War Room. I actually watched this. I don't believe in that type of so-called science. I don't believe in evolution. I believe in God. And these viruses were not making people sick until they created them. ... They even highlighted that because there's a lot of missing context as to what she said. There is a good 10, 15 seconds that were cut out of that where she actually went into detail about that. They weaponize these viruses to be able to attach to our cells and make us sick, ... She was talking about the fact that they actually tried to make it jump from animal to humans, so we would be ready when it jumps from animal to human, which is the exact definition of gain-of-function research. So when you're talking about researching something to jump from species, yes, that is gain of function. That was the whole point of what she was talking about. Yes, it is a bioweapon when it is released onto the public. It's okay. It's not a bioweapon if you are doing it to be ready just in case, which is actually a good thing. It's actually smart. It really is. But when you release it onto the public, whether it be maliciously or accidentally, yes, it becomes a bioweapon by its very definition.
True.
But because they took out a lot of that, how is this not engaging in personalities, talking shit about a member of Congress? I mean, you can't say Eric Swalwell fuck the Chinese spy. You can't say that. But apparently this is okay, ladies and gentlemen. This is your fucking taxpayer dollars at work. I'm going to take a piss.
In our medical community,
we're
actually creating COVID that has caused the deaths of millions. And we know that these extreme comments are targeting public health officials across the country. I also want to show you this other comment. Same member who just attacked you. The Fauci-funded Wuhan lab created the virus. This is so crazy and irresponsible. In this post, the same member of this committee is accusing you of orchestrating a global conspiracy to create COVID on purpose just to make people get vaccines. That you've done this, sir. This same member routinely promotes complete misinformation about vaccines and actually has encouraged the routine prevention of vaccinations that even eliminate diseases like the measles.
To be honest,
Dr.
you
Fauci,
create the problem and you also create the solution, right?
Our nation and the world's best and brightest scientists take on COVID and create a vaccine that works. I want to ask you a question. I want to be crystal clear for the public. You brought together the world and America's best scientists. Do you believe that the vaccine that you all helped create and ensure is safe and effective for the public?
Yes, and its track record has proven that.
And do you also agree that it saved hundreds of thousands and possibly millions of lives in America and across the world?
That is absolutely correct. And it's very clear that it's saved millions of lives here and throughout the world.
You know, that is a good point. Hold on. Pause real quick. Goofy made a good point. Why are no Republicans calling a point of order over decorum? I think that they just don't want to do it because they're fucking lazy, to be honest. Which, I mean, it shouldn't matter in the first place, but the fact that it's there and other people are doing it, they should just play the same game.
And I'm going to tell you this, listening to these things constantly, that's who they are. That's what they are. There are very few that will actually call this shit out.
Right.
And the only ones that will call it out are the ones that are stricken down first.
Yeah.
Every time. It doesn't matter. It never matters what hearing you point out in anything. It doesn't matter what the issue is. Somehow it's either Orange Man bad, racism, or you're oppressing women. That's it. As a matter of fact, to go that far in a child trafficking or in a human trafficking hearing, Representative Sonny Lee tried to point to racism because black women are trafficked too. Yeah, you heard that right.
Like, I think that's a human race problem, not a color of your skin problem.
But it's racism, ladies and gentlemen, because black women are trafficked too, not at the same rate as anybody else, but just because one black person might be thrown into some kind of sex slavery. Fuck it up. Fuck you, YouTube. I don't care. But because one black woman might be thrown into some sex slave, then somehow it's racist. But fuck everybody else, right? Like, seriously.
Yeah, that's just dumb.
This is your taxpayer dollars at work. Tell me why the fuck.
Tell me why.
Not even going to finish that yet.
And the data are incontrovertible that they save lives.
Sir, and do you think the American public should listen to America's brightest and best doctors and scientists, or instead listen to podcasters, conspiracy theorists, and unhinged Facebook memes?
Ladies and gentlemen, would you feel comfortable with us telling you what the fuck's going on? Or would you feel comfortable with ear moly, take your guns away?
Right.
And yes, New York City, he does. Yes.
Get a rope, Picante sauce commercial. Right, New York City.
Would you rather actually believe us because we're actually telling you the truth? Like,
right. Well, like, and that's the whole thing that kind of pissed me off about like the Chris Cuomo thing, even when he was on that Patrick Bet-David. And
by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Rumble showed out in fucking numbers that night. Y'all were awesome.
Yeah, hell yeah. Absolutely. We need to listen to the second half of that. I'm down soon. But beyond that, it was like the first time that he was on there and they were all saying that we didn't know anything early about the vaccine, blah, blah. I remember whenever Del Bigtree had on this like interview with Geert Vandenbosch, a dude who worked for Bill Gates, who worked for like all these fucking vaccine companies and shit, saying, don't get this.
Right.
So don't tell me that nobody knew.
Right.
Get fucked with that. People knew.
I mean, we knew from the beginning because we followed the fucking science like you were telling us to do. But your science said we were a bunch of quacks until it became 100% truth. And yet you still try to fall back on that shit that was debunked fucking from the beginning. Like, literally lying. Congress lying to you is not an offense, but you lying to Congress will get you locked up. Depending on who you are. Steve Bannon, a public official, went to jail for, consent to Congress because he didn't show up. But yet Hunter Biden doesn't go to jail for consent to Congress twice. And yet I will give it to them that was Jim Jordan and James Comer that let that motherfucker go.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. And also he doesn't get arrested for disposing of a gun outside of a school in a trash can, but whatever.
Well, hold on. That was actually his girlfriend that did that. It was his girlfriend that threw it in there. So technically, by the law standards, it would be her. I will agree with that.
Yeah, that's true. We'll get her too.
She was trying to get the gun away from him, but throwing it in a dumpster across the school is not a good idea.
No, it's a bad look. Real bad look.
That is on her because if she wouldn't have done that, the gun wouldn't have been there, you know? So,
yeah. All right. Yeah.
No, listening to people who you just described is going to do nothing but harm people because they will deprive themselves of life-saving interventions, which has happened. And you know, some have done studies. Peter Hotez has done an analysis of this and shows that in people who refuse to get vaccinated for any variety of reasons, probably responsible for an additional 200,000 to 300,000 deaths in this country.
Thank you, sir.
Did you catch that?
What'd he say? Sorry, I just saw Pretty Antisocial Pod was in the comments.
What's up? How you doing?
What's happening? All right,
We're
yeah,
gonna get
sorry.
you set up. No, but this motherfucker said every single person that isn't vaccinated, 200 to 300 deaths are on your hands.
Oh, bullshit. Get fucked.
More than half the country. Okay, less than half the country took the first jab. Or more than half the country took the first jab. Less than half the country took the second, and it has been waning ever since. But if you're not vaccinated, you just killed 200 to 300,000 people, ladies and gentlemen. Multiply 150 times 200 to 300,000 people.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous.
And he thinks he got away with that. Look at that smile on his fucking face.
Yeah.
Your entire team for saving lives in this country, and I'm sorry you have to continue going on with these attacks. I yield back. Oh, thank you. You're not allowed to
You're
speak.
not allowed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could you have her removed from
Yes.
the
Thank you.
Yes,
Please have her removed.
please.
Excuse me.
Oh, geez, here we go.
Yep. Capitol Police were escorting Marjorie Taylor Greene out because she said he needed to be in prison and he's not a doctor. Yet this motherfucker just held up a sign that edited context to make it look like she said something she didn't say, and somehow he stays in the fucking committee. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your Republican fucking party.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Because none of them made the motion. Now, I want you to all understand. One, at least in camera frame, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Democrats, 1, 2, 3 Republicans. They own the hearing now.
I asked the Capitol Police to escort.
Yep, thank you. She can be removed. Yeah, you can be removed. Actually, you're not allowed to speak.
Your time has
Take your
expired.
Starbucks with you.
Mr. Garcia, Mr. Raskin.
Why wasn't that?
Not allowed to speak? Like, I would have yelled, get fucked. Like, what the fuck is going on with it? That is ridiculous. That is some real commie ass bullshit.
Take your Starbucks with you. And it's not the words, it was the tone.
Right, exactly. Me in the background. Remove Fauci's dick from your mouth.
I'd say remove Orange Man's Cheeto from your mouth and chip Fauci's dick from your ass, and maybe we can have a conversation. But you first gotta wipe the baby gravy.
You're out of line. Your times have expired. I now recognize Dr. Jackson from Texas for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I have to say, I, as so many Americans, am deeply disappointed in your actions during a critical time in our nation's history while you were in key leadership roles as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease and as the chief medical advisor to President Biden. Put quite simply, you failed miserably in—
I will admit this, cameraman's awesome. He just went to her chair and she's like, she's out of here. Let's slowly inch back. Maybe somebody didn't see that.
That's funny. Let's just pan away from there.
No. I want y'all to see that shit. Like, the camera motion on this was fucking epic.
Yeah, it's pretty
perfectly in frame. Like, he's almost dead center, right?
Key leadership roles as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease and
Tell me
as
that
the
was
chief
not on
medical advisor
purpose.
to President Biden. Put quite
And then-
simply, you failed miserably in my opinion. Based on all we have learned during the pandemic and all that we have since learned through this committee's
Shout out
work,
to the
I believe
government
your
on that.
failures
You're great.
stem from both an effort of self-preservation manifested by a series of lies and cover-up and by a total failure of leadership. It was obvious to everyone that you and your organization, NIH, had a lot to lose if the American people were to discover that COVID-19 was most likely leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China, and that you, via EcoHealth Alliance and Peter Daszak, actually funded
I
this
love you,
research,
Mustang.
and
You're
that this
awesome.
lab was actively and recklessly conducting gain-of-function research. As such, you did everything in your power to deflect and cover up this possibility. You even recruited others to help you in this effort. Unfortunately, this cost our country and the world valuable time that may have led to answers regarding the origin, may have blunted the spread, and would have almost certainly saved lives. While I think most of us have known all along
that was
what I
a
just
thing
described,
said in the background.
what I have been appalled to discover through sworn testimony to this committee is the level at which you and those that worked for you went to cover up the obvious. Just a few examples, and I know these have been touched on, but they're important for everyone to hear. Dr. Lawrence Tabak, former acting director of NIH, testified that under the generic definition that NIH did in fact fund gain-of-function research. This was based on a definition that was initially used by NIH and a definition that was abandoned and removed from the website in October of 2021 and replaced by a new, much more detailed definition with a much higher bar that you have since conveniently used to define gain-of-function testing and to deny what Dr. Tabak has since confirmed. He also said that EcoHealth Alliance failed to properly and promptly report that their research violated the terms of the grant, something that went completely unaddressed under your watch. Dr. Morans, your senior advisor, who you have tried today to distance yourself from, but whose large volume of emails clearly demonstrate that you had a very close and personal relationship with, and who reported to you directly, has openly bragged about how he subverted FOIA requests. I remind you that the law requires you and your former organization to comply with Freedom of Information Act requests. It is not optional. If you or your employees or your organization that you oversaw were systemically avoiding transparency and illegally hiding or destroying documents that rightfully belong to the American people, then you should be criminally charged, and they should as well.
There was no intent,
in addition, Dr. Gregory Folkers, your chief of staff, also engaged in illegal practices in which he crafted messages using symbols instead of letters to avoid FOIA exposure. In an email, April 2020, from Dr. Morans to Peter Daszak, he says, quote, "There are things I can't say." Well, I wonder what he couldn't say. He also went on to say, quote, "Except Tony is aware, and I have learned there are ongoing efforts within NIH to steer through this with minimal damage to you, Peter, and colleagues, and to NIH and NAID," end quote. And then a few days later, he said, quote, "I have reason to believe that there are already efforts going on to protect you," end quote. In February of 2021, Dr. Morans wrote to Boston University scientist Gerald Kirsch saying, quote, "I learned from our FOIA lady here how to make emails disappear after I'm FOIA'd, but before the search starts. So I think we are all safe," end quote. Dr. Fauci, I want to know what you were being protected from and what you needed to be safe from. I'm going to go on because I have a little time here. He went on to say, quote, "Plus, I deleted most of the earlier emails after sending to Gmail."
Yeah.
Once again, illegal and an actual crime. Dr. Morans noted in another email to Dr. Kirsch saying, quote, I learned the tricks last year from an old friend, Marge Moore, who heads our FOIA office and also hates FOIAs," end quote. It is absolutely amazing to me that Dr. Morans and Marge Moore still have jobs and our taxpayers are still paying their salaries. Dr. Morans wrote to Dr. Daszak in April of 2021, quote, "P.S. I forgot to say there is no worry about FOIAs. I can either send stuff to Tony on his private email or hand it to him to work or at his house. He is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble." End quote. Apparently, you neglected to surround yourself with equally smart individuals. Dr. Morans wrote to another collaborator, Peter Hotitz, in June 2021, at Baylor College of Medicine, that he had deleted all his emails related to COVID origin when, quote, "the shit hit the fan," end quote. He said, quote, "I feel pretty sure Tony were too. The best way to avoid FOIA hassles is to delete all emails when you learn the subject is pretty sensitive." In October 2021, Dr. Morans wrote to Peter Daszak, quote, "Peter, from Tony's numerous recent comments to me and from what Francis has been vocal about over the past 5 years, we are trying to protect you, and they are protecting their own reputations as well," end quote. I'll just jump ahead. The American people can rest assured that we are going to continue to pursue answers, and we continue to push for full accountability from you and your colleagues despite continuing efforts to try to cover this up. Dr. Fauci, history will not be kind to you, and you will be known as the man who put his personal interest before the interest of the American people, the very people that you were supposed to be protecting. Your actions, along with several others we have had before this committee, have completely eroded America's trust in our public health system and the agency that you represented for half a century. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired and now recognize.
I'm going to be honest.
The people like that kind of annoy me. Like, I understand that he wants to get a lot out, but dude, We're at a hearing, ask questions. He just fucking read a whole goddamn thesis. Like, Jesus, dude.
Yes, but he outlined every fucking bit of it from beginning to end.
He did. No, absolutely. Yeah, I want questions
but because
asked.
He
but I get it.
Nobody caught it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem with some of these hearings. It's like, I understand you want some things said. Maybe personally for me, it's not the right time. It's good though. Like what he said was good, but like some people aren't going to hear it because like we're here expecting questions and for Fauci to be put to the grill. You know, that's
right.
That's kind of my thing with it. But yeah,
I mean, he fucking was put to the grill though. But because the dude didn't ask any questions, it didn't come off him. He just came off like he was just some pissed off dude.
Right. He got it on record. That's the main thing about it though too. I get that. Yeah.
What's getting it on record on a social media level?
No, he got it on record on.
I get you.
The hearing. Yeah.
But who's gonna hear it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know.
I mean, he was spot on with everything the motherfucker said, and that's why I just wanted to let him go and try not to interrupt or anything or speak over. Because he was spot on every bit of it, walking along the way. But who's gonna hear it? Because he didn't ask any questions. And that's the fucked up reality of it, ladies and gentlemen. That dude, Dr. Jackson, I don't know who the fuck you are. I've come across you like maybe 2 or 3 times. But you were spot on with everything you fucking said.
Yeah, and I've seen him before. He's pretty good.
Why is this yellow band across what seems to be 3 fingers with a hand that doesn't fucking match in his freeze frame? What is going on? Do we have some shape-shifting, like...
Got the shape-shifting lizards in the background.
What was it? What was that, the video, or that movie with the clunks? What the fuck was it? The clumps?
Clumps, I think? I think.
Yeah, with Eddie Murphy, where he played pretty much the entire family?
Yeah.
It looks like that's what's going on in the background right there. Like they're forming their hand from incredibly fat back.
It's AI.
But what is up with that rubber band?
Mr. Kuda from Hawaii.
Oh, that's a pencil. Never mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope I'll have an additional 30 seconds like the previous gentleman. And Dr. Fauci,
I have allowed that today on several occasions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, question
Dr.
answered.
Fauci, you deserve better than
Right?
this. The other side suddenly cares about puppies, ironic given recent book publications versus the millions of people that you have kept safe and alive over your lifelong commitment to public health. I'd like to use my time to dispel some of the myths about you that have circulated in right-wing circles. We can all acknowledge that, yes, suspension of in-person activities during the early days of COVID, it was necessary to save lives and to stop the spread, and it was not without its challenges. It was difficult,
Then why did it
particularly for our
continue for 2
nation's
fucking
students, like
years?
my 2 sons in public schools and our business owners. But to completely
Riddle me
blame
this.
these policies on you, Dr. Fauci, is absolutely ridiculous. I'd like to make the record clear on something. The decision to suspend in-person learning, dining, and other activities, that was not a decision that you were somehow solely responsible for, including in your role as NIAID director. Is that correct?
Who the fuck ever argued that?
Call him Mr. Fauci. Boot that bitch out.
No. Yeah, she didn't say doctor. She's got to go. But who the fuck ever argued that, though?
Right.
Who the fuck ever argued the fact that... Right. It's going to be a long one.
In fact, these decisions were actually made at the state and local level in communities across the country, like my home state of Hawaii, which was particularly aggressive, in part as a response to the Trump administration's early failure to contain the initial outbreak of the virus. Is that not correct?
Maybe you should worry about them fires that burn everything but blue and
I'm not really
red.
hearing you very well. Could you just put your...
We'll put it a little bit closer, but to be clear that the decisions were actually made at the state and
And
local
I can't hear you, even
levels
though you're
in
deep throating
communities
that
across
mic.
the country.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to shift topics and turn to the allegation that you sought to suppress opposing viewpoints about the pandemic response. Over the past
Scoot
15
farther away from
months,
the mic now,
majority
lady.
members of this subcommittee have levied the allegation that federal health officials censored proposals.
You know, I'll admit this, for the dumbasses we are, we have better audio control than they ever will.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And you have to understand, mother... From what I bring to you guys, literally is better audio and video and everything to what they bring to you. But these motherfuckers make 5, 6, 7 fucking digits a goddamn year.
Right. I was going to say, why don't we have an audio video technician for congressional hearings already? Like, sure, mics everywhere and shit. Have it sounding good. We're paying this shit. I'd rather pay for all that than your salary because you guys suck.
Didn't these motherfuckers bring in Hollywood producers for January 6th committee?
She's a bit touched by Downs, I think.
I mean,
she's
maybe
down.
a third of the gene. All right.
She's down with the syndrome.
But no, I mean, didn't these motherfuckers bring in Hollywood producers for January 6th committee?
Right.
But yet you got maybe some college motherfucker that is literally on the school or on the level of what I was 10 years ago, doing your committee hearings with audio video. I got a fucking problem with that. Especially since you're paying these motherfuckers 5, 6, 7 fucking digits a year.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, I'm making jack fucking shit, bringing better fucking quality. Like, I'm boosting this shit for y'all. Okay. God damn. It just bothers me.
That's why you spend time with us. We'll bring it to you.
Because, I mean, look, let's be honest, I'd probably be that cameraman that just flashed a Marjorie Taylor Greene seat.
Oh, yeah, I'd be trying to, like,
but she's gone.
I'd be trying to do, like, classic, like, baseball stadium pan-ins on people and shit, like, trying to make it fun, because it would be not fun at all, you know?
Throwing some graphics in there, like the kiss cam right now with her. I mean, that is a perfect fucking freeze frame, is it not?
Shit.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
We're trying to have fun
like
along
the
the way
Great
so we don't
Barrington
lose it.
Declaration, which were inconsistent with the overwhelming consensus of the scientific and medical community. Much attention has been paid to an email Dr. Francis Collins sent you regarding the Great Barrington Declaration, where he called for a quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. To be clear, this was not Dr. Collins suggesting that you suppress or censor the Great Barrington Declaration. Rather, he was suggesting that the points you just explained be memorialized to substantively refute the scientific premises of the Great Barrington Declaration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was good reason for Dr. Collins to have substantive concerns. The Great Barrington Declaration proposed lifting mitigation measures for the vast majority of society and preserving them only for certain populations, including the elderly and people with underlying health conditions. This was months before a vaccination was available, and public health systems were already being overwhelmed, and thousands of Americans were dying daily.
That's
Dr.
true,
Fauci,
Manny.
what percentage of the population did we estimate needed to be infected with COVID before we would achieve so-called herd immunity?
Herd immunity was very elusive with COVID, and the Great Barrington Declaration.
No. I'm sorry. Herd immunity, ladies and gentlemen, is like saying either 70% of the population is vaccinated or has natural immunity, which means they've caught it and recovered from it. 70% of the population, that means think of you as a dot. 100 dots around you. 70% of those dots cannot infect you. 30% can. What is your fucking chances? That is herd immunity. It works for everything else, but it did not work for COVID for whatever fucking reason. No, that's not how virology works.
I like how your Rumble setup is just the opposite of mine. Nice.
It is.
Was flawed both conceptually and in practice. Conceptually, that you could shield vulnerable people. We have tens and tens of millions of vulnerable people that you couldn't possibly shield. People with underlying conditions, the elderly, those would be the individuals. So it would be conceptually
You mean every
impossible
motherfucker
to do
that you wrote up as a COVID death and
Herd
CDC
immunity,
says
as we
6% of that
know,
was real?
Means if you have a virus that doesn't change and a virus in which when you get infected or vaccinated, you have highly durable, perhaps lifelong immunity. That's not the case with COVID. We know immunity wanes, and we have multiple
Jesus
variants.
Christ, there were
So
64
in practical
variants before
purposes,
anybody said
the Great
jab.
Barrington Declaration was invalid, both conceptually and practically.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. You've answered a few of my other questions in terms of the fact that for many of us that live in multi-generational communities, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions more lives would have been impacted by this so-called approach. And given the fact that the virus is rapid evolution that we have seen since 2020,
wash your hands. Yet no homeless ever died from COVID, really.
Ineffective against COVID. If you would answer one more question, considering the mortality rates at the time, how many more deaths might we have seen? Just briefly.
I would be surprised if a
we
lot
had
of them
done
even
that,
died
just
from
let
it, to be
rip,
honest.
there very likely would have been another 1 million people would have died, I would imagine.
Dude, let's be honest. Okay, germ theory.
Those
Let's go back
motherfuckers
in a little bit here.
They like there's people that can live in houses with mold and shit that will be okay. But if a person that is not used to that goes in there, they'll be sick within like a couple hours.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons why I think
immunity builds up.
Right. Well, like homeless people, I think probably were like goddamn immortals when it came to COVID and shit, to be honest.
Oh, fucking, do you remember wrecking on your bike and rubbing dirt in a wound?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I mean,
you're
talking about people like us who grew up that way versus people who lived in a fucking hand sanitized bubble.
Right. True.
I mean, literally, like germaphobes and everything, y'all are literally fucking yourselves up because your body needs to come across these things. And if you don't come across these things, you can't build up immunity to them in the first place. So if you get infected, it wrecks your shit.
True.
I mean, like, that's literally a theory that's going around right now is because we have removed in like first world countries and everything like that with great healthcare, we have removed parasites from our immune system. Really, we can end parasites before our immune system can come across them.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is a rise in allergic reactions into people, and it's tied into removing parasites from the body. That's a study that has been done, and it is a fucking thing. Nobody talks about that shit. Because we have made ourselves so fucking safe against everything out there because we are germaphobes at fucking heart because anything could kill us. We have literally put us to a point to where anything can kill us.
No, well, I mean, that's true, but also the helicopter parenting era kind of...
Well, yeah.
Kind of did a lot too with that, but okay, yeah.
But
let's keep going.
Literally, but the whole thing. Do you ever get sick? Really?
Not really. No, I don't.
Once or twice a year, maybe.
That's about it. Yeah. If even that, it's probably been about 2 years since I've actually been sick.
So why are these germaphobes getting sick left and right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. So it wasn't the federal government suppressing the Great Barrington Declaration. Rather, it was about protecting and saving millions of American lives. The COVID-19 pandemic wasn't some academic exercise.
Unfiltered.
It was real. It was in real time. It was about saving lives in real time. Theories like herd immunity may seem plausible on paper, but we have to remember that it is based upon the assumption that enough people would have to be infected. And that would likely have meant that our family members, our friends, our neighbors, our constituents, especially those in our most marginalized, multi-generational rural communities, would have died. So thank you, Dr. Fauci. I want to thank you, not blame you. Thank you for your science. Thank you for your science that have saved millions of American lives, kept us safe, including my children, many of our families right here on this dais. And thank you for clarifying these points for the record and for all of your efforts to keep us safe during the pandemic and so many other health crises we have faced over the decades that you have served. Mahalo, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. McCormick for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wenstrup, Chairman. It's been insinuated that politicians, only bloggers, only conspiracy theorists are disagreeing with you. I want to point out that I'm probably the only member of Congress that actually treated patients during the pandemic from the very beginning to the very end of the pandemic, during night shifts in the ER. Thousands of patients during that time. And in 2020, I was censored. My medical license was threatened because I disagreed with bureaucrats. Literally taken off the internet as a person who is treating patients with leading-edge technologies, developing theories, but
Hey,
doing my
this
very
worshiping
best,
of the
but
red
being
chair
censored
needs
by
to
the United
stop,
States government
chat.
for the first time stepping in and taking the place of medical professionals as the experts in healthcare. Any dissent surrounding COVID-19 treatments,
Mustang,
mask
I'm gonna win that
mandates,
fight 'cause
and
my
any
bathroom's
public
like
policy
5 feet
surrounding the
away.
pandemic was immediately labeled as anti-science. I watched as public health officials and politicians told my patients what treatment options were best for them, regardless of their comorbidities or their medical history. Despite my education and my training and my experience, my opinions were relegated to conspiracy and misinformation by so-called healthcare experts who had never treated a patient throughout the entire pandemic. This has been a black eye on the medicine and has highlighted why government should never insert itself in between patients and their healthcare providers. The American people deserve to make medical decisions through conversations with their physicians rather than politically motivated mandates. Dr. Fauci, did you ever treat a patient for COVID during the pandemic?
I was part of a team that was at
Oh,
the
you wanted
NIH
my
that
chair.
took
Nobody
care, we didn't
takes
take
my
care
chair
of
but
many
me.
of them.
Okay, so not hands-on.
Nobody
Got
puts
it.
my chair in
Thank
the corner.
Why would I be criticized by a bureaucrat for doing my very best as a healthcare? This is a rhetorical question. But why? Why would the government, who's never treated a patient for COVID, you can read all the things you want, but you're not there. You're not seeing patients. You're not watching people die, intubating patients right there with that disease in your face, watching it happen, watching the development of this disease and actually learning from it. But I'm being told by bureaucrats what's
He
right and
never
wrong.
saw
And what's
that.
funny is
What are
everything
you
I was
talking
censored
about?
on, I was proven to be right. Pretty crazy, isn't it? You said in an interview that you gave as part of an audiobook written by Michael Spector that you believed an institutional should make it hard for people to live their lives so they'd feel pressured to get vaccinated. Could we run the audio clip on that, please?
You think can be done about it? I have to say that I don't see a big solution other than some sort of mandatory vaccination. I know federal officials don't like to use that term.
Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives.
You want to make any real money, ladies and gentlemen, you must be vaccinated.
You want to see a band that's called Rage Against the Machine? You must be vaccinated.
I'm sorry. What was the other one?
Oh, that was the funniest
Green
shit
Day.
ever. Yeah.
Green Day kicked out their fucking drummer because the motherfucker had Bell's palsy, and if they got the vaccine, it would fucking kill him.
Green Day, if you're ever going to hear this, somebody clip it, send it to him, whatever else. You guys are a bunch of pussy-ass bitches, and you don't represent punk for anything. Almost. I had to
When
say
did
it.
Rage Against the Machine turn into Rage for the Machine? Killing in the name of used to be everything that you're seeing right now.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, is that they've always spouted leftist type of views, like communist and whatever else. They always kind of have, but then whenever it came to the government wants this to be done, they bowed to it. So it was like, you guys have been trying to spout these, like, even though there's a lot of leftists that are completely against government and want communism, whatever else, in a right fashion. I get it. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. But you guys bowed. You guys bowed the fuck down. You guys are bitches.
I mean, POD went the same route. You remember Youth of the Nation?
Yeah.
I mean, that was for those types of people who dove into that kind of music. That was a kind of a rallying cry because it was like, fuck, we're being taken advantage of. We're being treated like shit. And all we did was exist.
Right.
And now it's been co-opted into the same shit, but for different reasons.
Yeah, real punk like Black Flag or Misfits, hell yeah. Also, if you're into punk, listen to Western Addiction. They're one of my favorite fucking punk bands. Them and well, I do like a Wilhelm Scream a lot, but they're more like dirt bike punk.
Could you only imagine what Linkin Park would be right now if Chester Bennington didn't kill himself?
Oh,
supposedly.
I know, dude. Yeah, right. Allegedly.
Motherfucker, like, I'm serious. If you actually go back and listen to the last couple of hours of Linkin Park, or the last couple of albums of Linkin Park, you can fucking hear it.
Well, it's funny. LSD said Henry Rollins' Liar is the most appropriate punk for these comments. Henry Rollins' Liar is an appropriate metaphor for the entire government. That's the only that I posted that not too long ago on TikTok. The very beginning was, this is a public service announcement from your government. Then all it was the Henry Rollins video for Liar. That's the whole thing. That's all I posted. And it's true. It's perfect.
It is. But let's go.
Lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
When you're forced to get vaccinated,
Are all objections to COVID vaccinations
you'll stop putting up a fight.
ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
No, they're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well,
oh yeah,
in
that was
reference
what you were referring to.
making it hard for people to get
Of
education,
course.
traveling, working, I'd say it very much was in context. And I take great offense to this. Miss Allison Williams testified before this
I'm
committee
not
about
surprised
losing her
over
job
Howard Stern.
because she sought an exemption for ESPN's vaccine
Yeah, he
mandate,
was
which
all
came
about the
from
money in the first place.
recommendation from bureaucrats like yourself.
True.
She and her husband were actively working with a fertility expert, a physician, on how to get pregnant, and agreed with the premise that she was young, healthy, wanted to get pregnant, and shouldn't get the vaccination for medical purposes. But she was fired because you made it hard, just like you said in your statement, because you didn't want to make sure that the ideological bullshit got in the way of her working, of living her life, of making a medical decision with her healthcare professional. I think America should take great offense to this. That's exactly what you meant when you said making it hard for people to live.
Yep.
Without getting a vaccination. You affected people's ability to work, travel, be educated, to actually flourish in American society, to self-determine, as we're all given God-given rights. Shame on you. Dr. Fauci, you've become Dr. Fear. Americans do not hate science.
No, we don't
I
fear
don't
you.
hate science. The American people hate having their freedoms taken
To
from
be
them.
called Dr. Fearmonger.
You
That's it.
inspired and created fear through mass mandates,
We don't
school
fear you.
closures,
We want to see a
vaccine
blood eagle
mandates that have
in
destroyed the
fucking
American people's
Washington.
trust in our public health institutions.
That makes
This
me
fear
smile.
you created will continue to have ripple effects over generations to come. You have already seen its effects in education, in the economy, and everything else. Quite frankly, you said if you agree,
I feel like
if you
it's been too
disagree with
long, they
me,
ain't gonna catch
you
it.
disagree with science. Dr. Fauci, I disagree with you because I disagree with fear. And with that, I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Moskowitz from Florida for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, good to
If Alvin, Simon, and Theodore all gang-banged each other, you would have this, ladies and gentlemen.
be with you here today. I was not here, but I saw a member of this committee questioned whether or not you represent science and tried to make that in some offensive way.
this
I just
guy.
want you to know most Americans don't think she represents Congress.
So one of the things I've learned.
Keep your coke away from this one. You know what's fucked up? He's Jewish.
I mean, what gave you that first impression? His face, or his
Nah,
face?
the last name, man. That give it away.
No, I'm gonna go. That's that that joke back in the day was like, I don't know if Amy Winehouse is Jewish or not, but her face sure screams it.
Look, I don't give a fuck about the Jewish community in any way, shape, or form. Y'all do your thing. But it concerns me that damn near 20% of all government, whether you be hired, elected, or appointed, it concerns me that roughly 20% of our government has an affiliation to another fucking country like that. I don't give a shit that you're Jewish. I give a shit that you motherfuckers are.
Where's your
are
loyalty?
literally trying to take over.
Right. Where's your loyalty? Like, I don't give a shit what you are and all that, but where's your loyalty? Especially if you're in our government, motherfucker.
Right, this government gave you everything to sit up there and make our fucking laws for us, and your laws want to be incongruent to another country.
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't give a fuck what you. It's like having a fucking. It's like having an entire government run of Illinois or fucking Rashida Tlaib's or fucking Shovelface. What's her name? Pramila Jayapal?
Oh yeah. Shovelface.
If you look at that woman when she's doing committee hearings, she literally looks down and looks over the top of her glasses. Her fucking forehead meets up with the top of her chin, and the middle of her face is sunk the fuck in. Shovelface.
Yeah, it does look like she got hit with a flat pan shovel. It's just whap.
It tracks so well.
Mm-hmm.
I hear now you double Fauci. So I don't want you to be offended by that. I actually, similar to Representative McCormick, who was serving in the field as a doctor during COVID, I was running the logistics operation and the Florida response as the director of emergency management for the state of Florida for Governor DeSantis. So I was deploying masks and gowns and gloves. We were setting up field hospitals. We were setting up testing sites. We were setting up vaccine sites throughout the pandemic. And the one thing that became clear to me as a country is we were not prepared. In fact, we actually had many preparations for a pandemic, but both the states collectively and the federal government threw that out and kind of was just making it up as we go. One of the things I wanted to ask you, and I understand you're not in the response field, but do you feel, since you've left, that we are better prepared today than we were several years ago when COVID hit?
In some respects, in some respects we are, but in others I'm still disappointed. And I think one of the things that was really a problem with the response was the degree of divisiveness that we had in the country about a lack of a coherent response, where we were having people, for reasons that had nothing to do with public health or science, refusing to adhere to public health intervention measures. What I think that we will do better, hopefully, is that the CDC, I believe, has now recognized some of the failings of the lack of communication and interaction between the federal response and the local public health officials. One of the weaknesses that we had in the United States that other countries didn't have was a disconnect between the healthcare system and the public health system, whereas the CDC can't demand information from local public health individuals. They have to volunteer to give it to them, and it isn't given to them in real time. So we were at a disadvantage.
Oh, no question. I saw.
The CDC can't demand information. It must be given. So we were given information in real time.
How can they not demand it?
I mean, they can. It is
I was going to say, that
Center
doesn't...
for Disease Control, which I'm going to be honest, for some reason tracks gun violence. Like, that's a fucking thing. Like, gun violence
that doesn't
is a
make
disease.
Right, that doesn't make sense to me either. I don't get why they do that, but that doesn't make sense that they can't. Yeah, that's bullshit. They can fucking demand stuff like that.
Dude, the Center for Disease Control, the motherfuckers that are just like the front line on anything. I'm seeing a pattern in this. It's this, and this. We have to pin the point, but what this is, it doesn't make sense. This is the motherfuckers that we're supposed to go to for that kind of shit. You're going to sit there and tell me that everything is just given to them?
Right.
Nah.
It should be, to be honest. Everything should be given to them, but when it's not, they should demand it, and I would have no idea or reason why they wouldn't.
Right. It should be given, but let's just be honest with everything and the way it is fucking written. And Fauci's just bullshitting, thinking you're not going to track this shit down. No, it is actually demanded.
Right.
And that was what part of it was an add-on to the Davos thing, which ladies and gentlemen, Davos 2022, I think it was, where they were talking about, hey, they're supposed to be voting to give our sovereign rights away to the World Health Organization for the next pandemic. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That actually fucking happened. It just took a year later. It's a thing. They voted on it just a year later. After you raised such a stink, they just said, let's put it off for a year. And it's still a thing. Yeah, that was Biden.
All that. I saw how the lack of investment in technology, right? We had states trying to share information with the federal government using, Windows 2000.
Well, fax machines.
Fax machines,
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
And so, we spent $7 trillion in 2 packages and 2 administrations. And one of my concerns is that I feel that, especially in supply chain, I feel like we're not that much better off than we were before COVID. Am I wrong in that assessment?
Yeah, I don't think you're
Why does
wrong,
this
but I
motherfucker's
hope
jowls look like
that
he's always packed
the
with galls?
CDC has made it very clear that they are trying to change that and correct
literally, the
that
shape
deficit
does not
of a
fit what his
separation
face should
between
look
the
like.
local and the federal CDC so that we can get information
That's the government dick in his
real
mouth.
time. It was very frustrating for us that often we had to go
He's
to the
carrying the
UK
baby
or
gravy.
South Africa or Israel to get real-time information because they had a connection between what was going on in the ground and their public health system. So they knew right away what was happening. We didn't.
Dr. Fauci, you talked about how, we live in partisan times, a lot of misinformation. And, colleagues on this body said, you should be, charged and found guilty. Of course, the only one that's happened to is your former boss. But, the question I have is, when you saw a lot of that disinformation, whether it was, we can use a disinfectant to do like a cleaning or do light in the body, or that, China's working super hard, President Xi's got it contained, all of the stuff that was being put out, were you concerned? What was your feeling at that time, working in the administration, seeing that come from the podium?
Well, I was very frustrated by that. It was very clear. I was put in a very difficult position that I didn't like, of having to contradict publicly the President of the United States. I took no great pleasure in that, but I felt it was my responsibility to preserve.
He must have thought you did a great job. He gave you a commendation right before he left.
Well, I felt it was my responsibility, as to preserve my own personal integrity and my major responsibility to the American public to tell them the truth. And if I could just take this opportunity, when I was saying that if you attack me, you attack
Windows
science,
XP.
I didn't mean that I am science. What I meant was that
I am
when
the science.
data showed that hydroxychloroquine does not work, and there are people saying, oh, it does, I'll give it to people, and we know it can be hurtful to them, then when you're attacking what I'm saying, that the science shows it doesn't work, and the science shows that bleach doesn't work, that when you attack that, you really are attacking science, because science has shown that it doesn't work. That's what I meant. When you're attacking me, you're attacking science.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Now recognize Mr. Jordan from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doctor, why was it so important that the virus not have started in a lab?
We don't know where it started, and that's the reason why I keep an open mind. So I don't know what you mean by why was it so important. It wasn't important.
You still don't know where it started? The guys you gave money to figured it out in 3 days.
No.
Mr. Anderson said on January 31st, 2020, virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory. The very next day, Dr. Gary said, I don't know how this happens in nature. It'd be easy to do in a lab. And then 3 days later, Shazam, they switch and say it has to be nature. So they figured it out in 3 days, but you still don't know?
No, in fact, if you look at what they were saying, Congressman Jordan, they were saying that it was not a manufactured virus. It still could have evolved out of a lab.
Well, let me read something here to you.
They're not incompatible.
In our study on the censorship of the Biden administration working with big tech, I want to read you a WhatsApp message from Mark Zuckerberg. Can we include that the White House put pressure on us to censor the lab leak theory? So this is a communication on July 16th, 2021. Nick Clegg, Joel Kaplan, Sheryl Sandberg, Mark Zuckerberg. They're certainly feeling the pressure to downplay any lab leak theory and go with the natural origin theory.
Is there a question there?
There's coming. One's coming. Here's another email to Mark Zuckerberg. It says, subject line, COVID misinformation, Wuhan lab leak theory. In response to continued public pressure and tense conversations with the new administration, we started removing 5 COVID claims, including the lab leak theory. Mr. Zuckerberg responds, this seems like a good reminder that when we compromise our standards due to pressure from an administration in either direction, we often later regret it. Why was it so important the virus not have started in a lab?
Wasn't so important that the virus not. We don't know. We know
it was important to someone in the Biden administration, so much so that the top people at Meta, the top people at Facebook are asking, why are we getting all this pressure to downplay the lab leak theory? And we have an email from June of the same year, June 4th, 2021, saying the same thing. It was certainly important to somebody.
Well, what does that got to do with me?
I'm asking you because you're the expert on the coronavirus. I'm saying, why was the administration so pushing not to have the lab leak theory as something that was viable?
I can answer that. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
You kept an open mind.
You ain't
Dr.
kept an
Fauci,
open mind for a damn
That's
thing.
correct.
What happened in those 3 days? Why did Dr. Anderson and Mr. Anderson and Dr. Gary, why did they change their mind in 180 degrees?
Jim Jordan needs to be on the Supreme Court.
Christian Anderson says 3 days later, after he said virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory, 3 days later he says the main crackpot
He wouldn't
theory
want
is
to
going
be, but
around
I
at the
think he
moment
should be. Because he would. The main reason for him to be on there is because he's going to be like, is that what the Constitution says? No, they get the fuck out of here.
Point taken. But ideologically, he is shown to wave in a lot of shit. So
right,
I
can see that.
Literally wave in a lot of shit because it doesn't meet what he wants it to believe. What happens with the Constitution?
Well, that could be a problem. Yeah, because I mean, he has done it a few times, but he does tend to be just for the Constitution for the most part.
Right. But I mean, you're never going to find somebody that doesn't have a bias in any way, in any shape or form. I get you, but some of the things he's done that are shitty, I understand.
Again, we just need Thomas Masseys. We need 100 Thomas Masseys.
No, we do not. We need 100 Thomas Masseys from all aspects of it, and I will be okay.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, this motherfucker let Hunter Biden go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you jailed fucking Steve Bannon because he did the exact same thing that Hunter Biden did. And you gave Hunter Biden a way out by saying, hey, we're going to continue these contempt of court proceedings unless you agree to come in.
Right. That's actually pretty dumb. Yeah.
I can't look away. I can't turn away because now I have to question myself as an American citizen, as a regular American citizen. Would I be held to Steve Bannon standards or would I be held to Hunter Biden standards? I am a private citizen. I'm not public like Steve Bannon. But I guarantee you, I'd be thrown under the jail before my ass even stepped foot in that fucking vehicle with Eric Swalwell.
Oh, yeah. Very true.
Let's not forget that, ladies and gentlemen.
Relate to this virus being somehow engineered, and that is demonstrably false. How did they figure all that out in 3 days, Dr. Fauci?
You can do
you
that.
Still have an open mind.
Well, what they did is that they testified before this committee. What they did,
I have
they went back and looked at the sequences and realized that their initial concern was unfounded about that, and it did not look at all like it was manufactured. But as they said in their paper, even though they feel it was more likely.
3 days. They figured it out.
That's exactly. You could do that in 3 days. You can scan sequences in a day. You don't need 3 days.
Okay. Who's Rob?
So you're saying, okay, hold on. So you're saying you can map the entire genome of something within 10 days now? Like that's possible? Like it's not the fact that you were tracking the genome throughout the entire fucking thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can map an entire genome in 10 days, so why the fuck hasn't the human DNA genome been mapped the entire way through in 10 fucking days? I get it, a virus is different than a human. But goddamn, if we can do with a virus in 10 days, Why doesn't the science track?
Good question.
Robert Redfield.
The former director of the CDC.
Dr. Redfield, right? And he was also on the coronavirus task force. Is that accurate?
He was a member of the coronavirus task force.
And here's what he said to this committee. He said, Redfield said that Fauci and Collins left him out because Redfield suspected that coronavirus had leaked from the Chinese lab. Is that accurate?
Well, he said that, but that's not true. That is incorrect, Congressman.
Dr. Redfield's lying to the committee when he sat right where you sat?
When he said that I kept him out, that is an incorrect.
You notice that little clip that would have ended there, right? When he said I kept him out, that's incorrect. It's not. You asked the question. I said that's incorrect. Oh, what's not incorrect? When he said I kept him out, not the whole thing. But that's all you heard is that clip where he's just like, that's incorrect. And then it ended. Yeah.
Correct statement. The roster who was on the phone
was Dr. Redfield in that conference call on February 1st when you had Mr. Anderson and Dr. Gary on that call?
He was not, and the conference
Let's be
call
honest,
was
Glenn,
put together by
how
Jeremy
the fucking lawfare works.
So
I don't
no one
understand why you
kept
guys
him
say
out.
he should sue.
He said he was kept out because he felt.
U.S. tax dollars?
You want me to answer the question?
Yeah, I was just wondering why it wasn't on the call. It seems to me the head of CDC, part of the coronavirus task force, which was formed 2 days prior to that call, would have been on the call.
Well, the call was arranged by Jeremy Farrar. You should ask him.
Okay. Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
I'm sorry, what was?
Did U.S. tax dollars flow through a grant recipient to the lab in China?
Yes, of course. It was a sub-award to the Wuhan Institute.
And who approved that award?
Excuse me?
And who approved that award? What agency approved that award?
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
Your agency approved that, right?
Yes, it did after.
Did that have anything to do with this downplaying of the lab leak theory?
No.
Nothing to do with it?
Nothing.
What? Do you agree that?
So funding the same damn thing that everybody's all up in arms about that is happening, it's not a fucking thing, but yet he just fucking admitted he gave money. He knew money transferred. It was a thing. But because he didn't sign his name to it, it's not his problem. That's the argument. And nobody's picking up on it.
That there was a push to downplay the lab leak theory?
Not on my part.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
I think most of the country would find that amazing. I still got 11 seconds.
Well, look at the facts. I've kept an open mind throughout the entire process.
All right, I yield back.
You've kept an open mind throughout the entire process because nothing can trace back to you.
Minutes of questions.
And hey, the FOIA lady told me how to make sure nothing can trace back to me.
About some of the members' questions and then get into some follow-ups. The issue of the CIA trip was brought up. That was brought to us by a whistleblower. That was not an allegation made by the committee. It was an allegation made by the whistleblower.
Counsel.
You testified at a transcript interview back in early January. Do you recall me asking you about that allegation?
About the going to the CIA?
Yes. And do you recall, and you denied it then as well, and you denied it here today. Do you recall the subcommittee publishing that you denied it?
I don't recall.
We did.
We did, okay.
We put it out in a press release afterwards that you denied the whistleblower's allegation.
I don't recall.
And then today, during the course of the last couple hours, have any members on the majority side of the dais
Anyone
asked you
in
about
any
a trip
hearing
to the CIA?
can never recall.
Right.
They have?
No, they have. I'm sorry, Mitch, I'm not hearing you so well.
I'm not hearing you so well.
What's going on?
What are you going? What's going on, bitch boy?
Fauci's fucking deaf.
What's the gentleman's point of order?
I have an inquiry about whether or not I'm hearing things or whether or not you just yielded 30 minutes of committee time to staff.
That is correct. Both sides.
And the question that the gentleman just raised was a question that I raised. So apparently he was not listening when I was questioning Dr. Fauci.
Thank you for your point of order. You may continue.
What I asked was, we asked you about this in a transcript interview. You testified that you did not go to the CIA.
What the fuck was the point of
You
that?
refuted that allegation.
Right.
And then today, no members
Hey,
of
I
the
said the
Republican
exact
side
same
of the
thing
dais
he
have
said.
asked you that question. Is that accurate? Thank you. You've been asked a number of times about your former senior advisor, Dr. Morins, and have said, and I want to make sure.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. The reason why he says counsel right here, this motherfucker's not part of Congress. He's somebody's staffer. He's just representing that staffer. I don't know who the fuck the staff or the congressman or woman is. I don't know who it is, but he's just representing them.
Right, because they couldn't be there or whatever.
And that motherfucker just tried to say, hey, what he's saying, I said. Why is he talking? They're going to put y'all back in chains.
Sure I characterize it correctly because it goes a little back and forth, that you didn't conduct official business over a personal email with Dr. Morins. Has Dr. Morins emailed your personal email before on non-official purposes?
As I mentioned, we wrote scientific papers together, so he very well may have used that. Of course, that's the email I use when I write a scientific paper, right?
And that's because NIAID policy allows you to write on semi-official time, write papers, but you just have to put a disclaimer that this is not the view of
in other
NIAID.
words, if you're doing something as official business, you shouldn't use your emails that are the official business. So in order to be compliant with the regulations, you would use a personal email.
I appreciate it. I want to ask about some of the public health policies enacted during the pandemic. Dr. Francis Collins, the former NIH director, recently said in an interview, and I'm quoting, you attach an infinite value to stopping the disease and saving a life. You attach a zero value to whether this actually totally disrupts people's lives, ruins the economy, and has kept many kids out of school in a way that they never quite recovered. Understanding the COVID task force had a lot of voices at the table, is that an accurate description of the public health advisors, and then you could fit in other advisors along the way?
Mitch, what I believe that Dr. Collins was saying was that we give advice based on pure public health issues. It's very, very clear now, retrospectively, looking at the potential collateral negative effects of things like mandating. It would be important for us now, since the purpose of, I believe, why we're here, is to how we can do better next time, is to consider the balance. I think things that we did in the beginning were in the context of horrible situation of 4,000 to 5,000 deaths per day. But that doesn't mean that you don't go back and look and say, did everything we do at that point and the duration for which we did it, was that appropriate, and do we need to re-examine? I believe that's what Dr. Collins was referring to, and I agree with him on that.
And you got to my next question, that we are here trying to figure out how to do better next time, lose fewer lives next time. Would that be a better thought process going forward of thinking about the possible unintended consequences of public health measures?
Absolutely.
And you've heard from both sides of the dais today. First weeks, months, novel virus. Nobody knew what was going on.
Get a do-over and try to become more commie.
Understanding, once there was a better understanding of who the most affected demographics were, do you think it would be important to more narrowly craft public health measures
thing, Glenn,
specifically favor those demographics?
The answer is yes, but you have to be careful.
Fucking carrot in front of your face.
Because if you have a certain group that is being predominantly afflicted, if you're really, really
goofy for Jesus, this says next time there's another event 201 going on.
I think they already had another one.
I'm sorry, isn't there a bird flu with a 60% kill rate going around right now?
Well, I mean, it does seem to be it does seem to be a thing where they create the problem and the solution. So, yeah.
Well, that's not even a half of it. Y'all remember the smallpox vials that were found in Philly? Yeah, y'all know there's only 3 places around the world where it's supposed to be. And Philly ain't one of them. Russia's one of them, which is fucking weird. And even weirder than that, Afghanistan. I shit you not.
Mm-hmm.
We can have it here in the United States, but in Atlanta, Georgia. It's not supposed to be in Philly. Smallpox vials were found in Philly, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to make vaccines for smallpox. In the FBI raids, hey, we'll take it up from here. We'll let you know. Have you heard anything about that? Nope, because it didn't really make news. Now, here's the messed up thing, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all remember that story about the monkeys that were involved in that wreck? Yeah, they came from that lab that the smallpox vials were found in. Woman got sick, experienced symptoms of smallpox, and then all of a sudden, a couple months later, monkeypox starts popping up everywhere.
Right. There was something else. I forgot what other disease they were talking about that could possibly be with that, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a thing. Now, what happened to monkeypox? Oh, yeah, 97% of cases were found in the gay community, so we can't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love
it. Also
it.
fell off. It also fell off real fast.
Yeah.
Clear that another group is really quite protected, then you should fashion it demographically related. But what often happens with outbreaks is that they're a moving target, and you only hear about other vulnerables as you get further into the outbreak. So the answer to your question is you're partially correct that you need to do that, but you've got to be careful when you're dealing with a moving target.
And we can appreciate that. You've been asked a little bit again about the theories of natural immunity and herd immunity.
Yeah, you
Those
have
are
to be
both
dead
real
on
scientific
fucking accurate
theories in
every time.
infectious disease. Is that correct?
Yes.
If not, it's a fucking miss, sir.
Infection-acquired immunity and
Every
vaccinated-acquired
sniper will
immunity.
tell you
Did
that
the United
shit.
States hit herd immunity?
The answer is no, and I've written a paper on that, is that when you're dealing...
Oh, you wrote a paper.
Just let me take
Good job.
30 seconds. I don't want to run out the clock on you, but I think it's important to make this point. When you talk about herd immunity, it's predicated on 2 principles, that you're dealing with a pathogen that's not changing, and number 2, that when you either get infected or vaccinated, the duration of the immunity is measured in decades, if not a lifetime. So that if you have a pathogen that stays the same, like measles doesn't change. So I was infected with measles when I was a child. It's the same measles that's infecting people in certain countries in the developing world. Number 2, when you get either infected or vaccinated with measles, you have immunity that's durable minimally in decades and possibly for life. So if you get the same pathogen and you get a large percentage of the people who have either been infected or vaccinated, then you have herd immunity. We did not ever have that with COVID.
It sounds fucked up. It really
It
does.
does. I'm actually laughing at Stuffers though too.
Oh,
whoever that guy is, he just.
Oh, what's up, Stovers? How you doing?
Yeah, you're fitting right in, homie. I love it.
No, but I'm gonna be honest with you. He's right.
Right.
He's right about this because, like, the flu changes every year. It mutates like a motherfucker. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But measles doesn't. It has very, very seldom, if ever, changed throughout history. He's right.
Mm-hmm.
However, you're talking about a virus that only passed through certain animals and then somehow jumped species into somehow jumping species into somehow jumping species into somehow jumping into humans and then the human to human in the span of, 20 years, just about the time when they got the patent on the coronavirus.
Right.
And started the mRNA CRISPR technology. Nope. I'm sorry. Knowing that, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
It's all well too planned out. I mean, there's video of this motherfucker literally talking to people in the hood. in the hood of what was it, New Jersey or New York or something like that, where the dude's like, nah. Yeah, I'll just pop this out of nowhere. Like, literally, this thing shows up and less than a year later, you got an answer for it? I don't trust it. And the dude's like, well, you say that, but we got 20 years of science behind this shit. Y'all been making this shit for 20 fucking years? And you still didn't get it right.
Right.
And you've also been asked a number of times about the vaccine and vaccine mandates. Were you the one that recommended to the president to mandate vaccines for certain individuals?
No.
Do you know
I'm
who
not
did?
sorry either.
No,
Stouffer.
it was more of it was a combination of a group and just saying that, certain agencies like the Labor Department or what have you would feel that this would be done.
The
But it
Labor
was not
Department,
like I
what
one
have
day
you.
said, hey, we should mandate
Everybody else
vaccines.
but me.
That did not happen.
You don't need
and
to wear
I want to
two
echo
masks.
the comments of the chairman that we agree the vaccine saved hundreds of thousands of lives.
It's almost like
and
if
we
Trump
talked about
had
this
a
a little
fucked
bit
up
in
voice like
January,
him.
and I think you touched on it a little bit today.
Right.
Could issuing
That
these
and you got a
mandates
cream in
and
your pants
removing
every time you say
the
a sentence.
notion of informed consent from some certain sects of the citizenry
I
lead
am the
to vaccine
science.
hesitancy?
Yeah, I mentioned this, I believe, in the TI, that as a matter of fact, that's something that I think we need to go back now when we do an after the event evaluation about whether or not, given the psyche of the country and the pushback that you get from those types of things, we need to reevaluate the cost-benefit ratio of those types of things.
And then I won't belabor the point, but we talked about the 6 foot
You know what's
distance an
fucking
awful lot
amazing?
today. Do you recall if it
Baby
was ever
still
suggested
hasn't
to be
gotten
10
used
feet?
to me having a green screen and realizing
I don't
that
recall,
everything
Mitch,
that
if
I'm
it was
doing
ever suggested
is
it
not
was 10
surrounded by
feet, but
green.
when I made my
But you was
explanation
just like,
of
no
what
problem,
it was,
I
I was
already know.
saying that there was no trial that
He's
looked
like,
at
this
10
fucks him
versus
up in the
6
back end,
versus
man.
3
But you
versus
just rolling
not
with it
even
like it
worrying
ain't
about
nothing.
it at all.
It's funny.
And you said today that there were discussions at the White House about the 6 foot rule. You don't recall if it was
And Davey, if you watch us, you
discussions
need a
about
green screen.
whether or not it should
I
be
know you're
3
getting
or
one.
should be
He's
10
got it.
or should
You
be
know,
6.
Yeah. Oh.
I
He's
don't
got
recall,
it.
Mitch, what the exact discussion was, but as I've said
So
in
his ass
response
ain't
to
gonna be
multiple
blocking the rest
questions,
of this shit next
what
time.
we had, it was
He'll
it
still
came,
have
the
his
CDC
background.
was said that
Right.
on the basis of their evaluation, which was based on the droplet approach, that 6 foot would be to go. And since there was no clinical trials going one way or the other, that's why it was accepted by the group.
And then it hasn't been a large topic today, and we talked about kind of, again, the many unknowns in early 2020. Schools were closed.
That's
through
what's funny, the
semester.
6-foot
Some
rule
schools reopened
thing.
in the
Pause
for
it
the
just for a
fall
second.
semester. Some remained closed going
The
through.
6-foot rule thing, he was like, it's getting taken out of context because people said it just showed up, blah, blah. Well, they think it's not based on science because there's no real, tests done for it. But yeah, that means it's based on nothing, dumbass. That means there's no science behind it. That's why everyone's like, no, guess what? It doesn't do anything.
That's right. Because 6 foot just appeared out of nowhere. Keep yourselves 6 foot apart, ladies and gentlemen. Walk in a straight line behind each other so that if the person in front of you coughs, you're just going to waft the shit right the fuck in, right?
Mhm.
Never mind passing. So if somebody coughs and passes, you're just there for a split fucking second. No, now you're bathing in it. Let's not forget how they herded you like cattle and none of it made sense in the first damn place. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It really pisses me off. And it was... Do you remember at one point in time they were actually trying to say, okay, 6 foot may not be far enough. You may have to stand 13 foot apart.
Yeah, I remember that. I was like, get fucked, man. Oh my God. But Jesus, like, we're standing car lengths apart now. What the fuck is happening?
More than car lengths apart. Well,
Yeah.
okay, maybe a coupe.
Probably.
Not
Yeah,
a coupe.
yeah.
A sedan car length apart.
Right.
But I mean,
my
damn.
my minivan length apart, I have to stand for me now.
Yeah. Like, and literally, I don't know if you all understand what that was for, but it was so you couldn't just like say over somebody's shoulder, hey, that's some fucked up bullshit. You know that, right? And here's why.
Right. Well, I mean, also, it's just...
because at the mask work, it didn't matter if I was face to face with you.
Right. And well, that, and it's also what kind of orders can we give them for them to just, go ahead and fucking follow?
Right. Just do what we say. And I will admit, for the first couple of weeks, it was just like, just trying to figure out what's going on. Fine. Fuck. I'll do what I need to do. What the hell is going on? I don't get it. And then I started, listening to the symptoms and everything, and I pointed it back to October, and I was like, this is bullshit. Now, this has been around for a fucking minute, and y'all motherfuckers are just catching on now. And knowing what I know about the medical community, because I helped nurses go through nursing school. Virology is always a thing, no matter what field you're into. You have to know the basics of that. I knew from the very fucking beginning, but what they were saying was complete horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
But most people don't, and I understand.
Right.
But when the information comes out, there's no way in there's no way in fuck you can literally sit there and say, well, that's just some bullshit just because the news told me it's bullshit. Good or bad, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to believe with it, it doesn't matter. If information comes out, it needs to be understood. It needs to be scrutinized. But none of that happened throughout any of this. And it doesn't mean that just the pandemic. No. I mean, look at the election and everything like that. None of that happened throughout this entire point in history.
Right.
Can you remember any of the shit that happened back then? It's like we skipped that moment. Like, data erased. And it concerns me, man.
Well, when the whole mask thing came out, I was like, why don't you guys look at all these tests that say it doesn't do anything? No, that doesn't mean, well, fuck that. But okay, whatever. Yeah.
Never mind. And never mind listening to the creator of the PCR test that said we shouldn't be using this for this.
Oh, fucking, what the fuck is his name?
Peter McCullough,
I know you're talking.
I think. No, that might have been mRNA.
No, that's mRNA. It's a different dude. I can't remember his name, but no, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, because it doesn't do anything. You can turn up the fucking levels as much as you want. You can find what you want. That's literally what you can do with that test.
Dude, the cycles are only supposed to be at 30 max. They were doing 45 plus just to look for some shit.
Yep.
Because the hospitals were getting paid, ladies and gentlemen, for every infection, for every death. The hospitals were getting paid. Never mind the fact that every other thing except for the COVID ward, which is what everybody was thrown into if you went into there and you weren't saying, hey, my arm's broken. You were already looked at for COVID for anything other than obvious bullshit. Okay, you're missing a leg? Fuck. This ain't COVID.
Right. Yeah.
But everything else, it was just like COVID immediately.
Yeah, Maddie, you're right on that too. When I was 12, we laughed about genitals. Nowadays, a kid damn near Allah Akbar's a mofo over it. Yeah. Shit's fucked up, man.
But yeah.
You're not wrong.
It's the same bullshit over and over again. And it never stops. There's no accountability for anybody except for the people that you're told to hate. Yep. And I guarantee you there will be motions made very soon to eject Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz from office.
Probably.
It will happen. They will be that desperate. Those are the low-hanging fruit, ladies and gentlemen. That's the low-hanging fruit of the MAGA movement. They are the most vocal. I get you. But they are the low-hanging fruit in the MAGA movement. And I guarantee you it will come soon that there will be motions to vacate their seats.
Right.
Through into 2021. Looking back, are there current academic ramifications of remote schooling or kids not being in school?
I think there have been a number of I know that there have been a number of studies to show that there are lasting effects, at least up to this point. They tend to attenuate over time, but there have been substantial negative effects on learning and on children when you keep them out of school for a prolonged period of time.
Have you seen any studies suggesting physical health ramifications?
I haven't seen physical health ramifications.
Mental health?
I believe that there are some that show psychological issues that relate to keeping kids out of the environment, of the social environment of the school.
and apologize for bouncing around. We don't have 14 hours with you today. I've got 30 minutes.
I can make it money.
Yeah, I'm a little sorry about that.
I'm going to move quickly.
Too. But I got a lot going on right now.
Again, across the dais, both sides of the aisle, a lot of questions on the origins of COVID and finding out the origins and how that could better lead to.
Guess what we're doing this for?
Spillover.
Free 99.
Trade,
right.
But also increased biosafety standards. As you sit here today, is it possible that COVID-19 was the result of a laboratory-related accident?
Oh, absolutely. And I keep, like I mentioned multiple times, I keep an open mind. I feel, based on the data that I have seen, that the more likely, not definitive, but the more likely explanation is a natural spillover from an animal reservoir. But since there has not been definitive proof one way or the other, we have to keep an open mind that it could be either.
And
that's great.
Based on that answer,
I love Rumble, man.
Is the hypothesis that COVID-19 accidentally leaked from a lab a conspiracy theory?
No, I mentioned that several times. Conceptually, the concept of it is not a conspiracy theory.
We've talked a little bit about the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2, the paper authored by Dr. Anderson. It came to two primary conclusions, and I'm quoting, "Our analysis clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus, and we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible."
You may be
do
right.
You disagree with those conclusions?
And chances are, yes.
Mitch, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the paper in front of me.
But
I think they also said the possibility
wait, I was
of
lied
if
to?
you passaged it, and you could have done that.
And
and if you passage it, it's in a lab. So it is. I mean, that could be.
But we're gonna do a lot of fun.
They
till you
dispelled
get
that
back
at the
over.
end with the we do
Make
not
sure you
believe
hear
that
it
any
tomorrow,
type
brother.
of laboratory-based scenario is plausible. So I ask again, is a laboratory-based scenario plausible?
Well, I mean, again, I'm not. I don't want to speak for what they meant in that paper, but I have said multiple times, I keep an open mind that it could be either a laboratory leak, or it could be what I think the data is leaning towards mostly, which is a natural occurrence from an animal reservoir.
And this email was brought up too on April 16th, 2020. Dr. Collins wrote to you and said, wondering if there's something NIH can do to help put down this very destructive conspiracy, referencing the lab leak. I hope the Nature Medicine article on the genomic sequence of SARS-CoV-2 would settle this, but probably didn't get much visibility.
We will be cutting to Rumble, so stay on Rumble.
The next day, you were at a White House press conference and cited proximal origin and said that proximal origin established that COVID-19, quote, is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to human. Did anyone tell you to cite proximal origin from the White House podium?
No, it was in response, I believe, to a question that might have been asked by a reporter, but I wasn't stimulated to say that at all. I was responding to a question.
At that time, back in April of 2020,
I appreciate the beginning
was it also
of
your
why
belief
you're
that a
here,
lab
but
leak was possible?
Yeah, I've always had an open mind.
I think he's gonna be all
about
right
it.
once he realizes where he's at.
I want to correct the record again a little bit on the drafting and publication of the proximal origin paper. Did Dr. Anderson send you drafts to review?
He sent drafts.
This motherfucker was
I'm going to
just
jump ahead of you,
bathed in
if I might,
fire.
dribble around. I did not edit it. It was mentioned by a few of the congressmen. I did not edit the paper.
And I appreciate that. I just wanted to get on the record. I want to talk about Dr. Morenz and what you wrote in your opening testimony and some of the answers that you gave today. And just for clarity, you were, in addition to being unaware of his use of personal email and potentially intentionally deleting federal records, were you also unaware of his actions to assist Dr. Gazik and Go Health?
I was aware of his friendship. I was not aware of his attempts to assist him to respond to an NIH inquiry.
So not aware of the editing of press releases or editing of letters?
No, I was not.
On November 11th,
I was aware of him. I just didn't know what he did. I wish that was a defense for anything.
Right.
I knew he existed and he was in my inner circle, but I didn't know what he did.
Oh, believe me, stuffers, we want to see some beheadings too. This is boring going through this, but we do this so people hear the shit. Because, like, we kind of talk shit during it as well, but man, That's what we keep saying. We know there's probably not going to be a whole lot that comes out of this.
Look, fuck.
I wish something would.
Risking YouTube again. We're already way too fucking deep. YouTube ain't gonna catch this shit.
No, I'm hoping my episode gets pulled because of the chat alone.
I mean,
I doubt it.
If it gets pulled anywhere beyond this point right here, you know full fucking well why.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you this right here, right now. Fuck YouTube, everything like that. This is your taxpayer dollars at work. Let's just go ahead and end it here. Fuck it. This is a great fucking point to do this. If you want to, ladies and gentlemen, I will throw both in YouTube and Rumble and for Scott. Let me bring up the thing here. Like I'm sorry. This is 4 fucking hours.
Yeah, we can end it here. What do we have? A little bit longer?
I mean, do y'all want to hear the last 30 minutes? I'm willing to stay up. But I mean, we got like 30 minutes left of it. But if y'all just want to end it, you done? What? Let me know, please. Other Richard guy. Like, I wish I would have popped this up. But yeah, I'm just, nah.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I get you. Like, it's the same shit. Ain't nothing really gonna come of this, ladies and gentlemen. Everything that we have seen throughout all of this shit, the man responsible is sitting right there in that fucking room. This was the man, ladies and gentlemen, who said, you don't need to wear a mask when everybody was saying, oh, this is a virus. It may be spread through the air. Maybe we should be wearing masks. No, you don't need to be wearing a mask. And then all of a sudden, okay, fine. You tell us not to wear a mask. No, you should wear a mask. Okay, fine. We're going to wear masks. No, you need to wear 2 masks.
Yeah, well, yeah, at the beginning, what did he give that one interview? And he's like, well, if people feel like they want to wear one because it's, you know, stuff like that, but it doesn't really do much. And then, and then all of a sudden, a week later, it's all about the masks. And then, yes, 2 masks. Like, if anybody actually wore 2 masks, oh my God, you lost brain cells. By A, doing it, and B, during while wearing it, because you breathe in all of your fucking own CO2. But yeah.
No, what gets me, though, is because of the flip-flop there. They told you, hey, we told you not to wear a mask so we could save that for our medical personnel. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what? I haven't changed cameras in a minute. We doing that right now. They wanted to save it for the medical personnel, ladies and gentlemen. And then all of a sudden, no, everybody must wear an N95 mask. Oh, we have a shortage on N95s? Put some panties on your face. I mean, those cloth masks, let's be honest. If you can smell a fart, you can catch COVID. A fucking virus particle is smaller than the space in between those fibers. We knew that.
Right.
So when you sit there and try to tell me all this shit, and then everything that happened, everything that we went through, the lockdown. Y'all remember how they had COVID camps in fucking Australia? You remember that, Scott?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, the COVID camps in Australia where they locked motherfuckers down and told them, hey, you couldn't move past this point because you may have COVID. Because you contact tracing, you may have come across somebody that had COVID. So we need to lock you in a camp to where you can't move outside of your little trailer. All because you may have come in contact with somebody with COVID. Yeah, did it affect us here in America like that? Mm-hmm. Not really, but there was talks about COVID camps going on in Chicago and shit like that. Y'all remember that? No, you don't? Wonder why. Look it up.
Right.
Everything that they did to us. Everything that every other country around the world went through. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? I want to find it before we go. I want to fucking find it. No, we actually... We covered it, and maybe, yeah, because it's in live at this point, and fuck it, whatever. But we covered this the other day. Like, I'm going to go ahead and close that down. We covered this the last time. They were literally saying 1.5 million people died around the world at the first year of COVID. But somehow, in the first year of COVID in the United States, 1 million people died. You mean to tell me we doubled the death rate of the entire fucking world?
Right.
And even the numbers ain't math, and including anything, some of the things that they've said in here. Because they were talking about like 2.5 million people. None of this is mathing any fucking more. And it just fucking bothers me, dude. It really does, because nobody's calling this shit out. This is just some motion to go through. Y'all realized you were a human fucking experiment, right?
Right. That's the main thing that a lot of people still need to realize or come to terms with, that did take either the vax or whatever, that in all of this, it was a human experiment. Are you going to give in? Are you going to cooperate? Fall in line? All of that, you know?
Right. Just to kind of drill it the fuck home, ladies and gentlemen. The SARS coronavirus had a patent on it 20 years before the SARS-CoV-2 thing came out, which track right along with what Anthony Fauci was giving out in those NIAID funds that he says, just because I didn't sign a check, I have nothing to do with. It tracks right along with the gain of function. It tracks right along with the CRISPR technology. It tracks right along with the mRNA technology, up until a point to where roughly 20 fucking years later, they are shoving it in your veins, and it's mandatory.
And it shouldn't be. Nothing should be mandatory, except for owning a gun. Wait, am I extreme for
that too? Yes, but
am I extreme for that?
No, honestly, look, the way I look at it is, look, training should be mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
From a very young age, you should learn, even if it's just a mandate kind of thing. You need to go through the training. If you don't want it, fine. But you need to learn. You need to respect the weapon. You need to understand what you hold in your hand when you put a gun in your hand. You need the basic, at least.
Yeah, no, I agree. Shit, my youngest daughter is 8 years old, and she knows more gun control than probably more people that own guns in this country, to be honest, because there's a lot of fucking retards out there.
Oh, there are. But go ahead and shout your shit out. We're going to end it right here, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't even trying to. I got a lot of things to do. I got to wake up early and help the ladies out with Pretty Antisocial tomorrow.
Hell yes. And I'm going to plug Business Party Podcast. Check us out on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, live. YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Twitter. Talking about news and shit. I don't know if we're going to have anybody on this Wednesday as far as guests go, but we'll just be talking news and everything else and bullshitting. Having fun.
All right, give me 1 second. That is their link over in the Rumble chat. Let me copy and paste. Ladies and gentlemen, I do everything myself from the back end, so. All right, and you can catch me personally myself on the Voice of the People channel, normally if I'm on, we're doing this. I may be doing some things in the background. Maybe I even show you what's going on in the background if I'm playing a game or whatever like that. But we listen to these committee hearings all the time, and I guarantee you, if you join me, you're going to hear a lot of disturbing information come from your own government. The disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, whatever the fuck the saying is, it comes from these motherfuckers. They're the first ones to start that shit, and then they try to catch on through social media from it, so everybody's talking about it, and they can dilute where it came from. Your government is where it comes from.
Yep.
Come join me, and I will actually show you exactly what I mean. Other than that, we have the Off-Label Podcast, what you're seeing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, me and Davey will be back with us. Sorry, Scott. But tomorrow, me and Davey will be sitting down with the lectern guy and Glenn Croy himself. Ladies and gentlemen, LSD's 666-420 in the chat there. He will be sitting down with us. We will be probably talking about January 6th for roughly around 30 minutes or so. Then we will cut to Rumble only. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the January 6th defendants will tell his story for the first time publicly. We will have some exclusive video and some exclusive footage to show you guys to go along with, well, exactly how it plays out. That's coming tomorrow. You're definitely going to want to join us for that. Next, this Thursday coming up, we will be sitting down with two Army veterans, me and Davey. We will be sitting down, two military veterans. They're both not Army. We'll be sitting down with two military veterans, and we will be talking, especially with everything going on right now, we will be talking the Civil War, World War III, how as a society, how as a country, we could hold up to such a combination if and when it happens. That's going to be a good story, and it's also going to point out some of the newest members of the Business Party podcast. We got Alexander Oates and what is it, Ryan what?
Rogers.
I wanted to say Ryan Reynolds. I have no clue why. But
it's right there, you know.
But yeah, they will be sitting down with us. Both of them are military. Both of them have the roughly the same ideas, just different ways to go about going around it. We will have that conversation, and it's going to be a good one. Going to be a serious one. You're going to want to check that out. Again, one more time. Tomorrow, January 6th, with the lectern guy, Glenn Croy will be telling his story for the first time on Rumble only, because fuck you, YouTube. I don't know how much you're going to like about it. And then this Thursday, we have the sit down about World War III, Civil War, where we're at. We got some shit coming with the Off-Label channel, and we will be getting back to some topical news here, but I wanted to bring y'all some shit just to show you we ain't just fucking around and trying to grift. Ladies and gentlemen, we are working in the background for you. Everything that we have been doing, everything that we have been leading up to it's becoming something, and you're along for that ride.
Absolutely. And us, this guy over here, along with the dude in the comments, Midwest Troublemaker, he's on Business Party podcast, and we're building a full network of stuff. So stay tuned. We're going to be bringing all sorts of shit. Stofers, I have no idea. You're fucking so weird. But on that note, yeah, check us all out.
Right. And Mustang Matty says you should make a Discord. That is in the works, both with the Business Party podcast, Off-Label, and every other one of our shows will have their own Discord. But we will have a Discord altogether with everybody included. However, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot coming. Like I said, just give us some time to work this out, because this is just us.
Absolutely.
From the background.
Yeah, so are you.
But let's see. What? Discord is gay? Yeah. You know what? You got to start. You got to get it going. You got to push back.
Discord is what's bringing you half of this fucking stream, so eat me.
Half of it? I mean, all of visuals
pretty much
have come
all of
from
it.
This.
Yeah. No, Discord can be pretty gay, but it is what it is. But nonetheless, we ended this now.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the hell out of y'all. We got like 30 minutes left in this, but I ain't got it in me. I got to wake up. I got to help the ladies tomorrow out on the stream. I got a lot to do tomorrow, and I got to set up for another show for Off Label. Look, y'all have a good night, and we'll see y'all again tomorrow.
Later on.
Fumble fingers through shit. Let's go.